ladies and gentlemen, welcome to stream. But before we really get into it, I want to show something off super quick. Luthor, are you ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this. What's funny is I recognize several pieces of that. For example, those are wagons serving as the feet. I can see the carpet there and the trusses. Those are benches right there. The actual house is just up at top. We've got a fountain up front. The left arm is the engineering thing from Mechagon, excuse me. I'm not sure what that is at the end of the right hand, the one that's supposed to be the axe. Yeah, that's... For those of you not aware, people were already getting really creative with housing in, like, the previews. To explain what I mean by that, they would reach out to people and say, hey, do you want to preview housing? And it was like influencers, YouTubers, and people on TikTok or whatever. And they'd bring them in and they'd just mess with stuff. And they came up with some really cool, fun stuff. That was months ago. As of now, people are just absolutely getting silly with it. Anyways, before we continue the Arathi, I just want to show off. Some people say, Lore, you overpraise this game. These towns look big and empty and sterile. To which I say, if you come over to this random chunk of this wall over here, you can see the bridge is kind of not quite complete here. That's okay, that's okay. I'm going to go talk over to this person. We see this random hippogriff just kind of, or griffin, or whatever they're called, just lying on the ground here. It's like, what? If you talk to the Peacekeeper, she says, don't pay attention to him. Locke is always trying to weasel his way out of any real work. He leaves most of it to us. You talk to this one, and she says, Wen's getting impatient. Tick-tock, Locke. Just little stuff. Enough. Peacekeepers do not gallivant across the countryside. Now take care of this Arathi troublemaker. Yes, sir.
The Coreway must be protected.
We have received reports that an eccentric Arathi is accosting our citizens. We have little in the way of experience with outsiders, and my superiors are wary of a diplomatic incident. I have been tasked with finding this lamplighter and resolving his concerns. You have worked with the Arathi before. Can you assist me? I have a list of Earthen who have reported to the lamplighter. You can interview half the list. Between us, we can hopefully locate the Arathi before he troubles more civilians.
Resuming work cycle.
My superiors claim the peacekeepers must stay in the city. Leave the rest to the Storm Riders, they say. I am no Storm Rider, but I could help people in need across all of Kazalgar, if only they would listen. And if only they would give me a sub from Cathors. 993. For 52 months, going towards the Riftbreaker and SteamWorld. And of course, Satisfactory. Thank you very much, Cathors. I will now... I mean, I'm not going to stop talking about that, because there's a lot more Earthen lines to voice. There she is.
Work cycle?
Ugh, more strangers. Why are you talking to me? An Arathi man came by, kept asking about someone called a shipwright. I have no idea what he was talking about. He eventually left, complaining about how nobody knows anything in this flame-forsaken city. He was terribly obnoxious. Just like you.
The Titans will return.
Okay, two things. First of all, rude. Second of all, I never noticed before how giant dwarven boobs are. Look at that. Good lord. Alright, now that I've made everyone look at the screen. I like to think this water is actually scalding hot. Like, keep in mind, that woman is lying on a vent which has magma in it. Or lava, I forget what the difference is. And they're just chilling on it. Yeah, this has got to be the kind of thing that would probably burn your skin. No, I mean, like, actually burn your skin.
Speak and be heard.
Sure. What can you tell me about the lamplighter? He was an odd one. He spoke so strangely and with great haste. I could barely comprehend what he was saying. He seemed to be in a rush to find someone. He continually stressed the importance of some mission or other. I am not sure exactly. I offered to instruct him in proper communication skills. He grew impatient and left. It was quite disappointing.
The Titans will return.
Yeah, and of course most earthen homes tend to have these giant freaking furnaces, which are almost always going. Because, you know, they're earthen. But also, in addition to just being enjoyable, it was mentioned very early on that it helps them to offset some of the wear and tear and maintenance problems they're already having. Age does affect earthen. Especially at their age.
We are the Titans' bedrock and foundation.
More and more newcomers enter a city every day. Their interference has disrupted a routine I have kept for 1,000 years. What is it I can do for you? The lamplighter inquired about another group of Arathi that had arrived recently. That group was led by a shipwright searching for raw materials to use in airship construction. I directed her to a foreman. He's gone! He vanished! No!
Communication initiated.
I directed her to a foreman. There are many raw materials to be had on the Isle of Dorn, but I do not deal with such trivialities. I gave the lamplighter the same information.
We will continue speaking later.
He left in a hurry. Sacred flame, now you show up. I've been wandering this city for days trying to get help.
Do you have a query?
This is not what I was expecting. He is certainly odd, but troublemaker? I think not.
Return if
This lamplighter is looking for fellow Arathi. The foreman says he was directed to an Arathi shipwright in Freywold village. My superiors insist peacekeepers do not leave Dornagal, but per their orders I must assist Kerter. And to do that, I have no choice but to leave the city. He quickly hides a smile. It is decided, then. If you are willing, please meet us at Freywold Village. Your continued aid would be appreciated.
May Rook nor Ram take you far.
Sir Lamplighter, if you would follow me, I will escort you to Freywold. Ah, whoa, slow down, Rocky. Just point me there the right way. I'll take myself there. Don't you worry about it. But, sir, I must insist on assisting you in this endeavor. Look, Sunshine, I don't need your help. Sure as flames don't need you getting in my way. You got it? Got what? Yeah, so there's this old concept. It's called the double act. There's a lot of ways to do it, but the bottom line is that you've got one person, you got another person, and they're different in ways that match each other. And there's your comedy duo. Bam. So guess what this quest is about? I've actually done this quest. I didn't recognize it at first, admittedly. So what are we feeling about the new flying changes, by the way? As I've mentioned a few times, most people probably won't even notice a difference. If anything, most people probably actually see that it's better. So for those of you unaware, the way it used to work is if you were faster, like if you retained a certain speed, you would change your rate of stamina regain, right? There was also other things you do, like you see this thing where I get close to the ground, that would also increase your stamina gain. So there was a gameplay element to maintaining max stamina gain. They got rid of that. Now you just always have max stamina gain. That's the difference. So again, most people who are, I shouldn't say most, anybody who was already playing optimally is not going to notice any difference because your stamina regain hasn't changed at all. Yeah, the Whirling Surge thing is the biggest fundamental change, because now you can just boop, and it's just a straight cooldown. Doesn't cost any stamina. And that interacts with the rest of the pips in a different way. You Arathi have caused enough trouble. These disappearances are your fault. You point at me, Sparkles? Because, please, everyone. This man is assisting me. He is here to help.
What is your command?
Seems the locals have taken issue with our foreign companion. I am attempting to defuse the situation as best I can, but we have more pressing problems.
Faith.
The Arathi shipwright was here, but has moved on with most of her entourage. She had left a few Arathi behind, but soon after the shipwright left, earthen started disappearing. The villagers suspect the Arathi, but have no proof. Then, one day, the Arathi left town in the middle of night. The locals said the Arathi stayed at the inn. Can you look there for clues? Given the villagers' hostility towards the lamplighter. Given the villagers' hostility, the lamplighter and I shall remain here for the moment.
May the Titans carve your path.
Alright, let me help you. Give me the names of the missing and the physical descriptions, and where they were last seen. I am curious. Why do you prioritize finding these missing earthen over your own people? They are not your concern. I'm a lamplighter. It's part of my creed to help anyone who needs it, no matter how annoying they are. Yeah, that's the job. I knew, oh god, what are they called? It's the fire department people who are primarily medical. I can't remember the term for that. Anyways, I knew a person who worked as that. Paramedic, thank you. Once upon a time. And he described his job... Yeah, the EMTs, exactly. He described his job as... Imagine that every day you have to get a cat out of a tree who doesn't understand that you're trying to help it and hates you for doing so. I found this Arathi book in their rooms. Could you take it to the hospital? The Earthen on the surface have resources in abundance that we severely lack in Hallowfall. Many years ago, the Earthen exported these resources to use for Arathi warships. However, since trade was suspended, we have had to rely on reserves for these resources. The Order of Night has control of some of them, but not enough. We need more. You're looking for clues. The Arathi might have left something in the rooms. You should go back and check it out. I mean, no, exactly. Animals... I find this topic fascinating. If you ever want to really know the difference between a human and an animal, it's that an animal cannot understand the difference between you and the source of its pain. Now, I know, you can make whatever joke here you want, but you know what I mean, right? It's one of the reasons why only very trained, careful professionals are supposed to approach a wounded animal. Because that wounded animal will not understand you are not the source of its problem. Right? They are too stupid to comprehend that you are trying to help them. It's one of the reasons why there's an entire, like, subgenre of people in, like, rescue shelters, for example, who just specialize in finding strays or wounded animals or anything else, you know, like, I don't want to give you stories because I've seen some really unpleasant things, but, you know, if you want to help a dog who has something sharp stuck in it, you need to be very, very careful about how you do that, because all that dog knows is that it hurts. Badly burnt letter fragment has escaped the flame of the candle. Kill the lapdogs of the Emperor. Dispose of them in the hills above the village. capture the earthen as covertly as possible. I'm sorry, for just a second I thought I actually one-shot that person with the blade. Which would have been very funny. Hi, Mr. Red. I am sorry. Fairness has nothing to do with it. They're just stupid, Chilpangolin. Or, if you want lighter language, they're lacking in the capacity for the intelligence. Again, I don't actually mean it as an insult, so I probably shouldn't use the word stupid, because I tend to use that as an insult. It really is just fascinating, the lack of ability to understand. Dispose of your corpse is better. God, people. Yeah, they literally lack the cognitive ability. They can't. It's okay. We got it. We can actually reach out and reach the barrier and take care of these poor, poor animals. And we do, regularly and repeatedly. You ever want to feel good about humanity? There are entire channels on YouTube devoted towards tracking people who just rescue animals. Of whatever type. I've seen snakes, you know, badgers, cows. Obviously, you got your basics, dogs, cats. But no, there's a bunch. There are people who, that's what they do. That's their hobby. Right? They got their job, and then they go rescue animals. You find a scribbled note in the pocket of the dead Arathi. Blood covers most of the note, but some parts remain legible. Order of the Night has infiltrated, abducting the earthen, require more workers to harvest and reinforcements immediately. He was killed before he delivered the message. We don't talk about those people's even. Also, there's an interesting, like, double standard on that one, because... So, there's people who rescued animals, and then some people were like, I could injure animals to then rescue them and get sympathy clicks. And then people started ousting them, and so that stopped being as common. But then, because those assholes poisoned the well, now every animal rescue is accused of being one of those grifters. When, in reality, it's actually a really small percentage. So, that sucks. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Oh my god, you stopped. It's guys, do you not know who I am? I've been to the afterlife, okay? And space. Which is more impressive at this point? I've been to the afterlife, or I've been to space. Huh. Thanks for standing up for me, but I don't mean we're partners, got it? I have it. But my orders are to assist you finding the Arathi. I cannot just leave you. Oh, screw PETA. That's a different category. Let's be clear. PETA are just a bunch of psychopaths. Screw them. That's different.
Work cycle interrupted.
If I understand correctly, the Arathi are abducting earthen and also killing each other? What madness is this?
May Rook nor Ram take you far.
The Order of Night is clearly interested in our resources. They have abducted earthen to harvest for them and may continue taking others. We must stop them. The next largest earthen settlement is Rambleshire. The Order needs more workers. They might have gone there to get them. Go on ahead, Horde Runner. I must first speak with character about why the Arathi are doing this.
Return if you wish to speak again.
Why would your people kill each other? They're not my people. I work alone. The Order of the Night cultists. They use shadow magic, wear purple clothes, yada yada. The usual. The usual what? You might be on the surface, but you don't get out much, do you? What is the goal of PETA? You know, as of this moment in time, I'm not sure. Like, from what I understand, this is very vague information, so I'm probably wrong about this. PETA was originally started as exactly what it sounds like, and then almost immediately became this horrible, nightmarish, twisted version of itself. Like, it would not be an exaggeration to say that if you found out a Dreadlord infiltrated PETA, it wouldn't even be surprising. And yeah, then they just... Yeah, one of the attitudes that has irritated me since the 90s, I think, is when I first really got introduced to this, is the idea of natural equals better. You know what I'm talking about, right? It shows up constantly in fiction in particular. Let's leave real life out of this for a second. So it shows up in fiction all the time. And in fiction, there's this whole idea. Aww. I wonder who this was. Oh, never mind. Korag, a storm rider. Ooh. It's the idea that technology is bad, and therefore we need to go back to nature, and it's dumb. It's always dumb. There is some far more natural, neutral, nuanced ways in order to express similar concepts, but in fiction it's usually just, let's get back to nature. Thing is, there are some actual... So, getting back to real life for just a second. There are some actual people and groups in real life who are like, get back to nature. And those people are dumb. Let me just say that. This is the kind of people who look at vaccines and think, "Oh my God, vaccines are bad," because they're stupid. Because they're very, very stupid. Yeah, regressives is exactly what it is. It's the idea of not just like preventing any form of forward progress, but actually trying to regress to a previous state of human existence. It's extremely easy to explain why this is nonsense. I will not even bother, because that's neither here nor there. You can make up your own opinion on that as your own, but that's the idea. And so several people at PETA have openly been very vocal about the fact that they want to go back to the old ways. They want to be regressive. And that involves a lot of violence and death, because duh, of course it does. So PETA tends to be very violent and deathy. Go figure. I hope that answers you, Mr. That's a really, really, really summarized answer, and it's from memory. They're here. I can feel it. If they wanted to abduct more workers, Rambleshire is the next logical step.
Communication in...
While we have not seen any Arathi, there's an uneasiness about the town. Character believes the order is here. He says they are simply waiting for a moment to strike.
Resuming work cycle.
I'm certain there's new order folks sneaking around here. And they might be carrying messages on them, just like the clues you found at Freywold. You and I are going to find out. Here, take these thuribles. They might look like tiny little incense burners, but I've enchanted them with the sacred flame. Just throw one down, you get a big bang and a bright flash. Enough to stun anyone sneaking around. Just don't throw one at me. Got it?
Obey the testament of Mereldar.
Alright, time to flush out some cultists. What is that? I've never seen that before. How are you doing that? Ever seen magic before? It's just my orb of sacred flame and my righteous fury I like to slam in the face of cultists. Yeah, by the way, he's a straight-up red mage. No, seriously, look at him. He's a red mage. He's got the orb in one hand and the rapier in the other. I do love that the way we catch these cultists is they're sneaking around so cautiously and we just throw a flashbang right in their faces. Which, as you might imagine, leaves them a little bit disoriented. I'm curious. Okay, that's what I thought. Also doubly funny since they're, you know, shadow worshippers, and when we're revealing them with flashbangs. Oh, found a letter. A letter? For me? Oh, no, it's not for me. Production is moving along steadily but slowly. The shipwright requires more earthen to operate the mill. The deal with our new friends is working out well. With the core way inaccessible, our friends are the only way we can transport large amounts of lumber to Hallowfall. All they ask for in return is our help destroying Mereldar. I'm sure I would have gotten lost without you. I am well acquainted with the... Yeah, I know, and I told you so when I heard one.
We are the warriors.
Alright, I admit it, this little pebble's pretty useful. He knows more about the earthen and the surface than I ever will. Anyway, did you find anything?
Take your leave.
New friends, huh? Guess I'm not the only one. He freezes when he realizes what he just said and suddenly points a finger at you. You didn't hear me say nothing, got it?
We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Hang on. Good question, Humble Magnus. Alright, let me see if I get all this. The shipwright brings an entourage up here to get lumbers for ships, but the shipwright's actually in Order of the Night, along with most of her group, so they murder the loyal Arathi, kidnap her, and then force them to run the lumber mill up here. Now we gotta deal with the Order and whoever the new friends are. Come on, let's head to the mill. We got a lot of bad guys to kill and time's wasting.
The Empire is forever.
I'm gonna scout the perimeter. I'll meet you guys up just outside the mill. Character, we should stick together. This will be very dangerous. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. I'm used to working alone. He is so foolhardy. Not really, Mr. Red. Now, Umbral Magnus asks a question I'm going to ask of the crowd. You can transport one FF14 class into WoW. Which one do you pick? Whoops. Ah! There we go. No, that's a hard one. Let me think about that.
We have strayed from favor.
Nerubians. Lots and lots of Nerubians. By Bereldar's light, do I hate Nerubians.
The
Does
Empire
it mean Belladar's?
will
No.
banish the darkness.
While I do enjoy beating the black blood out of Nerubians, we must save the prisoners first. I saw them being held by Arathi, ball and chain. Something like you should be able to just shatter them pretty quick. Just do that thing you do. Oh, and we should split up to cover more ground. Yeah, Leaf's gonna complain, but he's always complaining.
Take your leave.
The Coreway must be protected.
The Nerubians seem to be in league with the Arathi. Many of them are guarding the mill, but I am sure there are more than we can see. We cannot allow such a large enemy force to operate unimpeded this close to Rambleshire. The Nerubians attacked and destroyed large sections of Dornegal not too long ago. The Order of Night Arathi are abducting and enslaving our people. We must eliminate as many of them as we can, preferably all of them.
The Titans will return. Be ready.
I'm surprised how much you care for the Earthen. Like I said, it's part of my faith to help those in need, no matter who they are. So you are required to follow these tenets. Is it an edict for you? I'm not required to. I choose to. When I don't want to, I choose to, because I know it makes the world a little brighter. I would like to learn more about your faith, character. Yeah, honestly, I think faith as a concept would really appeal to an Earthen. Faith is actually really similar to what they already practice, but with an instrument of choice involved rather than a mandate. Now, I know what you're going to say, dogma and rhetoric and being forced to follow tenets and blah, blah, blah. Sounds like religion, but I didn't say religion, I said faith. Real faith. Something that's internal. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Most FF14 classes, their concepts are covered by WoW specs. Having said that, I would say there are 3 that I'm most tempted by. I'm going to have to narrow it down from these. First is Samurai. First of all, I love Samurai. But also the idea of a comboing builder spec just sounds kind of cool to me. Also, Samurai is cool, while we're on the subject. My second pick is Pictomancer. It's hard to really convey that one unless you've played it, but Pictomancer is just kind of awesome. It's a builder-spender class, but in a really unique way, because of how its draw paintings and then use paintings mechanism works. Someone asked if there's a true support class in FF14. No. Let's just get that out of the way. There's Bard and there's Dancer, but really, no. WoW has more of a support class than FF14 picks. Yeah, my third pick was Mechanist. Machinist? Whatever. Thing is, Mechanist isn't really special in terms of gameplay, really. It's just fun. It also is a very much... what do you call that? It's a very bursty class. We have plenty of specs like that in WoW, so that wouldn't really be anything new. It would just be cool. So the first two would be the objectively better choices. The third one's just for flavor. It's not like we don't have plenty of high-tech we could play around with in the Warcraft setting. You've heard those hints since BC, Magister. No offense. The Artificer/Tinkerer class has been bounced around. Again, to be clear about this, I'm not being facetious. Since Burning Crusade. It may someday be a thing. I'm not saying I won't. It's just, that is old rumors. What's that, Umbral? I mean, I'm still in love with the idea of a Void Paladin. That's kind of my personal pick. Although I would also love a Holy Demon Hunter. We're about to get a Void Demon Hunter, so, you know. That actually sounds really cool, Umbral. I like it. Have anyone in chat, what would be your favorite personal cosmetic change to a spec in WoW? Like the aforementioned Void Paladin, or Holy Demon Hunter, or Mechanized Druid. A Holy Shadow Priest actually sounds really cool. I know that sounds weird, but you know what I mean, you know what I mean. A Holy Monk also sounds pretty badass. Have you seen Character? I cannot find him.
What is your command?
Well done. I will lead the few I was able to rescue to safety.
The Titans carve your path.
Where is Character now? Did he go off on his own again? We've rescued the Earthen and eliminated many hostile forces, but our task is not yet complete. Shortly before you arrived, we spotted a group of Arathi traveling up this hill. One of them was identified as the Arathi Shipwright. The Shipwright is the leader here. Losing her will cripple the efforts to utilize the mill. Head up the hill and find her, before she can escape.
Faith. Order.
I will escort these Earthen to safety. Then I will search for Character before regrouping with you. Hello? Nice place. See, she's been messing with the housing feature. But, well, it seems we have more uninvited guests. You've been quite a thorn in my side, but you only delay the inevitable. The Order of the Night will have our airships. With them we will enact the Harbinger's will. Fortunately for you, you will not live to see us bring about Renelash. Take care of this refuse. Ham. Ugh, oh, it feels so good. Horde Runner? Character? Character, are you fully functional? Wait, what happened? I was tailing a bunch of cultists and then... You were captured and almost executed. You are fortunate Horde Runner arrived in time. Come, let us leave this place before more enemies arrive. An Oathbreaker Paladin. I mean, we had the Blood Knight thing going on back in BC. They never went full tilt with it, but they could. Or a Fire Paladin. Oh, a Fire Paladin. I like that. You were badly beaten during your confinement. Ugh, messed up my outfit, too. I don't like Lamplighter so much.
Do you have a query?
Character is injured. He will not be an effective fighter until he heals.
Continue speaking.
I saw the shipwright leave the cave and head down the beach. She was accompanied by a formidable-looking Nerubian. The shipwright is the mastermind. She knows precisely how the lumber is to be cut and what lumber is needed. The Nerubians know this and likely assigned one of their best to protect her. If we can eliminate her, we can bring all of their carefully laid plans to ruin.
Resuming work cycle.
The order's moving the wood through the Nerubians. Leaf said he saw the shipwright leave the cave and head down to the beach. The Nerubian tunnel must be down there. You're going to have to seal that for flame-forsaken passage. While slinking around, I noticed the order brought explosive barrels with them. Find a fuse and we'll blow the tunnel. Get going. I'll be right behind you.
We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Leaf, could you help me down the hill? My ribs are killing me. Of course, Carter. Let us move slowly. Deliberately. Arcane Monk actually sounds really cool too. While we're on the subject. Let me think about this. So hang on. Rather than pick one thing, I'm going to try and pick one thing per class. So let me think about this. So we got Warrior. Let's start with Warrior. How do we flavor up a Warrior? Sorry, when I say flavor, I mean flavor. Cosmetic. I don't mean a new spec. New spec is a totally different question. These hurt. Actually taking damage. My god. I had to fix that. Something more knightly. See, I was thinking about something holy related, but honestly, that really is just a paladin at that point. So the obvious choice is fire. Imagine just adding a whole bunch of fire effects to basically every attack a warrior does. And if you're familiar with warriors I am, you know that their animations tend to be very visceral. So, you know, as you're doing your giant smash in the face, there's a flame trail, right? It's something relatively simple like that. I still think that would work. And I still think that would work really well. So that's going to be my pick for Warrior. Fire. So, let's see. Priest, I think, is the other big one. Warrior, Priest, and Warlock are the three big ones. So, Priest. Earthy is cool, too. I like Earthy. I'm still going to stick with Fire, though. Priest. There's actually a lot of things you can do with Priest. Let me come back to that. This is fascinating. Look, that's just the basics of the Faith. I ain't no priest. Got it? Got it. Now, none of you are paying attention to the story, of course. And that's cool. I don't blame you. But you probably didn't even notice the fact that Peacekeeper Leaf there started this entire chain by saying, "What is it exactly that I've got?" when talking to Carrot the first time. And now he understands the lingo enough to actually be able to respond to it. It's a very minor little touch, and it's just a little side fun story arc, but it is still good stuff. Unlike Blade Terval, who is great stuff, obviously, in addition to good stuff. Is that an anniversary? That is an anniversary. Holy crap. Good morning, Ismaristar. Yeah, Priest, you can do so much with Priests. Hang on, so that's going towards Dragon Age 4, Pokemon Legends, ZA, and Star Ocean 2R. Thank you for 4 years of support, Blade Jamal. Very, very much appreciate, as always. So Priest, yeah, we could do anything with Priest. That's almost the problem. Priest could fit anything really quickly. You want a Fell Priest? Done. You want a Void Priest who heals? Done. You want a Holy Priest who damages? Done. You want an Arcane Priest? Done. Like, it's almost too easy. Give me a sec here.
The Emperor rewards.
Good stuff, Hardor. I should put a dent in their plans. With that tunnel gone, ain't no way for them to send the wood to Hallowfall now. Make the mill all but worthless. Order stopped, Earth and saved, Rubians killed. Good job, if you ask me. I don't know about you, I could use a vacation.
The Empire's light
It's a vacation.
will banish the darkness.
It's just nothing, really, Magistrate. Nothing changes. I just, as a thank you for continuing to support me, anytime you hit an anniversary, I multiplied the year by 10, and instead of you giving me $3, for example, I jotted down that Blade Default put $40 towards those 3 games. With the Rubian leader destroyed, their remaining forces will be in disarray. Without the shipwright's knowledge and leadership, their entire operation will be crippled. Let us hope it drives a wedge between these former friends.
We will continue speaking later.
Leaf, you said there are hot springs up here? Indeed. I can show you my city. You can stay at my home. And perhaps you can tell me how I could become a lamplighter. I too want to go forth and help people as you do. I will talk about it. I know at least one lamplighter who could use a partner. And that's actually it. One little side quest, but a nice little flavor side quest. Sure. So then there's the Flames Radiant stuff, and we're done. Any questions? There's nothing there. Like, it's okay, it exists. Okay, here's the Flames Radiance. Whoop, that's not it. Sorry, hang on. Wrong one. Okay, here's the Flames Radiance. Hey! Okay, done. That's it. That's all you get. It's actually a really good daily cycle, in my opinion. Not because it's particularly rewarding or even particularly fast, but because it's fun. And let me tell you, speaking of someone who's been doing dailies in this game for, I don't know how many years, over 10 years. However long it's been since BC. Having your dailies be fun is really helpful. Especially when they're actually weeklies. There actually are dailies for the Radiant quest, but let me give you a little pro tip. Almost all these have a daily version of their stuff. Don't. Unless you really want to know life it. Don't. Just do the weekly stuff. The weekly stuff is plenty lucrative and usually tends to be more enjoyable anyways. And it's also way more lucrative. You get a gigantic chunk of it. I do need to finish this. I just noticed I'm not actually done with Koresh. I have 2 more rep levels there. And then there's the raid. I might have to wait on the raid until next expansion, because I'm only ranked 4 in here out of 15. Yeah, the remnants. So, okay, here's the story behind it. I'll actually show it. You know what? Screw it, screw it, screw it. This is probably fastest. I remember that, and I agree, Huthor. Yeah, I also plan to give a launch negative to Koresh, whether it is currently bugged or not. For what is effectively the same reason. Wait, Inaj Kahet? Why is he there? It appears to be daytime right now, so that's nice. War Within's launch was shockingly stable. You know what else has been shockingly stable? The housing launch. I am gobsmacked at how smooth it's been. Okay, so hey, here's Flames Radiance. Hi, what's going on?
Carry your torch, you light the city.
Okay, we're done.
For the Empire.
Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers. Walk in the light. Find joy in the flame's light. We're all down here together. In hardship, kindness. Belladar shine on you.
There, done. Alright, cool. We have the taverns. You can't even see it with my frickin' beard. Seriously, you literally can't see it. That's actually funny. Oh, actually, do we have any watch-a-figs? We might.
We are the seekers of light.
We probably don't.
Star shifts seek shelter.
So, all that crap. Nope, all of them are on Zalosh. There's a bookcase?
Enjoy.
It's probably over here, then.
For now.
Is that it? No, no. I feel lied to. There's no bookcase. There's no bookcase at all. So they sell some really cool gear here, though. Cosmetic. So, like, there's your mace. There's, like, your flail, because they love their new flail tech. I actually really like the shield look. The halberd looks pretty cool, but I'm dancing around the bush because the actual best looking thing is the frickin' claymore. Look at that. There's another color variant, too. Look at that thing. Look at that. I'm sorry, that looks badass. It also has some cloaks, and the armor is pretty legit, too. I'm rather fond of it. This is the plate one, but... there we go. There's a bunch. I forget, what's that one? That one is leather. Oh yeah, we have to look at the suits. We have to look at the suits.
The sacred flame tempers not just our souls, but my steel.
Collection of Arathi scriptures. Well, I can pull that. Boop. Done. Looks like I haven't bought that mount. Do I care? I do have 100,000 radiant crystals, so I could buy it if I cared. Oh, they have a backpack, too. Well, I like the backpack, even. Ooh. This is a toy. Several toys. Another male toy. Good, because I have like 100,000 lying around as Miristar. I think I'll go and get the backpack really quick. And screw it, I'll just get them out, whatever.
The shadows find you. Call.
Yes. Grab a couple of those things. There we go. Don't mind me. Okay, so that was Flames Radiance. Hope you liked it. Now. Now.
The Cobus dare to attack our veneration grounds. Make them regret it.
Right, yeah, so Priest. Yeah, doing some kind of lunar thing for Priest is probably the best actual option there. Getting back to our cosmetic discussion. I do think you could do basically anything with that. But, yeah, no, it's just... Lunar Priests just fits so well for Warcraft, doesn't it? Lol, Spartan. Yeah, so... The Sureki, I'll actually talk about the story of the Flames Radiance for real. The Sureki are the loyalists to Ansurek, aka, let's make this very simply, they're the evil Nerubians. They're the ones who we've been fighting this entire time. Whenever we fight Nerubians, we're actually fighting Sureki. If you're paying attention, there are actually quite a few really cool Nerubians because the Nerubians are a people. As we've talked about before, every time a specific race gets their time in the limelight, we tend to see that they are more people and less, generic creeps. So this is the Nerubians' time to finally shine. They have a whole city over there, after all. So the Sureki, after we killed Ansurek, which Flames Radiance is after that, we went and it kind of, Xalatath bailed. She was done with them, so she left. Ansurek is dead. And the three that we helped take over the city have taken over the city. So the loyalists that remained are like, well, shoot, now what? And because they have no real leadership to speak of, because we sort of gutted it, and because they don't have a lot of resources to speak of, they just decide to go move the rest of the Arathi, because that's the smartest possible thing they could do. That doesn't work. That's really it. That's the story of the Flames Radiance. Okay, so since we're on an Arathi kick... Yep, I know what I'm doing. We're going to go up here. We're going to park. We're going to leave character. We're going to abandon Horde Runner and never play him again. We're going to switch over to Zerviles. Is that an Earthen going, ah? That's adorable. I like that. So, hey, look. Meanwhile, this is technically in the past. Time, Mr. Ed, I'm sorry. This is technically in the past. So, we have been called to help out. Okay, so at the very beginning, you probably don't even remember this, so a bit of a recap. At the very beginning of War Within, one of the first things that happened was that Jaina and Thrall were like, we're going to go back and kind of call in some reinforcements to deal with all this nonsense. You do what you can on your own. And then we started the quest chains. We did Khazalgar, we went down to the deeps to help the Kobolds, we found the Arathi, and we dealt with the Nerubians. Cool? While that was happening, this. Loktar. Jane and I were in the area when we heard reports of a massive Null attack on Hammerfall. We could use your aid in eliminating the Nulls here while we aid the wounded and figure out our next move.
The Highlands have seen more than enough conflict. We have to end this before it can escalate.
For what it's worth, I do like the new Null models. I forget when they started using them. They're pretty cool. I think it might have been Dragonfly. So I gotta remember how to play an Evoker. Let's see. What the? What? 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 Ah! Get off my screen! Get off my screen! Ah! Okay, we're good, we're good. I think that got toggled on against my will. So yeah, funnily enough, so okay, you pick this, and this is the new thing, right? This is the catch-up. What happened during War Within? And you end up here. The first thing it does is it turns on an option which is called Assisted something. I've already forgotten. Assisted Highlight, right there. And Assisted Highlight, it's actually down here, is exactly what it sounds like. There's also a single button assistant and a cooldown manager. We're not going to deal with that for right now. Anyways, Assisted Highlight is exactly what it sounds like. It gives you an idea of what you should click next in order to help you learn your basic rotation. So yeah, this is here for a new player who is, a returning player who may not remember how to play their class, which is funny because I just commented on that, since I happen to come out here with an evoker. To be clear, I did not do that on purpose. So we have already turned that immediately off because I do not want that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's training wheels, which actually I'm okay with, especially since it's a toggle. As I've said many, many, many times, the number of things that become much more acceptable when they become toggles is huge. Hi, Evo. Evo understands this concept. There is I'd say a pretty good chance we'll hit the Undermine today. I'd be surprised if we didn't, honestly. Unless, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see how long the Arathi stuff takes us. I might want to do something else first. We still have to do the class look at, and the viscerality look at. And we have to look at our gear. But that's kind of our wish list. Arathi, classes, and viscerality. And then gear. And honestly, gear doesn't take that long. Not really. Fresh reminder, evokers are awesome. Oh, but I haven't fixed my bar yet. Okay, so hang on. Hang on. Sorry, the bars all got screwied with the latest patch. I need something that's not even there. Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. Good question. I'm going to do delves in a bundle. I'm not in a hurry on that, because I kind of want to wait until all the delves are accessible, which means we probably won't be doing that until Koresh. The good news is that that'll almost assuredly happen over the weekend. Which means... Here we go. And there we go. Yeah, there's not a lot of new ones. Wait, no! Damn it, I didn't have a chance to fill up my bar. Yeah, we've got two new dungeons. One for Undermine, one for Koresh. 2 new raids. We'll see. I would like to show those off. If you remember, we actually couldn't show off the entire previous raid, because we just couldn't probably get a group for it. Okay, so that's there. That goes there. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Sorry. Yeah, we can try to LFR, but we may or may not have a group. Queue times may or may not be good for Undermine right now. That's the problem. Or, excuse me, the Galagio. That's such a great frickin' raid. It's not as good as Koresh, though. Oh my god, Monoforge Omega. You know how we've talked about some of the best raids in WoW's existence? Monoforge Omega is definitely in the running. I know there's a bit of recency bias there, but legitimately, Monoforge Omega is so goddamn good. It has so many wonderful, incredible boss design. Just, oh god, it's so great. I would say probably the only boss that I find to be merely great in Monoforge Omega is Nexus King Salhadar. This guy. Even this one is still a great fight. It's just, compared to the amazingness of the other fights, it's merely great. My personal favorite fight here? I think it's this guy. Hang on, let me double check if this is him. Yes, this guy. So, I'll describe this guy in simplicity. Forge Reaver Eraz is... He's technically a 3-phase fight, but he keeps hopping between phases. It's more like 2.5 phases. He has 2 major modes of attack, and then he starts his final phase. Yeah, you notice we're just ignoring Dementius for a second. Oh God, what is it, Lord Aramon? For those of you who don't remember, Eraz is the guy who starts the black hole in the second half of the fight. And the black hole is fantastic of a mechanic. I know that sounds dumb. There's several things you can do with it, but the most important part is it's the cutest, wrong word. It's the most interesting soft enrage I think I've ever seen in a WoW fight. It's really simple. It drags you into it, but it does it at an escalating rate. So, at first, it's really easy to resist. And then it's a little bit harder to resist. And then it's a whole lot harder to resist. And then you have to start using abilities to resist it. And then you're going to get sucked into the black hole and die instantly. So, it's a wonderful variant of it basically adds a wonderful layer of intensity and positioning and maneuvering to an already intense fight. It's great. I love it. And yeah, obviously Dementius is cool. Duh. I should mention I have not done the solo version of Dementius. We will be seeing it live for the first time on camera. For me. I have done it on LFR. It's a really freaking good fight in LFR. And if you understand how impressive of a statement that is, because LFR usually is so nerfed or so, like, gutted that it's just not an interesting fight. But Dementius is still a really freaking good fight in LFR, and that's saying something. Like, oh my God. Like, let's just... I know this looks like a bad thing. Let me show you something, okay? So this is the adventure guide. Great feature. We've talked it up a lot. There's usually there's a lore tidbit at the top, right? Then there's like an overview, and then there's the stuff you deal with, okay? So there's actually a decent amount going on with the Plexus Sentinel. Good fight, by the way. Lumathar is very simple. 2 sentences, we're good. Soulbinder Nazindri, that's just like 1 paragraph, okay? Eraz has a paragraph and a sentence, not too bad. The Soul Hunters have a lot going on. That's a complicated fight. Fractilius is weirdly complex for how simple it is. It's actually only got 1 gimmick to it, but it's a gimmick most players can't understand. Salhara has 3 paragraphs. Dementius has 3 large paragraphs. For those of you familiar with this game, look at that overview. That overview tells you all you need to know about how complex the Dementius fight is. If you look at his ability list, let me just show this to you. Let me make this very clear. Hang on. Because the easiest way to showcase this is just to open up all of his abilities. Now here's the funny part. You're probably thinking, oh my God, this is insane. This is impossible. There's just too much to keep track of. And I'm not going to lie to you, there is a lot going on. But you know why this fight is so freaking good? Here, just look at this. Look at this for a second. These are his abilities. Hang on, about halfway through. Okay, that's all his abilities. But here's the funny part. It's so well designed, the fight is actually really simple. No, I'm dead serious. This is why I say it's such a well-designed fight. Why it might be objectively the best fight in WoW history is because once you actually sit down and figure out how the fight works, it's like, oh. For example, the first phase is actually really simple. All you have to do is stack up for certain things, and then get right to the edge of other things. That's it. That's the first phase. There are a couple of other asterisks there. For example, you don't want to be in melee range of him, and he'll do like a yank thing, which you need to be prepared for. But other than that, that's it. The second phase involves flying around, which is awesome, by the way, and dodging like space. It's fantastic. I shouldn't give away too much. I'm sorry, I'm giving away too much. Point being, each of the phases, really, you only have to see it once to be like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do, and it just kind of clicks. That's what I mean when I say it's so well designed. They have put together an extremely complex machine to make something that the player can intuit. And that is a lot harder to do than it sounds. That is rare in game design. I will put this towards Hi-Fi Rush, Dusk, and FTL. Yeah, the final phase has another soft enrage. Thank you, Bragan, as always. When I say so soft enrage, on the off chance you never heard me talk about that, a hard enrage is you hit a time limit and then you die. That you know what that is. You've seen a timer fight before. A soft enrage is something about the fight gets increasingly harder, and it's designed to be the point where effectively it will be impossible, but it's a soft enrage. So where the impossible line is depends on you. It depends on your gear, it depends on your skill level, it depends on some luck in some cases. In the final phase of the fight, he has a mechanic. I was just saying, the final phase of the mechanic, your ability to deal with what he's doing goes away. Like literally the terrain goes away and you lose the ability to deal with it bit by bit. Now, as Huthor points out, it is also a hard enrage because eventually you will lose all of the terrain. And once all of the terrain's gone, you're dead. But until then, he's just kind of soft enraging and making it harder and harder and harder to deal with him. Anyways, I should probably get back to the actual quest I'm doing. Forgiveness.
Well met.
So, we have oh, that's actually an upgrade. Holy crap, I will take that.
For Azeroth.
Goshek Farm. Is he just giving me bags? Holy crap. Goshek Farm. He's giving me 4 bags. It's nearby and reportedly under attack. We need to move quickly before anyone's hurt.
Together. This is starting to look like a coordinated assault. Let's move.
Here's what your mount is. Oh my god. Wow, this is like a here's how you play the game again. This is like a second tutorial. Yeah, what was going on with the modulation on Thrall's voice there? Speaking of great music.
Raiding farms. The ogres and kobolds must be gathering supplies for a larger strike.
There are a lot of players here. My god.
Loktar.
Never thought I'd get this much help. Please, you have to stop them. Here, have 4 bags. Do I even need these? I'm actually not sure. Whatever. The kobolds and ogres appeared out of nowhere and kicked us out of our farm. Thought this was some alliance plot until you all showed up. Maybe the alliance is here to help us after all. You have to help me get my precious pumpkin bags. I've spent my entire harvest cultivating them. You lead the way. I'll grab the pumpkins.
May your blades never dull.
I will do what I can.
The farmer mentioned an ogre here named Runk who was leading this group. These creatures won't leave the place as long as that ogre's commanding them.
We all have our ghosts.
Thromka. For Azeroth.
The kobolds and ogres seem to be carrying some sort of plan for their attack. I don't think they're particularly well written, so I'll need several of them to figure out what the ogres are planning.
Together, we are strong.
Damn right we are. There are a lot of players here. Wow. To be clear, I like this. This is story relevant, if this is what I think it is. And it's a nice way to be like, hey, you haven't played the game in a while. It's also optional. And I know I've said this just a few minutes ago, but options be good, yo. Ogre plans are at best barely readable. These aren't ogre plans at their best. So if I click that, I will view options where I could go next. I can rerun the catch-up experience at any time from the adventure guide. And this just warps me to Dornegal, apparently. And yeah, I can also quit on the fly. I don't have to finish the entire thing. So this is the entire War Within review because, duh, essentially. I'm not reviewing patch content and launch content as two separate games. That's way too much paperwork. No. I know you like burying me in paperwork. No. God, I forgot how much fun Evoker can be. I don't play my Evoker much because I'm usually busy on everyone else. Speaking of which, I was recently doing the Rogue Order Hall quest in Lemix, and let me just say, Subtlety Rogue is just so good. It's the only spec that's good, but man, it's good. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Point being, but yes, for those of you not aware, the guessing game for this is for all of War Within, in case you haven't already done that. I mentioned that on the document, too. Look at the dude. Oh my god, look at the dude. That's Evo, Evo, Evo. Evo! Evo! Where are you, Evo? I need you to gush with me. Look at them. Yeah, let me try to... I'm going to try and get, like, both sides of this barn in the same shot. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it, Evo! Oh my god. Oh, there's the target! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! No, he's gonna die! Okay. Dude, Huthor? So you know that add-on you pointed me at? Have you looked at the Professions tab lately? There's like, what, 150, 200 decor to make there? Now here's the funny part. I have every profession. But the funnier part is, I haven't raised any of them since BFA. So... I've got like a leg up. Yeah, there's no need, right? What's the point? What's really funny, though? What's really funny, and I mean this, I have said for years that the way to make professions relevant is to make them cosmetic. And I've meant that. I've meant that with dead sincerity for years. I've always said that crafting to make relevant gear is just something that doesn't quite work out for the most part. And it never has. In any MMO, it's worth noting. Crafting to make relevant gear has only ever been a stopgap for a quote-unquote real gear. And that's fine as a stopgap. But the problem is that means that professions have a very niche fit. Hang on. It's homebound. 2 words. Looks like this. Highly recommend it, by the way, to anybody interested in decor stuff. Yeah, crafting is like best for leveling. And so when I say filler gear, I mean, like, let's say you're a fresh 80 and you want to get started on getting geared. Going and getting a suit of crafted armor is not exactly a bad option. Or at least it wasn't. The problem is, as of modern WoW, in Dragonflight and War Within, quests give you gear that is an item level relative to your level. Which means, nowadays, you can get a full suit of gear just questing at 80. Right? So now it's like, okay, so what's the point of crafting? Now, pause, asterisk. There is actually some other benefits to crafting in modern WoW, not the least of which being min-maxing. This is something I did back at launch, if you remember, because I actually did The first delve super boss when it was hard. And I'm proud of that, having accomplished that. But part of how I did that was I actually min-maxed, which meant getting the best gems and getting best the enchants and blah blah. And that was crafting. So okay, cool. That's a use for crafting. But if you're paying attention, that's still niche. It still doesn't quite it's not as useful as it could be considering it's an entire mechanic of the game. So my overall point has never changed, even though they have improved crafting over the years, and they have, to be very clear. They've never really fixed the core problem with crafting, which was that it's mostly just a little side thing you do for specific site-specific things, and that's it. Adding decor, adding cosmetic-y stuff to it, that's awesome. It's not like it's new concept, right? I mean, I had the engineering mount all the way back in BC, for God's sakes. But adding an entire category of stuff you can craft, this is a good idea right here. Because you notice there's quite a few per profession, too. So, like, there's your two classic blacksmithing things. I really want that, the bolted iron forge thing. And, you know, here's Northrend, here's Pandaria, here's Kultiran, here's Khazalgar. Making a bunch of decor items per crafting thing, per expansion, was a great move. I almost guarantee you they're going to expand on this. Because if you notice, there's only really like 2 or 3 per crafting per expansion, right? Which makes sense. After all, and I need to keep reminding people about this because of how bonkers good housing is right now. We're still in the beta. Most of housing's features don't actually exist yet.
What would you ask the Daughter of the Sea?
This should help disperse the creatures without a leader. They'll flee when the Alliance and the Horde reinforcements show up. Ooh, an actual upgrade. We'll take that. Oh, I get both! I just get both! Right, because this is a catch-up mechanic.
The Alliance will endure.
You know what? I like that. This is just a straight-up catch-up mechanic. And I like that. Hi, random. Which boss? Wait! Is it the wall? Is it the demon wall? Okay, looks like I already have 24 slaughters. Damn. Oh, well. Well, if it's not the demon wall, I give up. Whoops. I hit the wrong thing. I hit the wrong thing. No! Oh, the CPU. Yeah, that's probably the worst boss in the game. I don't mean hardest. I mean worst. And the armor doesn't look too bad either.
Loktar.
The orcs on this farm were trying to live a simple life. We must help them get it back.
Let honor.
That's quite a lot of pumpkins. I think our farmer friend should take them back to Hammerfall. Horde reinforcement should be the meta. And yeah, and we just get both rings. That is so cool. I'm sorry. I like this. Holy crap. No, this is... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm explaining this badly.
Azeroth.
Let me explain why this is good from a very personal and detached perspective, okay? You ready for me? You ready with me? I want you to imagine that it's Cataclysm. You've just finished leveling your first dude. You're doing some raids, and that's cool. And, well, you're kind of done with your main for right now. But you want to keep playing, and there's a few zones you didn't really do. So you want to switch to another character. Switch to another character. But you're having issues with some of the things, and it's just... you don't feel like going through all the same hoops to get all geared up and ready to go again. Or maybe you're doing a thing and you want to do a specific quest chain at the end of the game. Or maybe you want someone else for your rating. Or maybe you just feel like playing a different class. And you don't feel like going through the treadmill. Now, catch-up mechanics have existed since BC, I think, technically. But really since Pandaria, which really started delving into the concept. But they've varied in quality over the years. This is really good. This one right here. Here's a little quest chain you could just do, and just be like, boom, and get you up to gear to be at 80 ready to go. Or whatever level you happen to be at. The scaling and the dynamic nature of it are fantastic.
From Ka, let honor guide your path.
Did you recover the plans? They should be on most of the foes within the farm. Yeah, combined with a quick and dirty refresher on how to play the game, because it's been a few months and you might not remember. Also, and as a reminder, that quick and dirty tutorial is optional. Just as I thought. I can barely read any of this.
Let honor guide your path.
Let's equip all of that. I'm just going to equip everything. This is all going to be better than what I got. I'm double checking myself on that. Yeah. Yeah, it could have been years since you last played. This, by the way, I mean no offense to FF14. This is what FF14 has been screwing up. I guess I do mean offense to FF14. FF14, fix your crap, yo. No, I'm dead serious. Hear me out for a second. Hear me out, okay? This is actually Square's fault, because Square has never really supported FF14, ever. And the fact that they do not allow them to do stuff like this is frustrating. Oh, they'll let them occasionally revamp a certain quest chain, or maybe they can fix a dungeon to not suck, or maybe they allow them to do a class overhaul to make 2 of the classes actually decent at low levels, but that's it. FF14 needs something like this. Something to help new players play the game, and something to... That's a good question, Dakota. And something to help returning players get back into the game. I'm sorry to keep repeating this, because I've said this for actual decades. The lifeblood of an MMO is a returning, is a recurring influx of players. If you do not have new players coming in, your MMO dies. Period. That's just basic math. It's one of the reasons why even the oldest MMOs that are still going have been very, very, very slowly trickling out, because they just aren't bringing in new players. WoW, and I will give WoW credit for this, has been doing a lot in the most recent years to really try and help new players get in and new players come back. And the thing we're doing right now is just another example of that. FF14 needs something like this, right? FF14 needs something that's like, hey, you haven't played in a few months? Remember, FF14 has slow content updates and encourages people to unsub and then come back when they're ready to play it some more. By the design of the game, most players are returning players, excuse me. There's just not a lot to do to keep you logging in every day in FF14 by design, which is fine. So you need to have something to really get those players back into the groove. And again, I put the blame for that solely on Square, who, as Maverick just points out, just sit there and gobble up money. I've actually looked at Square's books. That's not even an exaggeration, just to be really clear about that. That's not a joke. That's not like some kind of meme. What happens is Square will make tons of money from FF14 and then go burn it into a pit, metaphorically. Also true. Also true. We talked about that. We talked about players being a part of NPC set dressing, right? If you walk into a dead MMO, there's a unique feeling to that. I know a lot of us are antisocial and don't want to interact with other players, and that's fine. But even amongst that group of players, it still feels wrong when you go into a city and there's no one there, right? It's a unique feeling in an MMO where there's just this giant dead space, right? Yeah, exactly. You see this big empty nothing, and it's like, yeah, exactly, Esmeralda Star. Yeah, the dead ball. Jesus Christ. And so yeah, seeing this thing as this spot right here is a perfect example. You've been seeing players come in and go out, and come in and go out. There's people. Even if you never interact with a single one of those other players, there's a bit in the back of your mind that's saying, oh, it's okay, right? It doesn't hit that, yeah, exactly, Zayman. It doesn't hit that that uncanny valley, right? Of the devoid Disneyland, right? Instead, it's just, oh, there's people here, and just in the back of your mind, you just kind of relax because it's fine. This is fine. Nothing's wrong. Yeah, I was actually going to use Lotro as an example. You don't know this, Mr. Ed, but a few years ago, before I think you even started the game, but many years ago, I went back to Lotro to poke at it for a bit and to see what was going on with my Guardian. And let me tell you, it was weird because I saw exactly 2 other players my entire time running around. That included going through Bree, by the way. And that was just, I mean, it's normal. I was expecting it. It is normal for old MMOs to turn into that kind of dead space. But it was still weird. Sorry, continuing.
The true battle lies ahead.
The plans you found... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. No. I'm not done. I'm never going to shut up. You know the other reason this is brilliant? They picked Arathi for this. Now, obviously, they picked Arathi because this is story relevant. But if we're being honest, they could have set this anywhere. With a little bit of writing and a little bit of rejiggering, they could have used any zone to do. But they chose Arathi. Why? Look and listen. A disproportionate number of players will pay most attention to how a game sounds and how a game looks. And Arathi is kind of your default looking zone, isn't it? It isn't. That's the funny thing. Arathi's a level 30 zone. Or at least it used to be. But it's your... This place is going to be... But, and movement. It's also true. Yeah, exactly, Kenix Cow. We've got the Horde, we've got the Alliance, we've got creeps, we've got green hills, we've got forests, we've got nice big lush mountains in the distance, and this fantastic BFA soundtrack. Boom. So, new and recurring players have some place nice to look at while having something nice to listen to while running around and figuring out the story and the gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Arathi would be your tutorial mission. This is how... The mission we're doing right now is the first mission of the RTS campaign that War Within would be, if it was an RTS.
A long road lies before us.
The plans you found indicate the ogres are trying to get food to supply a massive Tikon Stromgard keep. Or they're trying to use the crops to keep guarding an object named a storm. The translation was loose. It's safer to assume the problem is the former. Let's go.
The plans you recovered suggest that Stromgard is their next target. We must make haste.
Why are you two walking? I'm a dragon! It really does. I've actually pointed this out before during the run. So I've pointed this out this year. If you really zoom the camera out and look at the design of several of the vanilla zones, this is also true in BC, they are designed like RTS maps. Like, really take in... let me get a little more height here. When you really look at Arathi from up here, let me level out a bit. Look at it. There's the Horde stop over there. There's the Alliance stop down there. There's actually the other Horde base right there, technically, if you want to get... So there's a gold mine right there, right underneath me. And there's another mine over there, right by the Horde base. Big old wall. Nice big thing to keep people from leaving the map over there. Got a mage tower for little side quests right here, you know. I didn't even mention Argarok Magister. I have no idea what you're talking about. But check it out. Here's the mine. It's locked off right now, but still. I mean, that makes sense. The Horde are still there, though. As we just saw, they're over at Hammerfall. And yeah, and there's the Alliance town, just hanging out. A little more defended. But, you know, looks like they've got some infrastructure still going on. Lots of forests strategically placed so you can gather lumber. In fact, one of the primary lumber areas is over there, which is an area filled with creeps. Trolls, specifically. And yeah, we've also got lots of low-level threats. So we got trolls over here, we got ogres over here. There's an ogre mound right here. And there's some elemental stuff. I actually don't know if they're in this version of the map, but it's like these little elemental stones tend to have elementals on them. And of course, there's the stones that What's-Her-Face used to be at up here. Little farmsteads, you know. It's an RTS map. None of this is a complaint. Yeah, I will constantly spit venom at a classic WoW. Vanilla WoW, excuse me, until the day I die. But it did do escalating threat quite well. That's one of the reasons Murlocs are so memorable. Now that's an interesting design choice. So, I don't know if you caught that. You have to fly to get up here. You have to. You cannot reach this building without being a demon hunter or an evoker and pulling some shenanigans. In fact, I'm not even sure I could pull some shenanigans on an evoker. Yeah, okay, I could. Barely. But you get my point, right? In other words, this is just kind of a natural tutorial. If you've been using ground mounts until now, you really should be flying. Next quest objective is up on the ramparts, because you need to be flying.
The time for dreaming is over.
So it's bad, but nothing we can't handle.
I know what must be done.
I'm sorry, what is this
A
quest?
single spark can set the world aflame.
Is this a tutorial? Zerval, glad to see you. The defenders in the fortress could use your help. One of the gnomes built a robot to help defend the keep. However, it goes haywire every time it turns on. She needs the help of someone who can properly interrupt its attack so it can be repaired. Do you have a moment? Yeah, sure. Let me go fight 11.2.7.
Safe travels.
I should have an interrupt button. Yeah, I do. This is an interrupt tutorial. I am unreasonably happy about that. Speaking as a longtime raider, one of my biggest complaints about raiders is that they don't know what the interrupt button is, along with not knowing what the dispel button is. It's there, game. It's there. It's cool. It's cool. What's funny is that also applies to FF14. So, shielded bars cannot be interrupted. It's literally using interruptible shot and uninterrupted shot. Did you notice, by the way, it's uninterrupted shot? Oh, that's brilliant! Okay, I'm sorry. I know I just raced through that. That's really well designed. I'm just... Where's my pluses? Where's my pluses? Okay, let's explain what it just did correctly there. First of all, interrupts are on... Okay, fine. Here, hang on a second. Hey, look, I added it to my bar. Here, shut up, Blizzard. So, what are the kids doing here? Hey, kids, no, come back. I won't eat you. I'm just a dragon. Wait, never mind. Interrupt has a pretty big cooldown on most classes. It actually varies from class to class, but it still has a pretty big cooldown, and that would just be really boring, right? So what it does is every time it hits the uninterruptible attack, it resets the cooldown of your interrupt. In other words, it just kind of lets you interrupt when you need to interrupt, just to learn the functionality of it. This is on top of the fact that it specifically switches back and forth between an attack you can interrupt and an attack you can't. So you get a feel for the difference of the two, and you could tell visually which one is one you can interrupt, which one is one you can't. But hang on, there's one last thing it did, which you might not have noticed, which is as you're doing those as you're doing those interrupts, they get quicker. The first cast time was really slow. You had like 3 seconds to interrupt it. Tons of time. The second cast was closer to 2 seconds. The final cast looked like it was a little bit under 1 second, forcing the player to prove, in your typical rule of threes, that they could do the same thing as that task is getting harder. That's brilliant. Now we need a Dispel, an Esuna tutorial.
We cannot let the world fall to darkness.
These catapults are relentless. They must be destroyed. I place these runestones at the base. It'll unleash arcane magic to turn into dust. I'll take out a few as well, as I make my way across the battlefield.
Control your power, or it will control you.
I love her ice spell there, by the way.
Thrall and I will locate their leader. Meet up with us once you've disrupted their forces.
Of course she has that mount. I have that mount too, Jaina. Which I got from beating your ass. We must do everything possible to stop the siege on Stromgarde. Make your way into the battle and weaken the ogre forces. Stromgarde should be able to rally if they gain the upper hand.
For Azeroth.
So yes, the ogres are attacking, which is why their catapults look like this. They're just... They're so wonderfully crude. Oh my god, that's terrifying. So yeah, gnolls, ogres, trolls. I think we really have a mongrel horde going on here. Kobolds too, by the way. Make Stromgarde Kendall Kingdom. Poor little kobolds. You know, I hear there's this place underground, which is great. You should head there. It's on an island. I'll get you out there. I've got a ship, I'm sure, at this point. Do we have a ship? We should have a ship. We have a house. We can get a ship, right? That's true, Azura. I just realized I need to start holding on to all my crafting mats. I've been dumping them for years at this point. Just to make a little bit of extra gold. I have a lot of crafting to do in the near future. Yeah, so for those of you not aware, I meant to comment on this earlier. I know, right, Uthor? Blizzard did something very not Blizzard, if I'm being honest. They saw players having fun and they said, okay. There was an honest-to-God bug in the housing team, in the housing system, excuse me, where you could rotate houses on the Z-axis to make them float in the air. Now, that was a bug, to be clear, but they saw what players were doing that when they said, okay. Bug retained. It probably helps that the housing team is, from my understanding, a totally separate team from everything else. And that always allows a greater amount of flexibility when it comes to a development staff. If it doesn't have to go down the entire chain and hit the executives to make a decision, they can just be like, yeah, here you go. Agreed, Xavion. If I can use another example that off the top of my head, Satisfactory is a game, I think that's Coffee Stain Studios, has been really good about seeing bugs or glitches or weird fun things that players come up with and being like, okay, and just working with it. In fact, that actually, I remember this is a big deal in Satisfactory. So, yeah, I was about to say hypertube cannons, but actually it's much more complicated than that. If you're, for those of you not familiar with the whole story, there was a way to bug, and it was a bug, the physics of the hypertube cannons in order to make them into launchers and use them to launch across the map. Now, that's cool and fun, but it was a bug. And then they did a major update. This is 2 years ago? A year ago? I'm not sure of the timeline. Where they updated to a slightly different engine, which changed how the physics worked, which meant that bug didn't exist anymore. They then went out of their way to re-add that bug to the game manually to force the physics to work in that way so hypertube cannons will work again. Because again, by that point, it was a feature. My god, Jaina.
Well met.
Yeah, it's weird, Lord Herma. Siege is at an end. We've got their leader cornered.
Together.
And let me
we
equip all my
are
new gear.
strong.
It's really helping my item level, I'll tell you what.
The way forward will not be easy.
With the battle catapults gone, the soldiers of Stromgarde should be able to regain the upper. Yes, yes.
I will never forget.
Loktar.
The head of the siege is still cowering with the former horde encampment. He managed to hide from Jaina's spell behind several of his cohorts. You can have the honors of confronting him. Jaina and I remain here to ensure any remnants of the siege do not return. Go end this.
For Azeroth.
Jaina? Do we need to have a chat? Not over yet. Me can get out. Start new attack. Me still win. Destroy it all in Arathi. Arathi never be ours.
Well met.
Siege is over. Arathi Highlands will hopefully return to a somewhat more peaceful state now.
Together, we are strong.
We're not always so lucky that a plan such as this ended so swiftly and without a surprise portal or two. That being said, more dangers lurk throughout Azeroth. I know you can be of help to some. Let's return to Hammerfall, see how they're recovering.
Let honor. I will return to Hammerfall to help with the repairs.
What is with that
We'll
mic?
do the same for Stromgarde. We could all use a moment of respite.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
Oh man, I love Lucky Dudes. You kidding me? Oh yeah, by the way, this is your PSA. If you care at all about housing crafting, remember to get a reagent bag. Yeah, I mean, Thrall's like 40-something at this point. He's not that old, but then again, Metzen... God, Metzen is older than Thrall. Never mind.
Thromkar.
Hammerfall will recover in time and become stronger than it was before.
For Azeroth.
Is this it? Are we done?
Let honor guide your path. Together, we are
No,
strong.
turn that off. And then it's going to warp us here. So yeah, that was simple and short, but good. I liked that. That was short and sweet and really, really well designed for what it was. Look, I'm just saying. I'd tap that. All right. Yeah, with an interrupt tutorial. It actually had an honest-to-God interrupt tutorial. My God. Yeah, pluses. Holy crap. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch back to the other Arathi quest, speaking of. So some time has passed, now we're back in the present. Also, hi, Giga. Yeah, by the way, I have done this quest chain, Huthor. It's probably my 4th favorite quest chain in War Within that isn't in Undermine. People are high.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
So there's Daneth Trollbane. You might not recognize him. He's from Warcraft 2.
At ease, champion.
The Arathi Highlands have always been a hotbed of tensions. Let's just hope it's not as bad as these report makes it. We're all frustrated, Daneth. You don't have to keep saying it.
Farewell. Rest when you can.
We are here to win this war.
The Mag'har left Draenor to escape war and persecution. We only want peace. If the humans continue to test us, our patience will eventually run out. We will not start a conflict, but rest assured, we will finish it.
The Mag'har will claim victory.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
Both Gaora and Daneth have received word of unrest in the Arathi Highlands. Civil unrest in Stromgarde, raids on Mag'har and Stromic outposts. Daneth and Gaora are returning to their homes, Stromgarde and Hammerfall, to diffuse tensions. I asked to accompany them. I have long wanted to reconnect myself and my people to the Arathi. I also want to learn more about the Horde. Gaora was willing, but Daneth took some convincing, though I may have implied you were joining me. Also, you remember when we had to ban someone for them implying that having fair in here was woke? Sorry, random memory.
My faith kindles my hope.
We must investigate before we have another war on our hands. Champion, Lamplighter.
Ready and right behind you, Danath. Thank you for accompanying us, champion.
Of course. Oop. Yeah, wow. Wow, was woke. Oh, God. By the way, well, hang on. I think they have dialogue. Maybe. So, hey, back in Arathi. This is why I call these the Arathi quests. So, real quick. This, I swear I'm sharing this for a reason. So, some idiot left a scathing review of a pretty good game recently. I know, water's wet. But hang on a second. This is so good. Okay. Hang on, I gotta find it. So it's a game called Little Rocket Lab, okay? Now, Little Rocket Lab's actually been on my radar for a while. In fact, it's on my short list of games that I want to try out when I start putting dealer's choice towards games just for myself. So this is already a game I was aware of and interested in. It basically picture like Stardew Valley mixed with Factorio. Simple one-sentence review. Anyways, so I wanted to try it out, see if it's actually any good. And there's this review that came out for it. I'd read the whole thing. It's a page long, so forgive me for not reading the whole thing. But it boils down to one simple problem. 2 problems, excuse me. The game includes transgender people and Muslims. No, that's it. So, person gave a negative review because of the fact that the game includes those things. There's this wonderful line. I want to read this one line. Let me tell you about a reality you might not like. People play games for escapism. As in, I don't want to have to acknowledge that these people even exist in my games, because I want to escape the horrible reality of this. And yeah, exactly, Huthor. I want to escape Muslims. There's also a wonderful line. Pax shredded this. I want to avoid real-life problematic situations, such as religions that have been proven to be harmful to others. Also known as every religion in the goddamn world. But for real, that's your big complaint. Now, you're probably thinking, Lord, why are you doing this? Nobody cares. Here's the reason I'm sharing this. This has boosted sales of this game so much. I'm dead serious. I decided to look into it. And yeah, there's this has served as getting more people attention on the game, it's a Steam review, Mr. Red, which has gotten more people aware of the game, which has gotten more people interested in it, which has boosted sales. By the way, once again, that's called Little Rocket Lab, if you're interested. I have not played it. I cannot vouch for it. It's on my to-try list. But it looks like a mix of Stardew Valley and Factorio. If that sounds interesting, it's on sale right now. Back to the Arathi.
Pity that a family squabble could make me loath to return here.
Family squabble. Marin's lucky she's your niece. I would have killed her for what she did.
I am here as a representative of the people of Hallowfall.
Farron is not hearing the conversation between Gayara and Danath. Instead, her eyes are locked on the great ruin in the distance, that wall right there, with a small smile creeping across her face.
May the darkness... Is that...
Thoradin's wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
Stories are just stories, Farron. And that wall is just a wall.
I know Arathi history is embellished, Danath. But are you not proud of your heritage?
Yes. But pride in our legends foments stomach superiority.
Thank you.
Reasons to strike at our neighbors.
Wonderful shot, by the way.
I understand. Among my people, some still distrust outsiders. I had thought your people...
Going to Kaz Olgar was unpopular in Stromgarde. But the Sons of Lothar promote tolerance and mercy.
Okay, so first of all, everything about that cutscene was amazing. Can we just dissect that really quick? First of all, good animation. Duh. Water's wet. Second of all, framing. The fact that they bothered to show the freaking former Orcish stronghold while he was talking about how having too much nationalistic pride foments superiority and an excuse to strike at neighbors. Great little thing. Second of all, you can tell how that's the beginning of a conversation. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but what I mean by that is he didn't have the time to really explain what he meant. Stories are just stories, and a wall is just a wall. That says a lot, actually. And it is easy. It is easy to get caught up in fervor. That's true in real life. It's true because we are all tiny, insignificant nobodies, and to some extent or another, we all understand that. And so we all like to be part of something. The reasons why we like to be part of something, the specific thing we want to be part of varies, but we all want to be part of something. Part of a community, part of a group, part of a nation, part of a religion, part of a team, part of a side, part of a race. Doesn't matter. And so there's a desire, like a intoxicating almost fervor that can be built up to consider yourself a strong guard, right? Stromgardian. And you notice, I'm keeping this fully fictional. Trying to avoid some of the more dire real-life applications of this process. But it's still true. It's still a very human conceit. And so what he's trying to do is trying to counsel her to not go down that particular path. Something someone who is so faithful as she is would have a very easy time walking down those steps. But then we get interrupted, and that's brilliant. We hear about the bandits, and before Faerun or Daneth can even react, we are already running down the hill, followed immediately by Gaara. That's fantastic. Can I just say that? It's so appropriate that we're the first ones down the hill, and Gaara is right behind us. When we get down here...
Horde savages too? Stay back! Easy, Walker. We're here to help. Tell us what happened.
When we get down here, we see Gaara has taken out the one bandit right there. Faerun is kneeling with the child. Daneth is talking to the farmer. All three of these kind of convey a little bit of personality quickly and efficiently. Gaara was the one who dealt with the threat. Faerun is the one counseling the innocent. Daneth is the one who is playing politician. Boom, boom, boom. The cow's just hanging out. That's the Highlands Cow of the Year. Thank you very much. And yeah, Daneth... Yes. You like just... People were... This is what I said. People were like, oh, this quest chain sucks. I'm sorry. Are you not paying attention to the density and depth of these moments? Because holy schmoly. Yeah, so Stronghold. I actually have played Stronghold. Exploit the crap out of it. Because the AI will. Also, fire is your friend and greatest enemy. Yeah, no, you're right. These are the Maghar orcs, as in the original orcs, and these are the humans from Arathi, which are the original humans. Don't tell me that's not on purpose. Give me one. I need to type. Give me a sec. Lord type. Lord type. I know, Lord Haramon. Isn't it great? Sorry, that sounds like an asshole thing. No, I mean that. It is so wonderfully unrealistic. It's one of the reasons I like this setting so much. People tend to get better in this setting. If they don't, they tend to die. Yeah, sorry, there was a short story that this is actually a follow-through of. So there were some Stromic supremacists, ultranationalists, who were pissed that... Yeah, it's called Heartlands if you want to go read it yourself. It's a good thing. It's a comic, I think. Oh, God. I'm doubting myself. Anyway, it's good. I recommend it. No, the comic was the other thing, wasn't it? Or was it? Oh, no. Oh, no! Hang on. What comic am I thinking of? I swear there was a comic. Yes, I'm thinking of the Christmas one. I am getting those two confused. Because Daneth was in the Christmas one. That's why I was getting that confused. In fact, if you go look it up, it's literally a shot of Daneth along with Terrellian and Illyria. Sorry, crossing my wires. Forgiveness. So, Heartlands is the short story, Forgiveness. I do absolutely recommend it. So to read what Huthor just said out loud, there were some Stromgard ultranationalists who were pissed that the Alliance, which I remind you barely exists as a polity at this point, allowed anything of the Horde, in this case the Mag'har orcs, to live in their corner of Arathi. Danath then left to go to Khazal-Gar at the beginning of the events of War Within, so they decided to jump on that as an example of him not caring, used that to stir up some of the locals, and started causing some trouble. That trouble was dealt with. She was imprisoned. Now we're here. Okay, super summary. Yeah, go ahead, Uther. Yeah, the audiobook. I haven't actually read the audiobook. Read? Listened to? Pursued? Oh, that's so cool, Uther. That's legit. That makes me smile. Eitrig's always been legit, so that's double legit right there. Eitrig is unironically one of my favorite orcs. The only reason he's not my favorite orc is because Varrock exists. Also Gul'dan. Alternate Gul'dan, specifically. For an extremely different reason, but still true. Who wrote Blood Ties? Ah, well then I will not be reading that. How do you spell her stupid name? Gayara. Yeah, it's literally Classic Battle E, which is the dumbest possible name for a song. But damned, it's unironically one of my favorite songs in the entire game. It got a song positive for perspective. Pact Within might see another song positive in the future. Or 2. Or 3. I mean, Takoida already answered you, Drakaxia. So did I, for that matter. Okay, forgiveness.
Hail, soldier.
I've been sent word of bandits roaming the highlands, but I didn't know it was this bad. It's just, well, we happened into this attack. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we might as well start here. Though I do wish Pharaoh was not here to see this.
Excuse me if I talked out of turn. I am an old man with old ways.
Yeah, that was a major theme of Dragonfly right there.
It wasn't always like this.
We've been attacked before, but this time, this was different. They didn't want livestock or grain or money. They just took torches and some barrels of tar we used to fix our roofs. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I can guess. They're going to burn something down. You need to stop them before they do other homestead some harm.
It'll be all right, I hope.
Will I be strong like you one day?
Yes. I am an earthen. You too will someday be made of stone. Where's my mama? My papa? Ellie? She looks around with tears in her eyes. I was following Mr. Gresham and Clarabelle when we saw the bandits. He grabbed me up and we ran here. I don't know where Mama and Papa are. Can you get them for us? Okay.
Next time bring me
really, really minor detail. Oh, sorry.
Why us? What do they want?
Really minor detail, which I like.
Hello there.
The kid, this is not his child. This is just a child that lives at this homestead. Now, naturally, that doesn't matter. And that's it. That's why it's such a little detail. Of course, a grown man is going to pick up a child when people start attacking and rush her to safety. Duh. That's it. That's all I wanted to comment on. Now, I just realized I need to do something really quick, so I'm going to go do something really quick. We're going to teleport here. Oh, actually, I've got all kinds of new Hearthstones now, don't I? Let's see. What's a good Hearthstone for him? Got a bunch of new ones. We could do... Where is it? Because I got a Hearthstone I'm really happy about, and I want to show it off, but I can't remember the frickin' name of it. There it is. Okay, here we go. We're gonna Hearth. You ready for this? Okay, there's the bomb. Okay. Check the fuse. Oh no! It was the wrong fuse! No! Yeah! And we're dead. It's a drop off of one of the raid bosses in the Galagio. I'm really happy to pick it up, because if you remember, I still don't have the one from Dragonflight, because someone takes it every single time I do that raid. God damn it. I'm never going to get that stupid Hearthstone in Dragonflight. Ah! Yeah, it'll be next expansion. I'll get it.
There is much to discover. How fare you?
Yeah. Okay. So.
In unity, find strength.
I seriously have nothing I can upgrade here. Just. Yeah. No. Here. I need to burn some of these really quick. There we go. Boop. There we go.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Farewell. We have slept long enough.
My heart's no! God damn it! Back to Arathi.
Work cycle interrupted.
Oh, thank God. I get why Valor Stones existed, but honestly, they were so irrelevant. And crests were always the real resource, right? Like, okay, we've actually talked about this when it comes to RTS design. There's such a thing as your trash resource and your bottleneck resource. This actually also came up in Age of Empires 1. Gold was a bottleneck resource in Age of Empires 1. And you just would get flooded with other resources. But if you're doing anything even remotely correctly, you just have tons and tons of food and wood. But you have low stone and you have low gold. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is, in WoW's case in particular, Valor Stones were not very well designed. As Huthor says, you either always had way too many. I was literally capped just now, if you didn't catch that. Or you never had enough. It wasn't actually serving the purpose of being a resource. Whereas the crests were pretty well designed. You would get a nice trickle of those in slow upgrades, and you could downgrade or upgrade them as you needed in order to use them on your gear. There were good mechanisms to make the crests a good resource. So yeah, the Valor Stones were redundant. They serve no additional purpose from being there. So I'm glad that they're going away. That's another good example, Lord Heremont. The Defias Bandit was carrying a badge with an unfamiliar emblem. The emblem looks like a rising sun with long rays emanating from it, and the sun and rays are colored red. Perhaps Daneth can identify it. Yeah, by the way, Defias. Now, if you're remembering, this is after the human heritage quest, so this is like either the dregs of the dregs or completely new assholes running under, an old flag. Or both. These are not mutually exclusive options. Because let's be honest, the Defias as a functional organization has been around since Kata. Personally, I think this is another one of those situations like we had with the Scarlet Crusade. In other words, those people we saw in Gilneas, those weren't Scarlet Crusaders. Hello?
They look like Defias. But what would they be doing here?
Exactly, Xavier. I mean, honestly, even the original actual Defias Brotherhood followed that. It was founded by a bunch of idealists and, you know, skilled artisans and artificers and craftsmen. And then they recruited a bunch of thugs. Yeah, this is... I agree completely. This is exactly what the what the Primalists should have been over in Dragonflight. Bunch of loser cosplayers who are pretending at it. Oh man, wouldn't it be cool if, like, the world ended, man? I didn't have to pay taxes anymore. Oh man, that'd be so cool, man. I mean, we were talking about regressives earlier, right? There's Ellie.
They called themselves the Red Dawn. They wanted me to join them.
Yeah, names are symbols, and symbols have power. So, I don't mind these people calling themselves the Defias. Because they're not. And I know that's a weird thing to focus on so much, but I'm serious. That's why this doesn't bother me. Because these are not Defias.
Daddy? Mommy?
Oh, Maggie, you're all right.
My lord, who are the Red Dawn? I do not know.
Mommy says I shouldn't talk to strangers.
Oh, okay. A well-loved Elec plush with the name Ellie written on it. The seams have begun to wear and the button eyes are loose.
I guess we're not strangers anymore.
Aww. Maggie hugs Ellie tightly.
Bye-bye.
Not really in the mood for visiting.
Oh, whatever they're planning doesn't involve my neighbors. Stromgarde.
Trollbane will fix all this. I know it.
I don't recognize this emblem, and a Defias had it on their person. Curious. He turns it over in his battle-scarred hand, frowning. Wonder what it means.
Back to diplomatic affairs, then.
A Defias attack. The theft of Tara and torches. A group called the Red Dawn recruiting in the heart of the Highlands. Stromgarde was right to send a missive asking for my return. What is going on here? I placed Colonel Niles in charge after Marin's foolishness led to her imprisonment. I must head to Stromgarde and speak with Niles immediately.
The sons of Lothar will remain vigilant.
The Red Dawn. I will go to Hammerfall and see what they know of this.
We must continue on to Stromgarde. Unless Faerun...
Danath, I am a soldier and an Arathi, just like you. I would not abandon you now.
You know the difference between Warcraft and real life? In real life, the HVA would have fired up again already. Probably more than once.
Unrest in Newstead. We don't have the hands to quell the unrest here.
If more hands are needed to keep Stromgarde safe, the champion and I are ready to help.
Kaz Algar is proof we can unite Azeroth.
It's much worse than I thought. With the attacks disrupting supply lines, the people are hungry, angry, and looking for someone to blame. The easy choice is blaming our neighbors at Hammerfall. We cannot let this unrest continue. I must speak with Niles and my advisors. I see Faerun has volunteered the both of you to help the people of Stromgarde. I do not like putting either of you to work on what is a diplomatic mission, but helping Brewston while I speak to Niles would put my mind at ease.
You have your orders.
At your service.
If Daneth trusts you, I trust you. And trust is in low supply in Stromgarde. After Lady Marin was put in her place, I thought Stromgarde would go back to normal, and it did for a time. But now this tension here is so thick I'm afraid to breathe around some people. Citizens are acting out. I don't know what's going on in everyone. Fighting, stealing, backstabbing. If you will, I could use some help.
For Stromgarde.
I'm glad for your help. Between deployments in Kazalgar, responding to threats in the Highland, desertion, simply don't have enough soldiers to enforce order. Marin's supporters are causing trouble throughout the city. Stealing, supplies, harassing people, you name it. We've enacted a curfew, but Marin's supporters are openly defying it. As my deputies go around, tell the troublemakers to go home. If they get rowdy, you have my permission to teach them a lesson.
You know where to find me.
Trade in Stromgarde has broken down. We're short on goods and workers because of the attack. Niles was too busy, so I took it upon myself to write the official requests for aid. Pause. In case you missed that, Colonel Niles the person in charge, did not reach out to us for aid. In other words, the only reason we know there's an issue here, the only reason we're here at all, is because Captain Brewston here went over her head and sent the letters. Just keep that in mind. Most are straightforward, writs for supplies and such. The desist writ for Joseph is different. He's loudly blaming everyone not human for our woes. Someone needs to officially tell him to shut his yap before he starts a riot. As for my deputies, would you enforce my requests for aid?
Stay safe. A word of warning. You may be deputized, but for some people here, the Horde is unwelcome.
Apologies for putting you to work. We will speak again after I have briefed Niles and Brewston.
Also, I find it vaguely funny that I am flagged as Horde. I am, of course, but I mean... Look at me. Like, really, take me in for a second. Yeah, Niles is an old character. She was down here, right? In Refugee Point, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyways. So Huthor brings up a good point. Now, here's the deal. We actually have some precedents, very unintentionally, for how to deal with the voice acting strike and not filling in voice actors. Because we covered Guild Wars 2 this year. Whoops. So for those of you not aware, Guild Wars 2 was lacking in several voiced lines. They have specifically gone out of their way to go back and record for the first time the lines that were missing and filled in the blanks. WoW has not. So that is a negative, period. This will come up during Undermine as well. So, we'll talk more about that when we get to the Undermine. But we're not sure still, last I checked, which was a few weeks ago, what exactly happened with Renzik. We'll talk about it in more detail when we get there.
Maybe it's time to pack up and leave Stromgarde. Haven't got many supplies, but I'll see what I can do.
Belinda's eyes go wide as you approach and flash your deputy badge. Well, I'm more than surprised to see anyone Horde around here, much less an officially sanctioned Earthen. It's getting more hostile for those of us who aren't human, Horde or not. Many left Stromgarde. There's been vandalism, even attacks. I see a Marin flunkies were looking at Godfrey and me. Well, just last week some of the elven herbalists left. Someone poisoned their peace bloom garden. Stromgarde's barely hanging on. Our neighbours think we're the problem. And they've got you out here trying to solve it, eh? Yeah.
After our last shipment of iron was stolen by bandits, but I'll do what I can.
You could try to recover those shipments. I will speak to Danath.
You know what I find vaguely amusing? This really is generational at this point, right? I mean, yes, obviously there was some issues with the Horde during the Banshee War, and I'm not trying to pretend that there wasn't, and the Hellscream War. But really, the baggage with the word Horde goes back a long ways. Probably older than most of these people are. Like, these people look like they're in their 20s, right? As a reminder, it's been 40 years since Warcraft 1.
That's 3 caravans to date that haven't made it to Stromgarde. Do you have an appointment?
He's taken back by your presence, then narrows his eyes suspiciously at your badge. Times must be desperate indeed, if Prieston has an earthen working for him. Is the Horde responsible for the destruction of the caravans, then? No. What do you want from me? Well...
Luke Hellbrewston, we're already doing everything we can to help.
Confronting Zalateth left no one to protect Stromgarde. No wonder these people feel neglected.
So, here's part of the... I love... This quest reacts to whoever whoever playing as. I think it's not like every race, but a lot of them. I think it's, what, like 4 separate options? There's generic Horde, generic Alliance, human, and orc, I believe, are the 4 options you get for this quest chain. I don't remember specifically, don't ask me. Something I wanted to point out, though. Yes, Dakota. Yet another way in which this is very Warcraft is, if you're paying attention, this is all fate, I think is the word I want to use here. This is kind of face flag. Face flag? False flag. They're talking about, oh, these people are all so upset and terrible about this whole thing, but actually, really? No? Most of the people we talk to around here are just normal people who are just sick of the fact that things are bad. And the specific reason things are bad is because of sabotage. I'm just going to give that away. The spoilers. There's sabotage, right? Yeah, they're being outrage farmed, exactly. The actual bad actors involved in this situation are off, making the situation look like everyone's so against the Horde, but they're not. They're just hurt and hungry and tired. And the reason they're hurt and hungry and tired is because of the people who are outrage farming. Speaking of...
The attacks are just bandits, but I think the Horde is behind it.
One of the other nice things here is they show that not everyone here is understanding or tolerant. We had the dwarf lady at the smithy who was just like, ugh. We had the dwarf guy in there who was just, he was just sick of all this. He doesn't care. Is the Horde behind this? No. Well, then what do you want? Right? Like, it's... But then we have this lady. This lady's great.
I'll do what I can, but don't expect much.
Amy's eyes grow wide when she spots you. When you flash your deputy badge, she recoils in disgust. Hey, what do you want, filthy earthen? Got my eye on you. Yeah, we're requesting bandages for Captain Brewston.
Bandages? If Lord Danath would stop talking to orcs and start killing them, we wouldn't need bandages.
The orcs are not your enemy. Lord Trollbane is doing what he can to keep you safe.
Now, if you happen to be... hang on, where is it? Where is she? What's her name? Amy Hardy. So, if you're human... sorry. Nope, I'm wrong. Sorry, if you are Alliance, she doesn't actually care about your species. She says, you from the Alliance? You're not from here. You here up with these orcs? She sees your badge and rolls her eyes. Ugh, Brewston. He's got the spine of a water elemental, sending his deputies to his lord and master's bidding. What does that useless man want now? But there is someone who cares if you're human. I'm going to go ahead and do that next, because I just prefaced it. It's this one up here.
Marin,
true heir of the Trollbanes will deliver us from the Horde. She will be Stromgarde's salvation.
Let me give you a little pro tip. This applies to me too, by the way. If anyone anywhere says all you have to do is get rid of all the X and everything will be better, they are wrong. It's the simplest and easiest way I could state that. They are trying to sell you something, or they're trying to use you for something. So, if you are... hang on, let's go ahead and hear the Horde version first. Yeah, they're full of crap. And lo, what slouches towards us. Look at the creatures Lord Danath Trollbane allows into your city. A filthy earthen. They are a sign of the doom of the Arathi dynasty, of Stromgarde, these barbarians of the Horde, Tauren trolls undead. They exist only to kill and conquer. Yeah, especially those Taurons, holy crap. Yeah, that's why I said it applies to me too. Remember, getting rid of billionaires would probably help, and it would. But that's like step 15 of 500. You know? If anybody can ever sell you a solution in one sentence, be suspicious of that. These orcs are the worst of all. They're not even of this world, yet claim territories on it. Territories they have waged war on us to keep. They have destroyed our kingdoms. They will again, from Argarok to Hammerfall, where our lord lets them perch like vultures, waiting for us to be weak. They hope to take your homeland, humanity's homeland, for themselves. But wait, what if you play an alliance character? In which case he says, Hark! Look at the creatures Danath allows into your city. A traitorous... Insert your race here. They're here to steal your... So like a night elf, right? So a traitorous night elf. They're here to steal your resources to fund their imperialism. These so-called friends of the treacherous alliance travel to exploit newfound lands while we suffer and starve. They send our grain to gnomes, elves, Draenei. And when we need help, where are they? What have they done for Stromgarde? But wait. What if you're human? He speaks to you in the crowd at the same time. Fellow traveler, fellow human, join us. Stand together with us and proclaim Lady Merrin Trollbane as the rightful ruler of Stromgarde, the birthplace of Arathor. Before her unjust imprisonment, we prospered under Merrin's rule. The starving were fed, our defenses were strong. We nearly drove the orcs from our lands. But then Lord Danath Trollbane returned, taking our troops and kneeling before the Alliance. He betrayed us. Free Merrin so she may lead the human race to glory once again. A new dawn is approaching. A new dawn for all humans. Racism. Oh, screw this guy.
What's this? Danath Trollbane's minions threatening me for speaking the truth? Is this justice? Is this righteous? I will comply for now. But a new dawn is approaching for all humanity. Be ready, my friends.
What was it called again? The Great and Glorious Alliance? Actually, I agree, Ismaristar. The problem with Garithos was he was too cartoonish. Well, no, let me walk that sentence back. Garithos was not cartoonish enough while being too cartoonish. They needed to go harder or more subtle with him. And instead he just kind of sits in the middle there, right? If he had been a true human supremacist, that would have been messed. I mean, it was already messed, but it would have been much more dark of a story. If he was cartoonishly, laughably racist, it would have been a much more enjoyable story, especially when we murder his ass. As is, he's Garithos. Hi! So you can go home, or you can crawl home. Your pick. Cool.
If this keeps up, we're going to have to start rationing.
Yeah, exactly.
Blame the Alliance if you're hungry.
Are you here to deliver food? Please say you are, because at this point, I don't care if I have to join the Horde so long as I have a good meal. With all the thieving and a bad harvest to boot, proper victuals are hard to come by. Yeah, actually, we're here to hand over a request for rations.
I should have known. You just want to take, and leave the rest of us nothing.
Brewston would not ask if he were not desperate. Please, whatever you can part with.
Yes, Giga. Hang on. It didn't Trihexia. Again, that's kind of the problem. I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Let's use racism as an example, alright? There's two types of racists. This is especially true in fiction, but this is also true in real life, in my experience. There's, let's call them situational racists. They're racist because they're hurt, or they're tired, or they're hungry, or they're lost, or they're confused, or things have been bad, or maybe they're just ignorant, or maybe they don't understand, or whatever, right? A situational racist is someone who has the opportunity to... Yeah, racism's easy. It's your fault. It's the cats. It's the cats. It's all the freaking cats. You are the cause of all my problem. We feel better when we have a blame figure. Probably because, you know, we are solution-oriented as a species, right? A blame figure means we have started solving the problem, even if we don't or can't. So we feel better. It's your fault. It's these stupid cats. They're why there's a food shortage. It's a stupid cat. So, the thing with situational racists is that they're not racist. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. They're not. They don't actually feel that way. They don't actually think that way. When they feel better, that goes away. When the situation improves, they're like, oh, yeah, okay, and they just drop it. And in many cases, when they actually interact with someone that was the target of their ire, they're like, oh, no, you're cool. Real racists, those are scumsuckers. Those people who are people who legitimately think horrible, horrible things. For lack of a better way to put it. Who actually, congratulations, Giga. Who actually feel it, who actually care about it, or are believers in the cause, or whatever, right? People can say a lot of things out of anger or pain that we don't mean. And that's why I love this little quest chain, because you can tell, we'll use a specific example. You remember this lady over here? No, not you. An Erlin! Get him! How do you know what an Erlin is? Anyways, remember this lady? This lady is racist. This lady is legitimately, she thinks the orcs are the problem. Not the Horde, the orcs. And yeah, that's real racism right there. But then we see with several of the other people that they're just tired, or scared, or hurt, or hungry. I keep hitting those points over and over because you'll notice Innkeeper Lady and Dwarf Lady and Guy who's dealing with problems each hit one of those points, right? Yeah, ignorance can be solved. Ignorance is a solvable problem. I don't want to spoil much for a show that I know at least some people in chat haven't seen, but there's a racist in My Little Pony who is actually a situational racist. And I know I mentioned that because a lot of people are like, oh my god, what is that kind of thing doing in My Little Pony? But no, that makes perfect sense. Because he didn't mean it. It wasn't superiority. It wasn't cruelty. It wasn't evil. It was ignorance. And when he was informed, he changed his views. And was like, oh, I was wrong. Boop. And fixed it. I actually thought that was one of the better story arcs in MLP, in late MLP. Oh yeah, by the way, check it out. Using that skinny undead human model for the beggars.
The people are scared of Merrin's gangs. If we reassign...
No, Captain. You know we don't have the manpower for that.
That's true. The introduction of Zecora all the way back in Season 1 did that too.
Need some help?
Cities of powder keg ready to go off. Lady Merrin's supporters are growing day by day because of the attacks on the Highlands. Her people harass not just the common folk, but follow Lord Daneth. Who follow Lord Daneth? But anyone who isn't human. And now these Red Dawn people, tune-out deployment to Khazar-Gar, combat losses, desertion, and attacks in the Highlands. We don't have the resources to police the city right now. Damn it, Judo Joker, why don't we have the resources?
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
It's despicable, really. They try to intimidate loyal citizens and make them leave just because they aren't human. They also shout down anyone who doesn't agree with them. Wow, I haven't heard that tactic before. Many around here just try to avoid them, but it seems they hang out wherever it's hard to do that.
For Stromgarde.
You have my thanks, and the thanks of Stromgarde. I'm sorry you got an earful from Joseph. At least he left peacefully. Despite how it may seem, the city is still loyal to Lord Trobane, mostly. Lady Merrin's followers are just louder and angrier. Boy, that sounds applicable too!
You know where to fight.
Let me tell you, doing this quest chain this year felt weird. Final Fantasy. So there's no FF11R. I can think of 3 separate games you could be implying there, Judo Joker. Which one do you mean? Splinter Cell Double Agent. And Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. Yeah, I live in the States.
I'm listening.
I am Colonel Veronica Niles. I am in command of Stromgarde in Lord Trollbane's absence. I'm sure while aiding our people, you've heard the name Merrin in Stromgarde. Lady Merrin Trollbane is Danath's niece. She was briefly regent while Lord Daneth Trollbane campaigned for troops for Khazar-Gar. Her actions during his absence led him to imprison her when he returned. That said, Lord Trollbane felt Farron should speak to her. Maybe to get perspective. I can take you to see her if you wish. Sure. This sounds like a good thing to do. Yeah, I was going to say I'm biologically related to people like this. Sputnik Lock, hi. Hang on one second. I'll put that towards FF7R1, FF7R2, and Expedition 33.
Dismissed. He would have introduced Merrin himself, but Gaara summoned him urgently to Hammerfall. Come with me.
Strange that Danath would leave without us. And want us to talk to his estranged niece.
That's fine. Let's go talk to the estranged niece. So there she is. Nice lady.
Being here is like being in the stories I was told as a child. Yes,
So-
not.
So this is Merrin, the root of so many of Stromgarde's troubles. But what would Danath want us to learn from her? I suppose he wants to see what she sees, how the ideal of the Arathi's been corrupted, but surely he knows I'm aware of how fervor for anything has a dark side. Something's wrong here.
You are a prisoner. Why does Colonel Niles defer to you?
You should know. Names carry weight. Farron Lothar. Despite your elven blood, a great Arathi warrior returning gives us hope.
The disgust.
Dissatisfied with Lord Danath Trollbane's rule, with our old Stromic ways forgotten, with famine, unrest, and orcs on our lands, and dwarves and elves in our cities. All will rise up and embrace a new dawn, and that when they do, I hope you'll be part of it, Farron.
I would like to see Stromgarde as it was, but your promises are empty. And I would never betray Danath.
You say that now, But you'll see it my way. In time.
So... I don't know. I really like that interaction. I do. But hang on. If you talk to Marin herself, she says something different if you're human or anything other than human. Doesn't matter if you're Alliance or Horde. Just if you're human. So if you're not human, she says, race. I would say welcome to Stromgarde, but I'm fairly certain my people do not appreciate your presence. Your kind is not welcome here, race. Best to return from whence you came before an unexpected misfortune befalls you. We would hate to see that, wouldn't we? If you're human... Welcome to Stromgarde. I am Marin Trollbane. Forgive me, I would expend my hospitality, but... She motions to the bars of her cell. As you've no doubt seen, Danath is destroying Stromgarde. I made preparations to save my country, but my foolish uncle disagreed with my views. But the people understand. Once they demand my freedom and I am released, I will expel the bandits, protect the people, and return Stromgarde to the glory that is our birthright. You are welcome to join me, friend. I was thinking about that.
Colonel, she all but told me she was involved with the Red Dawn.
Orders?
Marin may be in prison now, but her supporters continue to spread her rhetoric across the Highlands. Whatever she may say, I don't believe that she is the leader of this Red Dawn. I see who comes and goes. She receives no outside visitors.
Stay out of trouble.
But yes, there's a Sawal here. So yeah, let's be clear. If there was real issues, I could see this being a nuanced, interesting story. But for the purposes of what they're going for here, I kind of like that there are no real issues. Hear me out for a second. What Magister is referring to is that, as I mentioned earlier, this is all being sabotaged. The reason they're so low on food and supplies is because caravans are being hit by the Red Dawn bandits. We actually just saw that as we went and defeated that one Defias group. So, there's no real issues. Food is actually plentiful if it could reach them. Supplies are fine if they could get access to them. The Highlands themselves are actually mostly peaceful, if not for the fact that people are being actively encouraged to attack them. This is all artificial, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like that fits the vibe and theme of this more. Right? Instead of there being a real problem, there isn't. This is just people who are so vitriolically... Yeah, it's so territorial, exactly. It is so territorial, it's so nationalistic, that they cannot stop. They cannot help but see that sabotaging their own nation to stir the people into supporting them is the correct cause. That fits more with what's happening here, right? Yeah, this is Azeroth. You cannot tell me that Pandaria hasn't been doing a mass export in terms of food over the last, 10 years or whatever it's been since Pandaria, right? Like, come on. These are solved issues. But I wanted to mention one other thing super quick here. The speech that she just gave, it actually has a term. It's called mercantilism. And I know that's a very neutral, clinical way to refer to it, but it's true. All mercantilism refers to is maximizing exports and minimizing imports, okay? You're probably thinking, that doesn't mean anything to me. Could you explain it to me? Sure, yeah, sure. It's about trying to be purely independent as a group of people, a race, if you will. Whether that race is bound by national borders, or by geographic borders, or by some kind of common cause or creed, such as a religion, or a race or a species. It is a total approach to a degree of self-sufficiency, which is stupid. And I'm just going to say that as nice as I can. Mercantilism is something that is so out of date. We knew it was broken centuries ago. It doesn't work, right? But at the core of that idea is, got mine, screw you. That's the very fundamental core of what mercantilism actually means. Now listen to what she was talking about. Here, let's pull it up, because it puts it in the chat log here. She was talking about... With our old Stramic ways forgotten, with famine, unrest, orcs in our lands, dwarves and elves in our cities, we will embrace a new dawn. You will see it my way in time. And what we were talking about earlier with the guy who was like, all of the other things, all of the other races who just take from us, which is, see you around, Evo, which is a goddamn lie. Again, there's trade. Those are trade caravans coming in and out. Stromgarde has connections to nearby nations, right? Like, I feel like I'm explaining what water is wet. I'm sorry, this is so simple. She is so foolish, blind, and or stupid that she thinks that Stromgarde can strike it out on their own, kick out all the other races, tell the rest of the world to go screw themselves, and they'll win. That's the winning move. Stromgarde for Stromgarde. Win! They'll win, Magister! Yeah, exactly, Asmira Star. It's just... yeah, Texas can be independent, guys. I swear. Pinky promise. It's... God. Yeah, mercantilism, again, this is an old concept, and it's extraordinarily out of date. We have evidence. This gets into the weeds, and I won't go on too much down this rabbit hole. We have evidence that even when we were just a bunch of tribes, we still traded. Because it was so universally beneficial to do so. We are a social species. Isolationism does not work for us. Biologically, economically, socially, culturally, militarily, personally. In terms of entertainment. In terms of mental growth and emotional growth. Yeah, by the way, all of this was written not this year, to be clear. I actually saw a few people... Yeah, exactly, Bragman. I saw a few people who accuse this as being direct reaction to the current administration in the United States. Those people don't understand what production lines are, or how long it takes for something to be written to then get onto the actual game and release, right? All this stuff was written last year at the most recent. Possibly before that. Just saying. Anyways, forgive me. Let me jot down some things here really quick. I know, right, Bregman? You want to hear something awful? Hang on. Do you mind if I share something while I'm typing? Give me a second. Give me a second. Just hang on. Gotta find my own link. Of course I can't find it now. Here it is, here it is. Turn down the volume a little bit.
Some people say, why are HMOs making record profits while our economy is in recession? And why are the people paying more for healthcare than any other country?
What do you want us to do? Go out of business? Listen, it's easy. Invest. Then when our share prices go up because of the, listen to this bit, responsible way, yes, responsible way we have run our business, including sensible maintaining of lots of friends on Capitol Hill, you'll see the upside. And you want to complain because we're doing so well? What's your problem? You're still alive to moan and groan about how horrible our healthcare is.
Exactly. Pharmaceutical company profits aren't the problem. They're the solution. We need that money to fly doctors to golf retreats in the Caribbean.
Oh, man.
We are literally saving communities out there. In the old days, it was all about fishing and smoking pot, but now it's all about golf courses and other cultural things like that. All because of the money that has moved into healthcare. Do you know how much a lab monkey...
The clip cuts off there. But I shared that recently, and I was doing some organizing in the background. I happened to stumble into that clip. That's a clip from Dream Whisperer, I'm pretty sure. No, that's actually GTA 4. And that's the point. I said that in direct reaction to what Bregwin just said. That's a clip from 2020, from a game that came out in 2008, from a line that was written before 2008. It wasn't topical in 2008. It wasn't topical now. It's topical always. And just for funsies.
Nobody can see or hear anything that goes on in here.
Practical.
Isn't it?
Okay.
Hey there.
The people who attacked Newstead called themselves Defias. Who are they?
Defias? I haven't heard that name in a while. This story is a little sad, actually.
What do you mean? What happened?
After the Second War, Stormwind was heavily damaged. The Stonemasons Guild was contracted to rebuild it, but Stormwind's corrupt House of Nobles denied them payment. They rioted, and in the riot, the Queen was accidentally struck and killed. They were driven from the city and became bandits. The Van Cleef family became their leaders. I had thought that the Defias were dead along with the Van Cleefs, but that may have been wishful thinking.
I don't condone banditry, but I can understand their frustration.
I suppose. If they'd been paid, they wouldn't have become bandits. But you can't just throw away law and order if you don't get your way, like Marin's supporters are doing now.
That is a good point. Thank you, Captain.
Nice little recap for anybody who didn't play Vanilla and or Cataclysm. And Legion, or the Human Heritage. But look, the Defias have shown up a couple of times. As a fresh reminder, by the way, the reason they didn't get paid, yeah, that was an issue. More of that external sabotage problem. Warcraft has a lot of that. If you want to find Trollbane, tell him your theory about Lady Mara. The missive called him to Hammerfall, far to the east of here. He may have stopped at Refugee Point on the way. It's a Stromik encampment about halfway to the Orc town. Because of the frequent bandit attacks, I believe he meant to stop and check with our people. You might catch up with him there.
Farewell.
If you leave now, you might catch up with Lord Trollbane at Refuge Point. But watch out for bandits.
Over here, champion. Come look.
The bandit is wearing red and white, but their garments do not resemble any of Stromgarde's military uniforms. A quick search of the uniform's pockets reveals a familiar-looking emblem, the same emblem you found for the Defias. Around the body are several sets of tracks that head eastward. One set of footprints is bigger and bulkier than the others.
Whomever they attacked got away, but may need help. Let's follow their tracks.
Yeah, when we say LARPers, we're being more literal than you probably thought.
We mean you no harm.
You expect me to take your word?
So, this is interesting, actually. This looks kind of alarming at first glance, but really take in the scene for a moment. This is an orc defending human and dwarven refugees from Refugee Point, who clearly have a very temporary setup here. We've got the defender there. Look at this, look at this. They've got a wagon with sandbags piled up and guns. And we've got clearly just cots laid out on the ground so they're not laying in the dirt. And just haphazard piles of crates and barrels. And of course, they've overturned one of the wagons for another defender. Everything about this screams, we had to pull back hard and fast, and we had injured. You'll also notice that really they only have two trained warriors here. One of which is the Maggar. The other is this soldier up here. The one who's actually on the wagon behind the sandbags. This is the innkeeper. This is a dwarven civilian. Always appreciate you, Pokemibo. So this is some great framing right here. Faerun shows up, hands up, like, hold up, hold up, hold up. Because people wearing outfits of Stromgarde have been attacking.
Trust is in short supply.
Strength and honor, friend. Did not expect to see someone else from the Horde this far into the Highlands. Why have you come?
Refuge Point was attacked as well. I saw it burning and rode in to help.
Because of course she would. Of course she would. Why wouldn't she?
We must bring our light to all of Azeroth.
It is good to see humans and orcs banding together to help one another for the 500th time. If only the Arathi here could have seen what I did at Kazalgar.
I have so very many questions.
Another bandit attack?
I can wait for now.
And they carry the same emblem as the bandits at Newstead. If this is connected to the Red Dawn and Marin.
Our light brings unity. Red Dawn emblems here and at Newstead. I wonder if they were at Refuge Point as well.
Karg Bloodfury was a follower. A Magkar follower back in Draenor. And he was part of several quests before he got recruited.
Strength and honor.
Horde outposts like Hammerfall have suffered attacks from bandits and trolls in recent weeks. Our Outriders are on constant patrol, but now that I know the Alliance has been targeted as well, you have confirmed what I already suspected. Something bigger is coming. Perhaps it's related to this Red Dawn.
Loktar.
Early on, these attacks in our settlements seemed to be pockets of bandits competing for resources. Now they're better coordinated, as if they're working as one group. That's bad news for everyone. But rivals don't come together without a strong leader, and without them, they'll fall. If you're willing, find the leader in Refuge Point and eliminate them.
Keep your senses keen.
Stromgarde troops are in Kazalgar, and it cannot protect its outlying settlements. Hammerfall does what it can to help, but we, too, fight in Kazalgar. We've taken many injured Stromic refugees to Hammerfall, but feeding them all has strained our resources. There may be a way to help more people. Vicky told me Refuge Point is a supply depot for nearby settlements. If we can get our hands on some supplies, we can care for more refugees in Hammerfall.
I fight for the Highlands.
These bandits, did they call themselves Defias? Did they mention the Red Dawn?
I did not give any time to speak. They killed everyone not human and took all but who I could drag away.
Yeah, by the way, just straight up murdering non-humans. Keeping in mind, at this point in time, Arathi is mostly non-military. So yes, totally the Scarlet Crusade. Wink, wink. Definitely. Wink, wink. Again, this doesn't bother me because this is not the Scarlet Crusade. For the same reason we just discussed. Oh, hey, look. It's Joseph, the Scarlet Crusader. Hi, Joseph.
You dare think you can stop what's coming? You dare think you can stop the Red Dawn?
I mean, yeah.
No matter. Our job here is done. You will never defeat all of us.
There are dozens of us. Dozens of us. He really is. He's just a cosplaying loser. He's like we just said. He's tapping into the power of names. It's also why Tyrion, all the way back in Wrath, folded some of the remnants of the Scarlet Crusade and the Scarlet Onslaught into, I forget what he called it, but the group that also contained the Argent Dawn, in order to then take that group up to Northrend. I don't remember what they were called. What? No, the Brotherhood of Light was the other group. There's a lot of paladin-y groups. It would have been here. The Argent Stand? No. Might have been the Argent Crusade. It might have been the Argent Crusade I'm thinking of.
You're saying Danath was never called to Hammerfall?
All my life, Gaara said nothing of it.
It is good to feel the sun.
Another Sawal, by the way.
Karga, do you know much about the Scarlet Crusade?
Only what I have heard from the elders in Hammerfall. I know they have no love for the Horde or the Alliance. The Scarlet Crusade holds twisted beliefs. They want to eradicate our allies, the undead. But they also believe that the Alliance has failed to protect humanity.
The belief in human superiority seems prevalent here.
This is the Arathi Highlands. Where have you been? Under a rock?
You could say that. Yes.
Also, once again, that's a simple but effective Sawal to tutorialize who the Scarlet Crusade are. After all, you might not have played Vanilla, or Wrath or Kata.
I give aid to who needs it. Loktar.
I hope these Stromguard did not mind us borrowing the supplies for their refugees.
Keep your senses keen.
First an attack on the Newstead farm by the Defias, now an attack on Refuge Point by the Scarlet Crusaders. Different groups of bandits, both speak of the Red Dawn and both carry the same emblem, and Joseph is directly involved. All this is connected, and it leads back to Marin. Danath needs to know what's going on. If he's not here, he should already be at Hammerfall. We should head there as quick as possible.
Faith and farewell. If Danath did not come here, and Gaara did not call him to Hammerfall, then...
Go to Hammerfall. If your lord is not there, Gaara and Eitrig can help you.
I mean, honestly, even the Gilneas thing was just some cosplayers, I'm sorry. The Scarlet Crusade died in Wrath. The Scarlet Crusade was crushed to dust in Wrath by a combination of the Forsaken, us, the players, and, you know, Mal'Ganis. Spoilers.
Danath never arrived? Then, where is he?
I do not know, but you have my word. We will find him.
Eitrig continues to be a bro.
There is so much yet to learn in the topside world. I have so very many questions.
Danath is not here.
They can wait for now.
Peyrin says he journeyed to Hammerfall because we requested a meeting. I sent no such message to him nor anyone else. I will dispatch outriders immediately to search for him. While we wait for their return, you and Karga's quick thinking may have saved our human refugees. We have just run out of food to give them. Distribute the crates. I'm sure they'll be grateful for the food.
Eyes open, weapon ready. Dispatch all available outriders to search for Danath. Gayara has told me much about you, Farron. You are welcome here in Hammerfall.
So, different perspectives again.
Marauders burned down my farmstead. The orcs drove them off and brought me here for shelter.
So, just remember this, because this is interesting.
Is there spiced bread in there? Orcish food is hard on my teeth.
If our food's so tough, human, then don't eat it.
Which is actually funny, because Orcish diet is actually pretty simple. It's just meat. Meat and booze. Yeah, Farron is unironically a pretty good bro.
Not so long ago, these humans wanted to kill us. Why is Eitrig helping them? Better to leave them to their fate.
So, we have gratitude, we have lack of gratitude, we have orcs who think this is all uncool, and we have this group.
It looks like the Outriders have all gone.
Finally.
Yeah.
If orcs have long warred against the humans, why help them?
Long ago, a human showed me great kindness.
Tyrion.
I strive to honor his memory by protecting the weak and defenseless. Report!
Seeing Hammerfall and talking to your people has been an eye-opening experience, Eitrig. Harboring refugees no matter their creed. My people would do the same.
I do not doubt that. Both of our peoples have suffered through dark times. We may live here in peace now, but this site was once witness to unspeakable horrors. The Alliance imprisoned many orcs here in an internment camp. We liberated and claimed it, naming it after our fallen war chief, Orgrim Doomhammer.
The Alliance held your people here? In an internment camp? And yet, you harbor human refugees?
And yet... Lamplighter, there have been far worse crimes committed against my people. Such is war. But our teachings say if we are wronged, we can cause more suffering or end it. We now choose to end the cycle.
I think that my people could learn a great deal from yours, Eitrig. Thank you for welcoming me here.
I was going to say, remember, Eitrig was old enough to be part of the demonic horde.
Being here is like being in the stories I was told as a child. Yet not.
I never realized how much my people have in common with the orcs. We're both far from home, both self-sufficient, both lost people born into war. And most of all, our sense of duty and honor rivals. I feel more at home here than in Stromgard.
May the darkness never find us here.
Yeah, I know the vibe. There's no word on the Outriders yet, but Eitrig has not told Gayara of Danath's disappearance. I've told him we would go give her the news. She's at Goshek Farm dealing with the Witherbark troll attack. Eitrig says they've been increasingly aggressive recently. I can't help think of the history there, of the troll wars and the Arathi battles, but I admit I see them differently now that after learning about the Horde. Let's go. We can look for Danath while we're out there.
Faith and farewell. We'll tell Gayara of Danath's disappearance. Hopefully he will arrive here before we return.
I sometimes wonder what it's like being one of the old orcs. There's not many of them left, really. Varrock was one of the last, and he got his reward. No, I don't mean that as an unkindness. He wanted that. He won. He won that encounter. But anyways, Eitrig is one of the last ones who's been there for all of this. And it must be, I guess, gratifying is the word I want to use. After Warcraft 2 caused so much horribleness. For two people from two planets. For two peoples across two planets. Yeah, exactly, as Miristar. We don't have many of the old guard left. Remember, Warcraft 2 is functionally the beginning of Warcraft lore. We've got Danath, we've got Turelion, we've got Illyria. We've got Eitrig, who was around that long. Greymane. Greymane was around back then. Sorry, I'm stalling. Yeah, Kurdran, that's another one. Khadgar, yeah. Although, let's be honest, Khadgar has effectively left the narrative. Thrall... no, Thrall doesn't count. Thrall didn't have a part of the demonic horde. That was actually part of the problem.
Wait, I have information about the Red Dawn. Help me, and I'll tell you what I know.
Honestly, a lot of elves have been around that long, like Liadrin has, but that's kind of a gimme. So this is Barclay.
Huh? What?
So this is an interesting one. He's from the Syndicate, so we went from the Defias to the Scarlet Crusade to the Syndicate. Now what's funny is all of those had quests in this area too. My brothers and I served as the Syndicate for years. We are true patriots of the Kingdom of Alterac, but now there have been some changes in leadership, and we're not sure if this is the same Syndicate anymore. I think we were sent on this mission so the new leader could get rid of us. Fine. Start our own Syndicate. As for the information I have, the new leader's planning something big. Well, it'll happen soon.
Help us. Please.
I'm going to hold off on explaining what the Syndicate is, unless... because I don't remember if they explain it here. If they don't, I'll explain it. It's a short story, don't worry.
I will hear your words.
Yeah, he's even got the orange coloring, by the way. Faerun has informed me of Danath's disappearance. Well, that's troubling. We can't return to Hammerfall just yet.
Go with honor.
I don't know who was responsible for Danath's disappearance, but it certainly wasn't the Mag'har. We've heard rumblings that Stromgarde is blaming us again for their troubles. Tensions are starting to boil over. We need Danath so cooler heads can prevail. But as much as I want to search for the old man, we have to deal with business here first. Thank you, Golgrim. I'm actually quite fond of this particular outfit for my dwarf. The Witherbark have always been an annoyance since I have been here, but now something has stoked their ire. They're attacking human settlements. Perhaps the Red Dawn is again to blame. Eitrig has ordered us to help the humans they attack. We have stepped up our patrols and welcomed refugees, but we need someone to go to the village and bloody the Witherbark's noses. They're overconfident. They think they can get away with attacking our outriders. Make them think twice about that.
May your enemies grovel before you.
This Syndicate human came to us hoping to trade information for a rescue mission. The Syndicate is a recent thorn in our side, so I'd have in mind to cut him down where he stood, but he claims to have vital information, and with news of Danath's disappearance, it might be worth the risk. He has 3 brothers being held captive inside Witherbark. Go in, find them, and if they're alive, extract them.
War is all we know.
The Witherbark? As in the Amani Witherbark? The Arathi's ancient foe.
Faerun.
I will need your help.
So, Faerun, I hate to tell you this, there are no troll empires left. They have all crumbled. Don't mistake me. The trolls are still players on the scene, but they're not... Yeah. Probably the biggest remaining troll empire is the Zandalari. And that's an insult. I am very curious what we're going to see about this at midnight, by the way, because we're going to get back to the Amani. Well, the Horde has been operating much more as a confederation than anything else lately. Good thing, by the way. So I would say the Zandalari still exist as a state, but honestly, if you forced me to use a terminology to describe the Zandalari, I'd say either a city-state or a duchy at best. Yeah, they have a degree of control over Zuldazar. They have completely lost control over Vol'dun and the Nazmir swamps. I don't know why I said it that way. You know what I mean, though. Nazmir and Vol'dun. So they don't even hold their entire island. Not really. Oh, man. I bet, Lord Aramon. Give me some information. I don't want to spend my life in some cramped soul shard. Look, I was just doing my job. We were told we had to attack the Withermark and plant evidence the Horde was responsible. So I'm not drawing away Hammerfall's defenders. Now please let me go. I won't plant evidence against the Horde ever again, I promise. By the way, they're using the new outfits, the new cosmetics that we can get. It's a nice way to show this off in the game. Yeah. Yeah, no, there have actually been multiple attempts during WoW's tenure in the timeline to try and restart a troll empire. All of them have failed. Some of them directly because of us. You're welcome. God damn it, Culver. Like I said, I'm actually, of all of the things I'm excited for in Midnight, the weirdest side thing I'm excited for is seeing what they're doing with the Amani. We haven't really touched on the Amani since, well, Wrath, really. But honestly, even BC. Yes, I know they had a thing in Kata, but they kind of didn't, if you remember. It was just like the Zandalari, the Zul Confederacy was trying to recruit the Amani in Kata. That's it. There's not much there, right? There's not a lot of meat on those bones. And even the Amani storyline was basically copy-pasted from the BC storyline. So, really, we haven't done much with the Amani since BC. Help me out of this pot! The water isn't even boiling, by the way. Give me information. I told the Syndicate folks joining the Red Dawn group was a bad idea. Working with bandits like the Defiance and lunatics like the Scarlet Crusade, the Syndicate's more respectable than that. That's it. No more Syndicate, no more Red Dawn. Orange isn't even my color. Give me a sec, Colgrim. Let me come back to that. Yes, the respectable Syndicate. Anyways. Shoot, I was going to say something. Right, I was going to ask a question. Anybody in chat, what's the, like, smallest thing that you're still interested in from Midnight? I just gave you mine. I want to see what they do with the Amani. Yes, the Void, and yes, Xalatath, and all that's awesome, and I'm looking forward to it. But I mean like a little thing, a little side thing that's caught your attention, right? If that makes sense. And for those of you not aware, they're expanding, so this zone up here is actually going to be expanded and finally pressed into the Eastern Kingdoms. And there's going to be a whole Amani zone. I am looking forward to seeing what they do with that. That's my thing. That's my little thing. That's my side thing. Yeah. It's awful. They've been throwing axes at this gong all day. I hate gongs. Give me information. Swear to me. I told my brothers we picked the wrong assignment. I wanted to infiltrate Hammerfall and spy on the orcs like the others. Really? Haranir Druid Farms. Ooh, have we seen those yet? Should have agreed to pretend to be a refugee. I know someone who I think isn't in chat right now who is really looking forward to rolling a Haranir. Yeah, I was actually thinking about it. So, you know me, I tend to think in terms of production cycles and management and logistics chains, because I'm a very, very boring person. So let's think about this structurally. Midnight is folding these two zones into the Eastern Kingdoms. So, for those of you who don't understand, these two zones, actually 3 zones, but whatever, are actually part of BC. So they're on the BC server. What I mean by that is, WoW divides... Okay, every game divides things up into what I usually call cells. That's the Elder Scrolls term, but it's a common term for this kind of thing. So a cell is any contiguous space, no loading screens. You with me? Good question, Mr. Ed. Probably going away. Might have a time thing. Don't know yet. Anyways, so, yeah, you see where I'm going with this D20. So all of the Eastern Kingdoms is one cell, except for these 2 zones, which are part of the Outland thing. So these are getting folded into the Eastern Kingdom. So yeah, I think that as we're getting to Last Titan, which we know is going to revamp Northrend, I think they're going to use that opportunity to revamp Bloodmist and Azure Mist, which are also part of BC, just like Silvermoon is, and just like the Quel'Thalas area is. So, I'm hopeful, because for those of you not aware, these 4 zones, Azure Mist, Blood Mist, Eversong, and Ghostlands, are some of the worst zones in the game. Gameplay-wise and story-wise, they're trash. And I'm sorry, no offense, but they're trash. And that's awful because it's relatively easy for a new player to start there. Right? Like, it's not uncommon to want to play a Draenei or a Blood Elf. So, yeah, these zones suck. And I know players personally, who have fallen into the trap of, I want to play a Blood Elf, and they put the game down because they got sick of BC zones. And I had to jump in and be like, please do me a favor. Go somewhere else. Go anywhere else and start your character there. And I talked them through it. Like, you're going to go into Silvermoon, you're going to go up to this portal up here, you're going to use it, it's going to take you to Tirisfal. Go do Tirisfal instead. And they liked it because Tirisfal was a Kata zone and was one of the zones that got an overhaul. And they were like, yay! But, oh my god. Anyway, sorry. Apparently the new player experience isn't changing. That sucks. By the way, because I like to be organized, boring, and stupid, let's look at this. So Azure Mist was a net -1. Blood Mist was a net -11. That's actually, that's worse than I remembered. Eversong was not terrible. Ghostlands was -9. Both of them are surpassed by Blade's Edge, by the way, which is -13. Yikes. All of them are surpassed by Kurthia, which is the worst zone in the game. Thanks, Shadowlands. But, no joke, Kurthia is the worst. I can enumerate this because I've got a list. Kurthia was the worst, then Blade's Edge, excuse me. So Kurthia, Blade's Edge, excuse me, Blood Mist, Ghostlands. Those are the 4 worst zones in the game, right there, in order. The Deathholm questline is cool. Do you remember the rest of the zone, D20? The long, slow, meandering nonsense as you slowly slog through a zone which has terrible drop rates and dozens and dozens and dozens of quests, all of which are required to finally get to Deathholm. Like, back down here, and then all over here, we gotta do these quests, and these things are irritating. We gotta go up here, we gotta do the water elemental thing. We gotta take care of all the Nerubians, and we gotta go over here and fight these old undead models. And don't forget, there's the Murloc quest, and there's the Night Elf quest, and then there's go fight the undead to get the drops, and then we have to go kill the 2 rares, then we have to go back over here, then that leads down to here to the other Night Elves. Oh my god, it's awful. I agree with you about Deathholm. Deathholm's the bright spot of Ghostlands, but oh, that's... Yeah, I actually, when I walked into Ghostlands, I was expecting it to score well. I was wrong. Sorry, moving on. You're lying to me, human. This day will be your last.
I'm not. I swear. Syndicate is on their way to attack Hammerfall for the Red Dawn.
Like how they're all cowering. Frickin' Syndicate. I love how the joke faction is the Syndicate. There's a bit of a meta thing here. So, the Defias had an entire story arc to themselves, right? And the Scarlet Crusade have multiple story arcs to them. I guess the Defias too as well. And then there's the Syndicate. If you just played the game, how many of you, before you started watching me, knew who the Syndicate were at all? So, I told you I'd tell you who the Syndicate were. Once upon a time, Warcraft 2, most old RTSs, we've actually talked about this before, because Warcraft 1 did this as well. Most old RTSs have this thing where they wanted you to do at least one mirror match. That's because, in general, most older RTSs only really had two factions, right? Orcs and humans, right? So, they wanted you to fight a traitor faction so you would have some variety in mission designs. You'd be fighting something else. In Warcraft 2, the orcs fought Gul'dan's forces, and the humans fought Alterac. I said Dalaran. The Alterac forces, because the Alterac forces were traitors. Cool, whatever. We obviously smashed Alterac like a bug. You can actually see the ruins of it in-game. It's up here. Right there. It's literally called Ruins of Alterac right there on the stream. And what's left of the Alterac nation is these bandits who turned themselves into the Syndicate. Thing is, well, that's actually a really cool story idea. They never did anything with it ever. No, really. They never did jack with the Syndicate. They were some quest mobs in vanilla, and there was a couple of quests there, culminating in like killing a dude who was connected to the Presters, I believe. And that's it. That's it. That's the Syndicate's presence in the game. So, they're a joke, which is why the Defias are like, we will fight, and the Scarlets are like, we will be evil, and the Syndicate are like, no, please don't kill me.
Speak. Die well.
That will surely cow them. I'd be surprised if I saw them stray from their village anytime soon.
Fight with honor.
Barclay's lucky he reached his brothers in time.
War is
This human is claiming the Syndicate's scum are going to attack Hammerfall. Another day I would not be concerned, but with the Outriders dealing with Witherbark and the search for Danath, Hammerfall is undefended. Let's go defend our home.
May your enemies grovel.
You've proven truthful, human. Now, out of our way. We must warm Hammerfall.
You don't have to tell us twice.
Yeah, go home. And maybe do a story arc sometime in the future, because I think there'd be some cool stuff. Okay, bye. I unironically think the Syndicate have some potential narratively. And there's one big reason why. Hear me out for a second. We've destroyed the Defias. They don't exist. We've destroyed the Scarlet Crusade. We never knocked over the Syndicate.
Geara, champion, Faerun. Then Hammerfall is not lost. We will retake it ourselves.
Hell yeah, let's do this.
The heart of the Maghar is pure and strong.
I should have been here. I could have done something. White-hot fury and rage emanate from Geara's tense posture and tightly closed fists.
Fight with honor.
True, Village
Die
Snow.
with glory.
Again, I think they could do some interesting... It's not just the fact that the Syndicate is still there. I think they could do some interesting stuff with it. Especially if they do something other than the typical we've decided to be bad guys thing. The Syndicate could be a player if they wanted to. They just have to play their cards right. The Syndicate has put Hammerfall to the torch. The cowards are using pyromancers to feed the flames, but we can save our huts if we get to them quickly. Fight through the bandits and then blow this horn. A shaman will come out to douse the fire.
I will see Draenor's skies once more.
I mean, fair, Lord Hermot. And like you were talking about in the Crusader Kings mod, it's not hard to imagine a weaker power becoming relevant thanks to careful maneuvering and political alliances, right? That's actually an extremely common thing to happen in EU5 and EU4 and Stellaris and in Crusader Kings and in Victoria. Like that's I could see that happening if they decided to connect with someone bigger than them and be like, so... Yeah, also, Deep Space Nine, excuse me. Etrix growls in frustration. I was such a fool. I should have not sent away those Outriders. Without them, the Syndicate has overrun Hammerfall. And were not for my fool heart, the refugees turned out to be Syndicate spies. But now you're here. Now we can force the Syndicate out. Eliminate their soldiers. Save any trapped civilians. These spies have had enough of the open hand. Now they will suffer my fists.
We will have peace in the Highlands.
Yeah, I was going to say, for those of you not aware, the Uncrowned, who are still there, by the way, they're in Dornegal. Oh, hey, Pax is doing stuff. Could use some help, and yeah, the Syndicate have some, unironically, prime real estate. If you could just help us with our ogre problem a bit.
We must bring our light to all of Azeroth.
Maybe fold the ogres in? I'm just saying. I caught a glimpse of who was leading the attack. It looks like Joseph the Enlightened was less full of hot air than we thought he was. Is he now part of the Syndicate? I think he was part of the Crusade. I guess it doesn't matter.
Our light brings
It
unity.
really doesn't.
Hammerfall will be ours once more!
So, hi guys. Y'all are dead. So, Joseph's a paladin, and you may or may not have seen it earlier, Mr. Ed. I didn't highlight it, forgive me. Ooh, nice. Oh, well, let me click it. Oh, there it is. Can I preview it? I can preview it. Nice. Yeah, Pax is off hunting decor items right now. Check it out. I want that. I hope they add more Iron Horde aesthetic stuff, because I noticed they haven't. And I have always loved the aesthetic of wrought iron, which is the Iron Horde's overall look. Anyway, sorry, so he's a paladin. And what that means is he'll fight and delay you without being able to do anything to you. But also, eventually, he'll lose, at which point he will bubble and then hearth. Now that sounds like a joke, but I actually mean that with total sincerity. That's really what he's doing. He is after all, vanilla paladin. Alia, Brigman. I do like that idea. Of course, I like politics. What the hell do I want? Or you want? We want?
Thrall Hall.
By the way, good quest design. You could do anything here. No, I'm serious. You can kill people, you can restore things, you can rescue people, or kill, restore, rescue. Yeah, that's right, 3 things. Doesn't matter what you do, it all gives you progress for the quest. It's so, good quest design is so normalized in WoW at this point that I feel silly pointing it out. Yeah, no, WoW in many ways is just so refined in its quest design at this point that it's just like, yep. Here's another cool one. Speaking of...
You again. I will not go easy on you this time.
Pretty sure you lost last time we fought. I have a memory of that happening.
You are fortunate I
See?
changed my mind and spared you.
See?
Next time, I will not be so forgiving.
You thought I was joking. He literally bubble hearths. You thought I was joking. Admit it. Yeah, no, he's a vanilla paladin. He's even wearing vanilla mail armor. Not plate, by the way. Mail armor.
An ambush Stromic caravan.
It could be Danath's. We must go and investigate. There is so much yet to learn in the top side.
Actually, yeah, Colgrim. Joseph escapes again, and this time his warning is much more foreboding. He has a darkness in his mind and his soul. I'm confused how he could profess to follow the light. So, Baron, you sweet summer child, let me explain to you how the light is not good.
I have so very many questions, but they can wait for now.
Go as you will.
My outriders discovered a destroyed caravan on the road. Around it were the bodies of Stromic soldiers. It could be Danath's escort, or it could be another hapless group. Either way, we investigate. Let's hope Danath is not among the dead.
The Maghar will claim.
Syndicate is in retreat.
Good. Now let's find Danath and punish those behind his disappearance.
People, Colgrim. People are good. There's no such thing as a good energy source in Warcraft. And I actually really like that idea. That's an old concept, too. That goes back at least to vanilla.
These look like orc weapons. Why would your people attack Danath?
They would not. Something is wrong here.
So there's a thing called a false flag.
Lokar!
Oh, absolutely, Huthor. Just like the Void and Fel tend to be more bad than not. But Fel is not bad. Not really. Just like Void is not bad. It just leans itself towards that way because of what it's good at. This wasn't a battle, it was an ambush and a massacre.
Die well.
It was not done by simple bandits. The spot was chosen specifically for an ambush, and these troops were taken down quickly and efficiently. Danath was heading to Hammerfall. This route is the most direct route, which makes it predictable. Let's search for Danath amongst the dead, find out what happened here. Leave no stone unturned.
Go with honor.
Whoever did... I mean, the Black Harvest even has one person I would call who is unapologetically good. Not good aligned. Good. I can't think of her name, though. You know what I'm talking about? It's the woman we met in Pandaria. She's Forsaken, and she was the one who ended up... her big speciality, her shtick as a warlock is imprisonment spells and banishment spells. She's the one who helps us rescue... the guy who was also from Pandaria. Is it Jubeka? Hang on. I'm a visual person. Give me a second. Yeah, Kenrathed. That is her. Jubeka Shadowbreaker. That's her. Yeah, she's just a good person. She's just a nice, helpful, positively inclined person. She's one of the few, I'm not gonna lie. But I just mentioned that because she's a part of the Black Harvest, which has a bit of a range of neutral to kind of evil to kind of good. Anyways, 3 biggest champion achievements. Right. Sorry, Colgrim. Let me pause for a second. Yeah, Redison was pretty cool, too. I'll agree with that. So, I know this is kind of a weird, controversial choice, but I've always said that our defeat of Lei Shen is one of the biggest things we've ever accomplished. We didn't exactly do it completely alone, but it's probably the biggest, strongest thing we've taken on without some kind of external source backing us or powering us up. During Legion, we took out bigger players, but in Legion, we had the artifact weapons, right? And we also, like, for example, we fight a Titan. We defeat and kill a Titan. That's insane, but we do that with artifact weapons while also being backed by other Titans, right? So that's not like at the same thing, you know? But Lei Shen, that was us. We took down the most skilled and powerful Mogu ever, who was also at the time empowered by a Keeper Soul and a Titan Soul. That's crazy that we managed that. So that's thing number 1. Yeah. Speaking of In Warlords, I was actually going to go over that one second. In Warlords, we take down Archimonde. Once again, we have nothing like mitigating or backing us there. It's just us versus Archimonde, the biggest, strongest swinging dick of the Legion. And we do. We defeat him and we permanently kill him. And he's gone because of the way we did that. Yeah, N'Zoth, we had to do some sideways stuff to make that happen. I guess we did canonically have the Legendary Ring, but still, I still think Archimonde is another big accomplishment that we managed. Yeah, we took down Kil'jaeden after that with the help of artifacts. Don't forget. For my third one, honestly, the second Lich King is my first thought. Now, hear me out. Deathwing was arguably a bigger accomplishment, but once again, we had a lot of backing for Deathwing. We had the Dragon Soul, we had the Aspects, we had airships, right? Like, we were part of an army that took down Deathwing. The second Lich King, the whole thing, I kept talking about that during Wrath, the filter, right? The second Lich King kept trying to filter and filter and filter and filter and filter and filter until only the best of the best of the best were left. And that was us. And it's worth noting, we died. We lost that fight. We got lucky. So, still, the fact that we were able to reach the second Lich King and push him that far is probably, I would say, our third overall biggest accomplishment that we managed by ourselves. Because you're right, we did get backing to eventually win. I mean, that's fair. We did lose under our own power, but we pushed the second Lich King harder than anyone or thing ever has before or since. I'd say that counts for something. There was Cthulhu, while we're on the subject. Yeah, true, that's true. There was Cthulhu. What else? God. So... You know what's funny is canonically we beat the Jailer with no external help whatsoever. Doesn't count. Not thinking about it. Let's see. Yeah, we had the help of the Keepers against Yogg-Saron. G'huun? No. I would honestly put G'huun below, like, Cthulhu. Also, we did have the Titan machinery for that fight, too. You'll notice we kind of did cap quite a while ago, if you think about it. I mean, no, I agree, Colgrim. No, I'm actually with you, Uthor, if you'll remember. No, Cthulhu wasn't fully woken up yet. That was the whole point. That's why we opened the seal, if you remember. Why we opened the Scarab Gates was to get to him before he got to full strength. And yeah, G'huun was a lab experiment gone wrong. He was always pathetic. And we had Titan machinery on that one. We did take out Ragnaros in his home with help. He was, I guess we didn't really get help. He was just trying to run. N'Zoth we already mentioned. You know what? I'm going to do something weird for my third pick. Because we're thinking in terms of bosses, right? I mean, at that level, yeah, probably Loke. I'm going to pick the events of Undermine. Bringing lasting change to an entire population. Thanks to our efforts. I mean, granted, you could say we do that a lot. But we were very directly involved in the revolution in Undermine. Right? Like, we have been part of helping a lot of people over a lot of years. That was kind of a very direct and overt flunk. So, I'm going to go with that as my third pick. You spot a small object half buried in the dirt. When you brush the dirt off, you recognize the Red Dawn emblem, just like the one you've seen before.
We've seen that emblem twice before. Was this the work of the Red Dawn?
This horse was killed swiftly and suddenly. It appears its rider fell but recovered quickly. They seem to have fought off several enemies before being overwhelmed. However, there's no body. Given the position in the column, maybe it was Danath's horse? Danath is not among the dead. He was overwhelmed and abducted. No easy feat for his opponent. Yeah, I would say the only other time we are as directly involved in a revolution as with Undermine was Suramar. Another great story arc, by the way. His axe appears orcish in origin, but is otherwise unfamiliar. It's not the same style as the ones used by the orcs of Hammerfall. Also not well maintained. In fact, it doesn't even look fit for combat.
That axe was forged at Argarok. We abandoned many like it, with the fortress at the end of the last war.
War is all
We had taken Danath, we would not have left our axes behind.
Syndicate brothers must have taken them from Argarok and planted them for the Red Dawn. But why?
To start a war that would destroy both Stromgarde and Hammerfall, and leave them in power.
Then we must search for Danath, starting at Argarok, and alert Stromgarde of what we have found.
I mean, these are little fish, Mr. Red. That's part of the point, really.
Thrumka!
It's decided, then. For to prevent war, we must alert the Alliance to the situation and rescue Danath as soon as possible.
The Maghar will claim victory.
If Danath's kidnappers want to keep him from prying eyes, Argarok is the perfect place. It's been abandoned for years. Its buildings still stand. All the Red Dawn could be there, nobody would be the wiser. Let's find Danath quickly. Hammerfall is vulnerable, tensions are high. A missing leader is just the excuse Mara needs to start a war.
Honor guide you.
I will inform Stromgarde and ask for their help in the search. With luck, I can forestall any aggression.
We will head to Argarok. If Danath is there, then this conflict ends before it starts.
Yeah, you ride your horses. I'm gonna fly there. Bye. I have actually not done this on the Alliance. What is the story of WoW? Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. That link that Nightbot just posted, Alejandro, that's the story of WoW. Go watch that.
Looks like we're in the right place. Champion?
I believe we found where the Red Dawn were hiding.
May you find glory in battle, but
Use-
live to see peace.
Using Argarak as a base was clever, very clever. Looks like the bulk of their forces are here. If Danath is alive, I'm certain they would keep him here. Search the buildings for him, and look for any information on this Red Dawn that you can. Anything might be helpful in taking them down. Let's hope Danath is alive. If he isn't, long and bloody conflict is ahead of us.
May our allies grow, and our enemies cower before us.
This Red Dawn is occupying the fortress of Argarok. Bandits of all types and bands taking refuge under their banner. I'm sure they brought their spoils with them. It may calm tensions if we recover their goods and return them to the rightful owners.
May your enemies grovel!
Defias, Syndicate, Scarlet Crusade. All human factions long thought destroyed or disbanded.
It's just it's past time we finish the job and put down the Red Dawn. Yeah, no kidding, Asmirostar. Also, the Jailer. Sorry. Ah. Written on these scrolls is an oath of loyalty to the Red Dawn. From the top row. I henceforth renounce all my allegiances and swear loyalty to the Red Dawn and its leader, Baron Trollbane. I vow to serve, protect, and to defend the cause of humanity to the exclusion of all else. I promise to unite the people of Arathor once more and see them take their place as the greatest nation of Azeroth. You know, Giga, you have this power. It could happen, Giga. You could do it. The Defias have been failed by their leadership, first by the Van Cleefs and now by Ratsbane. These charlatans have been satisfied with banditry and petty thievery. They suffer from lack of imagination. The Defias were founded to remove the corrupt nobles of Stormwind. We were to bring justice, honesty, and integrity back to our rulers. We have lost sight of that in a quest for revenge. No longer. Now we have found a new cause and leader, one who will not only cleanse the corruption from Stormwind, but from all human kingdoms. Rise up, my Defias brothers and sisters. Rise up like the morning sun and join the Red Dawn. Follow Lady Trollbane. Oh, hello. Just spawning in on me. I have never talked about the Kong movies. Ever. And I never will. Oh, right. So as you get the resources, there's actually a bunch. Stolen Iron Forge supplies. A bundle of bandages. This is clever. We'll explain why as we go through this. Never, Loke! I'd rather die! Oh, it's bandages again. Many years ago, the Alteraci were one of the first to set out from Strom and build a nation away from Arathor. The kingdoms of Alterac and Stromgarde have quarreled over the years, but now they must remember our shared history. It's time for our people to unite once more. We are not enemies, but cousins. I will take the first step in offering peace and reconciliation. I invite the remnants of Alterac, known as the Syndicate, to join the Red Dawn. We are a faction that will fight for all humans, no matter their kingdom or creed. Let us return humanity to the glory it had. Veronica Niles. Yeah, in case it wasn't extremely obvious that Niles was a member of the Red Dawn, there's our proof. Yeah, by the way, Azeroth Reborn got the last campaign, like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It's really recent. It's super duper recent. I actually reached out to the person and just as a private thing, I was like, I'd like to do a stream of this. Do you think this is feature complete? And he said, well, give it a few more weeks, but yeah, I'm going to do it. And I may have dumped some money on his face as a tip and a thank you for all his hard work. Azeroth Reborn is Warcraft 3 rebuilt in StarCraft 2's engine. Not Warcraft 3 reforged. Warcraft 3. I highly recommend it. And yeah, it literally just finished, like, within the last month. So all 8 campaigns are good now. Is it an accurate recreation? I haven't played it yet. Company of Heroes, Broken Arrow, and Azeroth Reborn. I'm just going to jot it down like that. How do you find it? You know what? Give me a second. Because I've already got it. You can just find... If you fire up StarCraft 2, you can find it that way. But... hang on. Maybe. There's... Oh, God. Well, anyways, here. I'm going to start you on your journey. There's the page for it. There's a... He's got like a launcher. A campaign launcher. Is this it? If this isn't it, it'll be over here. Yeah, here it is. Synergies Mod Launcher. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Try to find... Yeah, it should be in the arcade at StarCraft 2. But if you want to play it straight, there's an update available. I'll go ahead and update that right now. There's a piece of a program called Synergies Mod Launcher. And that enables you to grab all of his campaigns. He's actually got several that he's, fan campaigns he's worked on over the years. Yeah, actually. Keep in mind, this is fully legal. Here's the really fun part. It's completely free. No, I'm dead serious. If you do not own StarCraft 2, StarCraft 2 has a trial, which has full access to the arcade, which is where these custom campaigns are. You can play this for free. He did Azeroth 3 Swapped. He did Heart of the Swarm Protoss Edition, which is Heart of the Swarm but playing as Protoss. Heart of the Swarm Terran Edition. He did Kerrigan Covert Ops. It's a bunch of like swapping around things. He did War Chasers. He did the UED campaign. No, sorry, he didn't do the UED campaign. Sorry, that was Oracle. My bad. I don't remember what else. Oh, Razaroth Legends, which I haven't poked at, and Azeroth Mysteries were both him as well. Anyways. Back into it. Ooh, what's this? Sustainably farmed and responsibly canned Lock Frenzies from Lock Badon. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm getting really bad luck on the drops here. Oh, here we go. Some heavy armor kits. Proudly made in the Badlands from genuine Billy Goat leather. Do you really want to know, Maverick? Yeah, by the way, almost all of these are specific references to vanilla. In fact, if you look at the bandages, you know, the first aid bandages, they mention that they're 20 years old, but they still work. Oh, that would be great, Loke. Someone, to my knowledge, was working on that, but like, I don't know where that's at. Oh, blood sausage. Expiration date. When it tastes bad. Yeah, StarCraft Recall is what I'm referencing. Nothing new there. Okay, so. Brothers and sisters of the Scarlet Crusade, long have we fought to eliminate the scourge of undeath from our land. Long have we suffered defeat after defeat at their hands. It's time for a change. We must seek out allies to help us in our glorious crusade. But even more than that, we must lend our aid to those with even grander aspirations. Let's not only save the world from the undead, but make it a paradise for humans everywhere. That's what the Red Dawn stands for. That's what Mirren Trollbane stands for. A new dawn for all humanity. So, have you noticed that she takes a different tactic with each of the three groups to try and convince them? does it keep doing that? God, I love that attack. What is that? Is that it? No. Yeah, it's the follow-through to Wake of Ashes. I don't know where it actually is. Or if I can even look at it. Oh, well, whatever. Oh, yeah, that is actually it. Hammer of Light. Yeah, do 782,000 damage and 500,000 AoE damage. Also starts the hammers, which are great. Oops.
Just smash it open, Eitrig.
If an orc prison couldn't withstand an orc, it wouldn't be worth much now, would it, Danath?
He's got a point.
Speak quickly. There are battles to be won.
More supplies? Good. Looks like they're on the way from Ironforge to Stromgarde. Stromgarde will be pleased we found them. Yeah, by the way, the other narrative point, other than the obvious haha vanilla joke, all of those supplies were from Ironforge. You know, the dwarves. Idiots.
Die well.
We will have peace.
They wouldn't kill me. Left me to rot. Cowards. How did you find me?
The Red Dawn left orc weapons at the ambush to fool your people. But they did not fool us. We knew the weapons came from Argarok.
Geara, Eitrig, your honor humbles me. You didn't...
No time to get sappy on us, Danath. We've seen what's coming. Varen went to warn your people.
Then she is in grave danger. Only someone in Stromgarde, someone close to me, could have orchestrated the ambush.
Then we must go to her aid.
So you'll notice that cutscene didn't use bespoke animations. This is what people were whinging about for forever. In this giant, massive, amazing, fantastic, well-designed gameplay and story sequence of Quest for this arc, people were complaining about the fact that some of the cutscenes used canned animations instead of bespoke animations. Now, let's be clear. They do look worse. But I'm going to be sorry. I'm going to be real here. That's it? That's your complaint?
Well met. I could use
Do note we haven't seen the cutscene yet. While feigning sleep, I heard the guards brag about the Red Dawn's plans for Stromgarde. My kidnapping was just the start. Colonel Niles. After all these years, she may be the one to turn the key and free Mara, my niece, to do as she wishes and start a coup. Mara will lead Stromgarde's army and secure the Red Dawn to Hammerfall to secure the Highlands for Strom. His face is red with fury, but his eyes are watery with tears. We must gather our allies and confront the traitors.
Working together is not... This was clearly Marin's handiwork. There's no telling what she'll do when Varen returns.
It is much worse, and we'll decide if it deserves a negative as we go. But I'm going to be real. At worst, it would be like 1 negative, right? You ran ahead with Eitrig to confront Marin. We will fight soon.
Speak,
So, Civil War.
See Draenor's skies once.
Danath and Eitrigg ran ahead to confront Merrin. They hope to stop her. They can end the coup and the bloodshed, but after seeing Joseph's handiwork firsthand, despite how unorthodox he may be, he's still a danger. Is he? I hate to say it, but I would relish the chance to finally take that underhanded cretin down. He's blocking our path up ahead at the city hall. Let's take him down and help Danath and Eitrigg on the way.
Our light brings unity.
I'll gather our troops to cover your back.
Let's go, Gayara. We will take him down together.
That's what I'm thinking, Huthor, but we'll see. As a quick aside, by the way, if I can just jump in here, I doubt this worked on anybody, but I noticed a little thing they do here. So we get here, and the NPC who's been a quest giver since vanilla is quietly helpful and supportive. Meanwhile, there's loud, brackish, British voice-acted guy. One of these characters is evil, and one of them is a bro. Yeah, smashing! I think I'm right behind another player, because... Ah, there he is, okay.
Ah, bringing along more deviants to the fight this time? No matter.
Dude. Probably Magister. I like how he keeps having to summon priests to back him up. What kind of paladin are you if you can't manage without it?
I'm too important to spend my time with you miscreants.
He's doing it again. He's doing it again.
No, my shield! But I'm the enlightened one! The Scarlet Crusader!
So in case you missed that, Gayara just broke through his invuln bubble. Because of course his invuln bubble is so terrible that a warrior can break through it.
Let's find Danath and Eitrigg.
With, that's right, Shattering Throw. Cutscene.
Stop this! Danath fought to save all of Azeroth.
He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Kar-Zalgar. You'll never understand. For Arathor!
Just bodied.
The Red Dawn will rise again.
No! Do not make her a martyr. Our history will read, Faerun, true daughter of the Arathi, allowed Merrin to live without her title and name. The Red Dawn vanished from the Highlands forever.
This is not over.
Yeah, Faerun's actually a really legit character, but at the end of the day, she's young. She has no idea what she's doing. She's a soldier. One of the things she's been dealing with most of her life is fighting unequivocal bad guys. Right? This is a little more nuanced. Now, Merrin's going to be a problem down the line, and she is, let's be very clear about that. But I'm actually with Danath on this one. Killing Merrin isn't really the goal here. Breaking her was. And, we did that. These people needed to know the truth. And now Danath can spend some time being like, alright, hey. You know those people you were supporting? Yeah, they were the ones who were keeping you from your bellies. And that's just going to, that one factoid is just going to sway opinion across all of Stromgarde. And all of the Red Dawn, the local Red Dawn support is just going to evaporate. All of the hardline loyalists, they went into exile with Merrin. So, they're gone. This also means that Stromgarde and Hammerfall are now going to be able to have better and more long-term relations because, duh, basically. So I had a thought about that cutscene we just saw. Let's talk about that briefly. Obviously, it's not as good as the other ones. Duh. There's another couple of cutscenes like that in Koresh as well. I mentioned that because I realized what those cutscenes are. They're what WoW has actually been doing since, like, BC, but they were done with camera angles. Let me explain. WoW likes to do what I call in-gameplay cutscenes, where you're actually still, capable of running around and playing and doing stuff while the cutscene's happening. So normally, the person in control of the camera is you. Whoosh. So what we just saw is exactly the kind of cutscene we would see, and all of those, obviously because they're using the gameplay engine, are using the default models and rigging, which means default and canned animations. The problem was they used a custom camera for the cutscene, which really zoomed in on all of the awkward stiltedness we've had since forever. And I think that's the issue. I legitimately think if they just pulled the camera out and let the cutscene play in gameplay, nobody would have even noticed. At worst, people have complained about not getting a custom cutscene for the finale. Or the climax, I should say. The finale is actually yet to come.
The cycle of war. It never ends, does it?
One day, Danath. Times are changing, even for us old soldiers.
By the way, can I just say I love the quiet symbolism of Eitrigue, who was part of the Demonic Horde, and Danath Trollbane, who fought in the Second War, just being bros.
The Highlands are our home, and we will fight for it.
Was granting Mercy the right decision? I do not know, and it was not my decision to make. Danath says there's little Merrin can do now that without her name and title. If she persists, she'll be nothing more than common bandit. Let's hope her exile was enough to end this conflict. Thank you for your aid.
Eyes open, weapon ready.
Oh, absolutely, Luthor.
Are at your service.
Merrin's Red Dawn has left the city in pieces, returned to Stromgarde, at least for now. Farron left for the countryside, said she wanted to check on Newstead and Refugee Point. I think she just wanted to get out of... Oh, those look cool. Out of Stromgarde. She came here with such enthusiasm. I should not have tempered it so harshly. I feel in the end it was I who needed to learn a lesson. We should check on her.
For Azeroth. Go on ahead, champion. Eitrigue and I have some diplomatic red tape to clean up, I'm sure.
Yeah, no kidding, Magister. Whoop,
This is not how I expected my first visit outside Khazalgar to go. I am here as a representative of the people of Hallowfall.
Perhaps I was too naive. This place isn't the shining testament to the history of my people as I thought it might be. The same as everywhere else, my people struggled to survive. Maybe Nanath is right. Maybe there's nothing in those old stories but myth and superstition.
Faith and farewell.
I'm sorry. Stromgarde was not what you expected.
You were right. I was naive.
No, Farron. I was wrong.
Oh, whoops.
How?
I said Thoradin's wall was just a wall. But what it represents does exist. In you.
I don't see...
You have been a guiding light. Saving my life. Bringing us together. Reminding me of my true mission. You look to the past, but you are our future. And I am glad of that.
Perhaps Perhaps the New Dawn is not what Marin wanted, but us, returning here for our people.
I hope you are right.
It is good to feel the sun on my skin once more.
Benoth is right. Legends are just legends. We shouldn't try to live them, blinded by pride. Instead, legends should inspire us to make the world as we hope it should be. Light willing, we'll remember the past. We'll work for a better future for all of us.
My mage can send you back to Dornagol, but you'll always be welcome in Stromgarde, champion.
So yeah, that was awesome. People are such babies. I'm sorry. Yeah, worst quest in the game. Jesus Christ. WoW is dead! Okay. I need to share an anecdote really quick, okay? While I was playing Guild Wars 2 a few months ago, one of the things I pointed out was that the Guild Wars 2 vanilla cutscenes were trash, which they were. I also zoomed in the camera quite a bit on why exactly the Guild Wars 2 vanilla cutscenes were trash. You'll notice they were only in vanilla. The moment we left vanilla, in fact, the moment we left launch, actually, in Guild Wars 2, the moment we killed Zaitan, the cutscenes immediately got better. And never stopped getting better, basically. While I was commenting on it, while I was dissecting those cutscenes, someone in my chat said, better than WoW cutscenes. And I had to pause for a minute and be like, I'm sorry, what? You got to explain that. You can't just drop something like that. And they explained that the cutscene we just saw, not the one we just saw, excuse me, the climax cutscene, right? The stilted one, was terrible, worse than the vanilla Guild Wars 2 cutscenes, and is a sign that WoW is dead. I paused on the spot to go YouTube it. So, obviously, total nonsense, right? But here's the thing. And this is why I push back against grifters so hard. One of the... I don't understand the question, Master. One of the... after that stream, I went on my own time to look up something because I had a suspicion, and I was right. All of the big WoW YouTubers, because this is like right after this patch had just dropped, all the big WoW YouTubers were talking about how this was awful and terrible. It was a sign that Blizzard was running out of people, running out of personnel, that they had lost the spark, that WoW was on its way out, that it was going to self-destruct, that it was a dying MMO, and people were up in arms about how this is the worst cutscene ever. Worse than vanilla cutscenes, was what they were saying. And all of them were saying the same thing. It was just this, there was this really big grift wave about that cutscene. Everyone saw that and saw blood in the water and decided to jump on it. Now, whoever said that in chat, I actually don't remember their name because they weren't a regular of mine. I almost guarantee this, probably saw the grift wave and just went along with it. No context, no situation, no making up their own mind, no deciding their own opinion on the matter, just... Yeah, same damn thing happened with the Midnight Cinematic. If you remember, we watched the Midnight Cinematic live on stream, and it's not my favorite cinematic, but I cried at that cinematic because it was freaking good. It was well constructed. Yeah. So forgive me, I absolutely come across as defensive of WoW, but it's because I am always on the defense about WoW, because there are people like that who do everything in their power to constantly try to grift. And yeah, this is no stranger to those of you who are FF14 fans as well, is it? Like, I had issues with Dawn Trail. In fact, I got some feedback and pushback about my issues with Dawn Trail launch. But Dontrell's still a damn good expansion. Yeah. Yeah, Dontrell is the Shadowlands for FF. No, it isn't. Not even close. Not even in the same hemisphere. Oh yeah, and people are blaming Waklamot because the actress who voices her in English is trans. I think. I'm not even sure. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong. Jesus Christ. Morons. Unlike Ross, who is not a moron. Yeah, no, exactly, Loke. Also worth noting, for those who don't remember, they actually did re-record some of her lines because, let's be honest, some of her original line ratings were pretty bad. Sweet! People are lazy. Let's just call it what it is. People prefer not to think.
I hope you find these to your liking.
Ooh. Ooh. But not right now.
Red crane live forever.
You hate me, Giga? Alright, we've only got a few minutes before we cut off for lunch break. Who wants to look at some outfits? I actually haven't seen all these outfits yet, so some of this will be new for me. So let's get on our Humi. That's how we like to do these on. Although we could do it on the Night Elf. Let's do it on the Night Elf, actually. Where is she? Where is she? Never rip. Ugh. You are valid, Ismiristar. It's worth noting you're all valid. But Ismiristar, you are also valid. By the way, what do you think of my actual transmog for Never Rip? It's actually mixed and matched a little bit. I am especially fond of the boots. The light one I have on my main. But anyways. Okay, so let's look at some outfits. Hang on. Pax says I need to put an enchant on these things. Hang on, hang on.
Shop, browse. Smell.
I assume you mean Fell Shadows. Let's do that. Boop, boop.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, they're definitely fell now. They're, very fell. Oh, God. Oh, God. I feel radioactive just walking around. Like, people should be falling over and dying by being in proximity to me right now. Oh, the Darkwind Fair's up. Oh, God. Are there Darkwind Fair housing items? No, we didn't, Uthar. We saved it all for this. So, like I said, some of this is new to me. So, yeah, let me... Wait, this is the wrong mount. I want the new one. There it is. There we go. There we go. Much better. It is fell all the way down. Oops, my buttons are wrong. My buttons are wrong. No! That goes here, that goes here. I'm missing one. Also need to get recuperate another bar. Amazing, Loke. Fantastic. Literally and unironically one of the best housing systems, if not the best housing system ever made. By the way, it's only in the beta, and it's already the best housing system in MMOs. Yeah, I am just straight up a fell elf. Just full tilt. Anyway, so, like I said, let's look at our outfits. That's the wrong button. Here we go. So we'll start with... Behold, I am a necromancer. Sorry. What I meant to say was... Scroll up a bit. Right here? Yeah, that's it. Okay. What else got this? That's kind of cool. So we're going to do warrior, obviously. That's actually not too bad, really. Anything that's not over here is mouse. So all this is mouse stuff. Mouse stuff is the stuff that I don't use very often. That's the whole point. Right. So, yeah, the Halifal suits should be in here. Maybe? I don't know what they're called. There's the Undermine set. I saw that. There's the Koreshi set, which I also have. Where is it? Is it not here? Does it not have a set? I'm staring at it. We're good. Okay, so I need to start further down is what I'm hearing. Hang on, what's that? Okay, so that's the Gilneas, so that's Dragonflight, so... This... is the... I think this stuff counts. I think? Yeah, this is the Delve suits. Okay, we're good. So Delve suits should be the first one. Okay. We found our starting point. So, plate. I actually rather like this particular set. Like I mentioned earlier, like we talked about earlier, they've been getting a little bit more low-key and low-tier with regards to their sets recently. And so we've been seeing, because they can have higher textures, right? Because they can have higher detail, a chunk of metal can look good, if you'll forgive me for quoting Uthor on that point. So scale armor can actually look like scale armor, and metal can look like metal. So instead of going super amazing, fantastical, epic with lots of glow effects, we're going to have stuff that looks like this. Yeah, even the buckle on this is actually pretty well designed, and you'll notice it's actually 3D too. Sorry for gushing, but my point is that this is why Humble suits have been getting so much better and so much more interesting lately. Oh, on the shoulder? Oh yeah, that's another good one. Check that out. That is also 3D, by the way. The buckle on the shoulder there. So, we're already looking good. Hang on, I need to pull up my spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet to keep track of this. Give me a moment. Yeah, you literally couldn't do that back in the day. Here we go. Okay, War Within. Boom, here we go. Plus for buckles. Alright, so then we've got the male underground gear. Pretty much the same general vibe, obviously a lot more scaled. It does look more like mail armor. Not a big fan of the helmet. There's so many of these where I'm just not a big fan of the helmet. But as you can see, if we remove the helmet, it looks pretty awesome. I'm actually not a huge fan of the shoulders either, now that I'm looking at it. But I like the rest of it. I'm especially a fan of these, the gloves. The frilled gloves or flared gloves, whatever those are called. I like those. And once again, buckle. Amazing buckles. There's buckles everywhere. And we've got leather. So, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I'm not a big fan of the helmet. Yes, I understand that part of the point is the candle. I get that. Also, the mining aesthetic. Just ignore that. Ignore the boobs. Nope, ignore them. Ignore them and look down here. I actually like... I unironically like this suit from, like, the waist down. No, seriously. First of all, the belt is fantastic. Look at that. I love the little pouches and the giant-ass buckle there. I also really like the kind of loose pants, which is another thing they couldn't do until somewhat more recently. Most pants in WoW are skins. They are just a painted texture put onto your legs. These have some foof to them, so they look like pants. And yeah, these boots are actually really nice looking. They've even got the little frills, and you can see how the the pants kind of come into like that. We got the little buckles in the boots. So this is about half of a really good set, I would say. And then we go down to a clothy. Not as big of a fan up here as usual. The shoulders are whatever, and the helmet's dumb. But I feel like I'm repeating myself. Same general quality style stuff down here. And once again, I actually really unironically like that belt. Especially the little stitched pouch and the little scroll just kind of locked in there. So, overall, alright, not too shabby. Let's look at the Hallowfall gear. So this stuff is amazing. So there's purple variant, and then there's the gold, the white variant. Then there's the gold variant. For the sake of simplicity, we'll look at this one because I love the black and white. So here's our clothy black and white Arathi gear. Yes. No, I love this helmet. This is just screams Inquisitor. Look at that for a second. Just take in that helmet right there. Ignore the demon horns. Even from the back, it still looks good. And it's got this wonderful imposing nature to it. And that's on top of the... Again, we've got the flared cuffs on the shoulders. The scrolls dangling from her belt. On the front and on the sides. I love the straps just kind of dangling here from the belt itself. And of course it's a skirt, which as we all know is the superior form of robes in this game. So this is a big win, I think. Yeah, this screams Battle Priest, exactly. You've got this version actually doesn't have the skirt, but you know, we've got the version that's on fire. We've got the version you get from the Delves, which is that always awesome kind of burnished bronze and blue color. We've got the Aspirin. I don't have any... Oh, this is Season 1 stuff. No wonder I don't have that. It's just straight up gold. This is the one I really like. And, of course, we've got the violet version for the Void variant. I'm so sorry, Evo. But you know what I'm not sorry about? Is the leather gear. So, let's go ahead and go back to our black and white for showcasing. So, this is an interesting one. Am I the only one who this just gets a little bit... Yeah, it's a little sky captain-y. It's a little steampunky. There's even little daggers in the strap in the shoulder. Do you see that? And of course the little emblem right there on the scarf. That'll have like the slight scarf looking thing. And we've got like the little ropes on the shoulders. Yeah, this looks like an arrow knight. This is leather. We've also got a little bit of the alchemist thing going on. A couple of potions over here. And a nice little belt pouch. And some nice, tight, what do they call these? Knee-highs, right? With the fur. I am rather fond of this suit as well. It's not the kind of thing I would immediately jump out at, but it's really well designed. No, Ross. No, I refuse. Also, it doesn't work that way. It depends on how many people are involved. Oh yeah, the gloves. Sorry, I should show off the gloves. Sorry. I forgot to. Yeah, the gloves are awesome. So... They're like plated gloves, but also leather. And there's a lot of detailing on the specifics of the pieces of the hand there. And we've got this wonderful little fur, whatever they call that, the fur lining. Yeah, this is a great rogue set. If they ever add some kind of alchemy thing, this is going to be fantastic for that. Trim, thank you. And I think the purple version looks even better. It's a little more cartoony, maybe, but it just screams Sky Captain, right? Look at that thing. Then we have like the golden version, which is cool. Then we have the Delves version, which is also cool. And then we have the traditional version, which is probably the most realistic looking of all of them, and still, once again, cool. Yeah, I like the goggles too. So this is just knocking it out of the park so far. Let's go to Hunter. So Hunters have never had good suits, but it's okay. This isn't Hunter specifically. This is just male. And this... I didn't think I was going to like this at first. And then I looked at it more. So first of all, I actually really like this helmet. I know, it's hiding the face, but just take that in for a second. Look at that. It's just stylized enough to be a little bit unrealistic. And we got the fur scarf thing going on. We've got the shoulder pads, once again, a little bit harsher than last time. Couple of spare pads on there. We've got more vials down here on the belt, and a chain belt this time, ha ha ha, along with some frickin' grenades, like smoke grenades or something. Gauntlets aren't quite as cool, but still have some nice detailing on them. We've got these link chains just kind of dangling down across the skirt, and some really awesome looking boots. I am really fond of those boots. And yeah, also the half skirt. I've always been a sucker for the half skirt. I don't remember the first thing I ever saw the half skirt in. Probably was a duster. There's a reason I have 2 coats in real life that have that kind of aesthetic to it. Also, I look damn good in them, so that helps. This is knocking it out of the park. I love it. So let me move up to plate. So plate... Oh, wait, I forgot to show off colors. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me show off colors. Sorry. So here's the default. Can I just say, by the way, I absolutely love the colors of the Arathi. Red, gold, steel. That color combo is not one I would have picked. And yet here we are. There's also like this kind of white, like this eggshell white they've got going on as well. As you can see. Look at that. Look at that. It's just such a great color combo. That works so well with itself. Then we've got the Delve one, obviously. Got the same kind of bluish, burnished look. There's the gold one, the one we were just looking at, and the Void variant. I love the reflection in the metal, by the way. Okay, so hang on, let's go back. So now we'll go up to plate, excuse me. We'll start with here, because it's actually good with it. So yeah, plate, this pluses. This looks so good. This looks so good. Look at it. First of all, the helmet is phenomenal. I've used this helmet several times in Transmog just because it looks that damn good. It's that wonderful thing that the Judgment suit did back in Tier 2, where it's cloth and plate in combination. I love the glowing emblems. But yeah, once again, we have that ivory, thank you, Evo, along with like the gold and the silver. Nice little dangling bits there. I actually agree this is better than Judgment. Don't at me. I'm not sure if it's better than Judgment Anniversary. You know, Judgment Plus, but it's definitely better than Judgment. I really like the hip shields. I don't even care. I love the hip shields. These things are so impractical looking, and they're just kind of hovering there, but they look awesome. And you've got that like white trim on the... once again, you got the half cloak, right? And nice big burly boots. Look at those. Look at those. Chonk, chonk, chonk. And of course, very cool helmet. Very cool gauntlets, excuse me. I can talk. So there's our... This is probably my favorite of the Delve colors. You notice I have the entire suit of the Delve suit. Of course I do. There's the gold one. Probably one of the better gold-looking ones, too. There's the black and white one. I really need to finish getting all this at some point in time, because that looks awesome. And, of course, the Void suit, which I do have all of. Even the glowing purple flame there. This is awesome. One second. One second, hang on. There it is. Okay, that's what I thought. Just double checking my own notes here. Don't mind me. Yeah, Imperial Red, off-white marble, and very warm gold. And they could have gone for, like, the bright burning flame. Yes, Alejandro, no. But instead they go with, like, hearth. Right? Like, it's a comforting flame. It's more yellow and orange than it is red, which is a great decision. Even the flames coming off your shoulders are actually really mild and slow. It's like embers, right? Anyways. So then we have this stuff, which I think... This is just the basic stuff, right? Yeah. I don't have much to say about these. I'm just kind of double-checking myself here. Yeah, these are like quest things. I'm surprised I don't have all these finished. So now we get to the first raid. Tier 2. And also the anniversary. No, hang on. I'm actually curious of something super quick. Here's the Eternal Judgment, which, yeah, the extra detailing really helps. I'm just saying. And yeah, look at those meshes. Oh my god, it's like the perfect combination of a dress and a skirt. And it's got the armor. Oh my god, it looks so cool. Okay, we're done. Where are my Night Elf Paladins, Blizzard? Oh yeah, Shaman. Behold. Vroom, 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 vroom. Perfect. Well, forget both of those because those haven't been true in about 20 years, Alejandro. Anyways. No, hang on, it can't possibly make Hunter look good, right? I mean, there's no way you can make Hunter look good. Look at these boots, by the way. I love that. Look, they actually somehow made Hunter look not terrible. The extra hip plates help. The extra boots help. The gauntlets having the extra, like, scale parts of them. Yeah, it's gone from being terrible to not awful. And that sounds like an insult, and it is. But it's still impressive. The other bad one was Warrior. Which, yeah, same basic idea. It went from being to ooh. This is actually what my Warrior looked like back in the day. Anyways. No, we're here about Nirabar. Is it per tech? Nope. Okay. Cool. So. This is, Warrior? I get that it's earthen themed. I want to like it. Because I like the jagged edges, right? I like the low poly look, almost. The shoulders completely ruin it. The horns are dumb. The faces are dumb. The horns on the helmet are dumb. All of this is dumb. Hang on, let's just kind of... Let's see what this looks like without the shoulders. There, see, so this up here, this is what it looks like without the shoulders or the helmet. And yeah, that's immediately better. Because I like the, I don't know what aesthetic to call it, the geometric aesthetic that they got going on. But yeah, it's just to, okay, what other colors we got here? So there's our silver, very silver, very, very green, and mythic, which adds, okay, I'll give you the lightning on the horns helps. I'm not gonna lie. Still wouldn't wear either. Okay, so Warrior, Paladin. Okay, so first of all, I like that the wings have cape physics. That's actually a nice touch, because it means they're going to be moving around as you're moving around. So that's already cool. I love the wings. The boots are whatever. The hip things are good. I like the ruined gauntlets, especially with the bladed edges there. And I love the helmet. It's even got the wings on the helmet. And you could see like little nicks and dents. Look at that. It looks like a used armor. It looks like this is armor that's seen battle. That's actually really cool. And of course I love the full coverage. This is good. I might seek this out at some point in 2 expansions. There's normal colors, which are, you know, blue. Gotta blue it up. Heroic is purple. I'm actually not a fan of that. Oh, that's a good combo. That kind of light lavender with the gold yellow. Look at that. No, I like that. Yeah, I'll probably go for this at some point in time. I like it. I like it. Okay, so Hunter. So hunters are cursed to always have the bad gear. Yeah, I don't hate this. So it's very bony. It's got like the bear trap there on the side. Lots of poisoned horns. And I kind of like the skull horn thing going on there. It's not terrible. I'm actually more impressed by that than I thought it would. Yeah, it does look shaman. It's weird because it's a hunter. But yeah, it makes sense. Hunters are actually druids in lore. Like the energies they channel are druidic natures. So yeah, I can see kind of a Viking vibe there. So the normal colors actually look really good there. The bone white mixed with like the dark leather gray and then the glowing blue. That's a good color combo. That works right there. Heroic is Bell? Poison? I don't know. Mythic is purple. Everything's purple. I'm not a fan of that. I think normal right there. That's a good suit. The best hunter outfit? That means I have to think of a good hunter outfit. Hang on. Nope, that's not even good. Something I was thinking of then. Is that it? No. Is it Nighthold? It might be Nighthold. There's one. Nope, that's not it. That's super not it. There it is. Yep, nope, this is it. It is Nighthold. I was right. Maybe not Nighthold Mythic, but just Nighthold in general. Probably normal, if I had to pick a color right there. Yeah. Anyways. So Hunter is fine. All that. Where was I? I lost my track here. Here we go. Okay. Rogue. That's interesting. Yeah, no, I had to double check that this is Nerebar. It is Koreshi. We've got the wrappings going on. I mean, you know exactly what'll happen there, Mr. Root. Yeah, this is the Nexus Princess thing. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go with fine. I don't hate this. I think I like the shoulders best. Weirdly enough. Normal colors, heroic colors, and there's just straight up that actually is the Koresh colors right there. What, isn't this your face, Loke, in real life? They call you the Night Reaper. Come on. Yeah, it's even got the bandages. Yeah. That's fine. We're going to call that fine. Let's go down to Priest. That's different looking. Yeah, it's like the mini Naru. We've got Naru pieces on our thing. I actually really like the way they did the multi-layered dress here. Gauntlets, Nice detailing on the gauntlets, too. If you're looking at that. Belt is kind of weird. The belt is just like a brace for the cloak as a whole. And, of course, the obvious right up here. I actually really like this, unironically. So there's, it looks like it's staying gold. Oh, that's a good color combo. Look at that. That kind of, the wine colored red combined with whatever that really deep blue is. That's some good color combo. I like that. I like that. And then Mythic is... Oh my god, it's Void! No! I never would have guessed that the Naru Mythic is Void. That's interesting. The only thing that has... The only one that has a thing on the belt is the Void, of course. All jokes aside, this looks badass. Like, really badass. It's a shame I can't use this on my warrior, because I totally would. Hey, random. We're doing the cosmetic-y looks. Okay, so speaking of Death Knight, oh, that's dorky. Oh my god, that's so dorky. Oh my god, it's dumb. Okay, so hang on. Boots are fine, I guess. Yeah, it's a Chaos Space Marine, and we all know my opinion. It's way too much. Like, there's the chainmail, and then there's the leather. So there's the leather, there's the chainmail, then there's the plate, then there's the bandages, then there's the glowing plate on top of that, and that's just... And, I mean, what is going on with this? The broken spike... I do love the detailing, but the broken spikes going through the skull, which is, like, bound by some kind of, like, plate or leather binding to the rest of the shoulder. Oh, and then there's the helmet, which... I don't know what to add to that. And yeah, you gotta have the spikes. Gotta have the spikes. But it's not normal spikes. It's like spikes that lead into, like, the arc and then go further out into spike. It is very Space Marine. Or Chaos Marine, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Okay. Okay. Okay, Blizzard. Okay. Yeah, literally just the Black Legion at this point. Just straight up Chaos Marine. Just, okay. Okay. Moving on. Moving on. I am here to purge. Anyways. Shaman. Oops, there we go. Okay. So I like the chains. I like the stylings. I like the belt. I like the gauntlets. I want to like the water. I do. But I don't. Like, the water hair is a great idea. It doesn't fit the rest of the helmet. This helmet doesn't work with this, right? It needed to be either more open, so more of your face is visible, or less, so none of your face is visible. One of the two. Instead, we go with this kind of in-betweeny thing, and it just doesn't work. I do like that water tail, and I do like the water orbs on the shoulders. I just don't like the rest of it. So hang on, let's see what it looks like when it's actually blue. I mean, that does look better, but I probably wouldn't use that. Heroic, which is fine, I guess. That's an interesting color combo. And the water overflowing to the point where it's falling out, that's a nice effect. But again, yeah, more air now. So air plus water. Still... and that's my answer to that is, Mage. That's interesting looking. I'm going to go and be honest. I like those shoulders. The fact that the spikes on the shoulders are separate objects which are floating and rotating. Do you see that? That is a nice touch. The helmet... I think I like the helmet. This goes back to what I was just talking about. You need to show more or less of the face. And just having the mouth visible kind of fits the sort of arcane-y thing. I wish that eye wasn't there. Otherwise, I would really like this. The robe is fine. The belt is good. The belt is really good, actually. It's got the separate crystal gems thing going on again. Gauntlets are fine. Boots are fine. Leggings are cool. But yeah, normal colors. Yeah, I would probably replace the chest piece and honestly probably a lot of this if I was using this. I would... Oh, hello. I'll say I would use these shoulders. I would. And I would definitely use these shoulders. Look at that. I could make something work with that. That's like red, glowing red, and then like wrought iron and like a little bit of violet and black in there. Those shoulders could fit a lot of things. And the swirl, the runic swirl helps, I think. Also the helmet. I just noticed they added the extra light spikes. The energy crown to complement the real crown on the helmet. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Warlock. No bets on how... So, okay. Will this be edgy, gross, or both? Yeah, oh, that's right. They did add a glow to that. You're right. They did add a glow to the eye, and that does look good. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Warlock. That's... I was not expecting that. I think I like that. So far, Dragonflight. Although I haven't reviewed War Within's yet, that's what I'm doing right now. By the way, it's War Within. The War Within's the answer. So War Within, then Dragonflight, in that order. Yeah, that's... I like that. So hang on, we've got the little incense burners, which are just stylized enough, still retaining that kind of smooth curves look of the Warlocks. The face is completely obscured, but also isn't. It's actually there. It's just the veil. Very thick veil. It's also on the back, which something most of these cosmetics in WoW tend to forget is they need to look good in the back, too, because this is what the player sees all the time. And I actually rather like the very ritualistic style. Yeah, it is very Shivaran. You notice, it's probably hard to tell because of my skin. This is a bustier, right? So, I'm wearing a sports bra right now. I don't think I have like a human female to show that off, but I hope you could see that there. Yeah, tube top. I don't know, hang on. Let's see if I can make this more obvious. I need like a shirt. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it'll be easier to see on other colors, hopefully. Maybe, or maybe it'll be exactly the same. There we go. That might. Oh, that's a. Oh, I like that. Because I wasn't even going to comment on the eye yet, but the fell flame. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's the first mythic I'm really into. The colors, first of all, purple and gold, fantastic combo. Purple, gold, and green? And then, of course, that effect. Oh, that's fantastic. That is very well designed and very neat, and I need to make this a thing now. Ooh. Okay. Sorry. Enough gushing. Monk. So that's... I don't like that. So this is very furry. Yeah, it's the fortitude. It's got a goat, which makes sense. The ox, right? It's actually got the oxen shoulders and the oxen helmet, and once again they do that giant open helmet thing, which I'm just not a big fan of. No, this is Monk, Lord Aramon. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The back is actually better with the helmet, I think. I could see using that belt. In fact, I could probably use that belt on myself. The braided rope kind of look. Here's our normal colors, which are fine, I guess. Yeah, I wish I could just change my race really quick just to look at this, because that would help. I wonder what this looks like on, like, a Pandaren. Here's our mythic colors. You know what? I'm curious, really quick. Where is Iron Man? There it is. Yeah, we've talked about this before. Some of these were clearly designed with a specific species in mind, and then morphed to fit other species. Let's see if this is one of them. Okay, Behold! Monk! I am here to help! Alright, hang on, where is it? It's gonna be like right here, I gotta be staring at it. There it is. No, that still looks terrible. No. That's bad. That's just bad. Hang on. Let's follow Lope's idea here. Yeah, getting good armor that looks good on a panda is a full-time job, let me tell you. Oh, stretch. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, we're back in Shadowlands. No guesses for what I was doing last week. Alright, you do that again this week. I'll give you the shoulders look better on a Tauren, but I'm still not a big fan of that. I'm not sold, I'm sorry. Now that looks badass on a Tauren. Look at that. Look at that. I am eager to help. It scored extremely well, Ross. It's a very rough game. It's very, very, very mean. So I wouldn't recommend it to anybody who isn't already good at Mega Man X. But if you are, well. Alright, so let's get back on our... I really don't have a human female, do I? Hang on. Hey, look! A human female! Sure, we'll make you a paladin, just to be appropriate about it. There we go. Oh my god, that face is hideous. Fix it. Fix it. Why do I have so much makeup? Why do I have so much makeup? Get rid of all that makeup. Get rid of all those piercings. Get rid of all that necklace. There we go. Okay. Where's the one I like? I think that's it right there. That'll do. Subtract 90% of her body fat. God, it's really snowing out.
Emboldened by the return of their...
Shut up. Okay, so hang on. Add-ons. Off. Okay, so. Just gotta scooch over here. By the way, I actually unironically like this suit. I think I've mentioned that before. Anyways, so. Ahem. I want to show off one thing super quick, and then we'll move on. Which is this. So you can see better now that you see my pale skin underneath it, what I was talking about there. So, like, look at that. Look at that. God, that looks so cool. I'm sorry, I am in love with that suit. I want to get that now. The funny thing is, my Warlock is a Forsaken. I don't know what that's going to look like on her. Anyways, so we did Monk, now on to Druid. That's interesting. Okay. I like the boots. I like the pants. I like the gauntlets. I like the shoulders. I like the chest piece. What is going on with this helmet? The helmet ruins it. But yeah, the helmet's bad. Here, let's look at this without the helmet over here. Yeah, that's great, thanks. Yeah, that immediately looks better. Look at that. Look at the contrast just removing the helmet does. That's not too shabby, other than the helmet. So that's kind of normal colors, which are... Oh, I like the spots on the fur. I do. I like that. Oh, that's even better. Heroic tier. That's just straight up a Lynx at that point. Mythic is Panther at this point. Look at that. I'm actually not as big of a fan of this as I thought I would be. I think Heroic looks better. What do y'all think? Like, the spots are also much more visible in Heroic. In Mythic, they're there, but you can barely tell. Yeah, the leopard print. I don't think that's particularly good. I don't want to oversell it. But again, if you get rid of that helmet, I could see this. Right? Now, moving on. Demon Hunter. So I've actually seen Demon Hunter before. Because I had this whole suit, if you remember. So, Demon Hunter's wild. So let's start down here. Demon Hunter is Bug. I thought I would hate this at first, but I actually really like this. The big, long, elongated claws on the shoulders. The giant freaking double-hooked horns up top. The chitin, excuse me, on the gauntlets and down here on the things. Even the cloak and the robe kind of just follow behind you in this trail. I like this, unironically, and I've run around like this for a while, so I'm a little bit used to it. Heroic is a little bit more purple, of course. Mythic, well, that's not the color I thought they were going for. That looks like almost a frost thing at that point. Look at that. And yeah, the leg wraps, or the foot wraps, excuse me, down here. You'll notice my skin is visible underneath. I like Heroic too, though, because so normal, which is the one I'm used to, is like deep blue and kind of a dark purple. But Heroic flips them. So the deep blue is the accent and the dark purple is the primary. And both of those look good. Yeah, very on brand for Nerebar. I honestly like all of these. I will probably go back and try to fill out this at some point in time, because, yeah. And then finally, Evoker. Oh, I love that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It is a shame you won't see most of this as an evoker. Unless you're in your human form all the time. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Very Deathwing. Like we've got the chains and the broken armor plates with the flames underneath. There's our normal. I love those colors. Copper and blue goes together so well. Look at that. Look at that. Whoops, I didn't mean to go down to Mythic. Heroic. So this is just straight Deathwing at this point. This is Deathwing's colors. The blue steel and the burning red flame. That looks badass. And then Mythic is, of course, Shadow Flame, which makes perfect sense. Because, yeah, that is just straight up Shadow Flame. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, the extra, the pulsing flame around the horns there. Yeah, Evoker gets some badass suits, which is funny when you think about it. More microtransactions is the easiest answer, mister, but I got a much better answer. Fire half the staff. Just down the middle. There you go. Boop. Game ruined. Okay, so... let's go up to here. Okay. So, normally I don't comment on quest gear, but War Within has kind of uncommonly good quest gear. So first we have the Undermine gear. This is just the quest rewards. This is just for wandering around. Let's start with plate, like we usually do. So, I have actually used this suit as part of a transmog. Can I just say that this looks better than most raid suits? Can I just say that? It's the perfect combination of crude and, like, bolted together while still having plenty of style to it. Giant big old bolts here and there, you know, just stuff kind of grafted on. There's like this engine running in the shoulders, and the biker gas mask thing. Yeah, it's very orc. This suit, I've actually seen this on an orc. It does look phenomenal on an orc. There's a couple other colors, obviously. We got our purple stuff. We got our green hell suit. And then the yellow one. I think these are just, yeah, so yellow, blue, green, and purple. That's our cartel stuff. Yeah, the rivets. Big, obvious rivets. And we've also got mails. That's what we were just looking at there. Same general idea. Like, you could just feel, like look at these giant stitches on the leather, surrounded by, like, rusty metal that's bolted together. Look at that. And, of course, we've got these little rockets that are right about to go, and they're very happy about the fact that they're about to go. I also just noticed the radar dish thing in the helmet. That's great. No, that's fantastic. I love how the paint, by the way, isn't universal. Do you notice that? It's splotched. The paint is not a complete paint job because it was just thrown on. Because of course it was. It's goblin armor. And yeah, the crosshair net lock, the eyepiece up there. So rogue suit, probably the most disappointing of the goblin suits. Still good. So we've got the buzzsaw chains and the engine actually punching out stuff actively. Very punk. I don't know which punk, but it's definitely punk with regards to the helmet. The goggles, the chunks of metal that have just been bolted together to form the mask. I love how we've got a little, like a thing of fuel or whatever on our belt. Scrap punk, yeah. Very spiky, of course. Lots of jagged edges. Again, that kind of crudely painted look. There it is. I think most of the yellow ones look the best of these, personally, just in terms of style. And then, of course, we have cloth, and surely cloth won't be that... No, cloth is worse, Brody. Brody, cloth is so much better. Look at it. Look at it. This is the alchemist. Look at it. Look at it. You can just hear the Darth Vader breathing, right? Yeah, the pulsing tubes. And, like, the giant vat of whatever on our shoulders and on our helmet. And, like, we've got the one giant goggle and then 3 goggles of smaller size on the left side. And there. Yeah, also, my personal favorite thing, there's the crack in the glass, which we have taped over with just tape. Just straight up tape. I might have actually... Oh, don't. Hang on. Where is it? No, that's not it. Hang on. Is that it? I don't know where the PvP suit is. What's in the dropdown? Yellow, blue, green, purple. I looked earlier, because one of you mentioned the red, and I was like, yeah, I didn't see red. I just thought maybe it was listed over here somewhere. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that the goblin suits look awesome. God damn it, Maverick. This is my fault. Okay, so let's push forward a little bit. So, let's go back up to Warrior. So, if I'm remembering correctly, this is when they stopped trying to be thematically appropriate to the zone. I just wanted to make cool stuff, if I'm remembering correctly. So here's Warrior Liberation, aka the Galagio. Call me a weirdo, I really like this. This is one of those suits that looks simple and really is. You ever see one of those things that's seemingly simple, but is actually very complex to accomplish something simple? That's this. Like, even just down to the little outlines around the spikes, which are reflective, by the way, as you can see there, and the glowing, whatever the spikes are sitting in are offset in. There's like this glowing flame thing going on in there. And like there's little bits of that furnace periodically showing up here and there. And it's just, I don't know, the whole thing has so much design to it. It even looks cool from the back. Check that out. I'm going to try and get this. I'm going to try and get this suit at some point. I'm not sure which color. Although, apparently there's a not quite bug we're not sure about yet. Nobody's confirmed it. Where if you get one piece, you get all the types of that piece. Now, I know this is true in Lee Mix. I'm not sure if this is going to be backrolled, though. To explain that, if you get the shoulders, you get the LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic cosmetics of that shoulder unlocked just by getting the shoulders, just like that. I hope that's deliberate. I hope that carries forward. Anyways. So here's the normal version. A little bit different vibe. Very much more alien kind of looking. We've got this like alien pulsing energy thing now, and very copper, like really, really dark metal there. Heroic is strange, but heroic is probably your default. This is steel, right? This is straight up steel, and I'm completely with it. And of course... Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. This is the rage suit. Like, it's obviously the same, like, furnace look, but, like, it's been dialed up in much, much darker reds. Look at that. Oh, that's badass. That is badass. Okay, Paladin. By the way, there will be no second stream today. That's part of the reasons I'm streaming so late. So I've seen some of this suit. You've seen some of the suit because I've been running around with it. This is what I have on my Paladin right now, my actual Paladin. I am quite fond of this. It doesn't look... It actually looks kind of weak on a human because our shoulders are so small. Very, very lion, right? Very alliance. Big flame wings going up here. Got the awesome, you know, the Roman-style helmet. Got the burning lions on the shoulders. This is literally what Horde Runner is actually wearing right now, or rather, you know, this piece right here, which looks even better. Again, the Arathi colors, right? The complete Arathi colors and the burning red eyes. Heroic's different. Silver Hand, I'm with it, I'm with it. And Mythic, oh. Ooh. Oh, I like that. I wasn't expecting to. I thought it would go like Black Blood, but no. Making the under, like obviously leather, making the white parts more white and the rest more steel. That's a nice color combo. That looks a little bit more like just real armor. That's a little more stylized. And of course, the flames coming off the helmet are even better. That's good. That's really good. Who, Spartan? So, Hunter. Okay. Will it be cartoonishly bad? Or just cringe bad? I'll give a few seconds to decide. Okay. What the hell is this? What? Huh? Okay. I don't know what to make of this. Yeah, I guess it is straight up Dark Ranger. Not just full tilt. Okay, okay, okay. I'm with it, I'm with it. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not gonna lie. But I get where they're going with it. I get the vibe. What are the colors we have here? That's a good color combo. That's a good color combo. Like really dark, almost reddish black, with plus the wine, plus the cherry, plus the silver. That's a good color combo. Heroic looks pretty good too. That just looks like a Dark Ranger straight up at that point. And that looks like a supervillain. That's what we're gonna call that. I don't know, what are we feeling? What are we feeling? I kind of think I like Heroic better, personally. No. No, I'm wrong. I like normal. I like that. I like those color combos. Okay, so Rouge. Ah! Yar, me matey. Okay, so, this is, okay, I hate the helmet. I'm just gonna say it. I absolutely despise the helmet. But if we get rid of the helmet... Oh, the helmet has the coif? Wait, that can't be right. It does. The helmet... Oh my god, that's terrible! The helmet gets rid of so much. Like, look at me over here. Look at the comparison. Like, I lose the scarf, I lose the collar. Ah, why? That's, yeah, I don't like that. Let's ignore the helmet. Let's just move it off screen. There we go. Okay. So we've got the coat. The coat is badass. I love the, what do they call it? It's a gun, but like the single shot. Oh god, what are those called? Flintlock. That's what that is. The flintlock pistol right there. See? Nice stylized thing going on there. Gauntlets? I actually don't like the gauntlets that much. And I've seen better boots, but I love that cloak. Or the coat. Shoulders are fine. There's normal colors, which, yeah, we kind of already saw that. Heroic colors, which... Okay. Okay. Gold on the sea, right? I think that's what they were going for here. Gold on the sea. Oh my god. Look at Mythic. Look at it. So this is the blood suit, which is all about blood. Okay, moving on. Priest. Oh, we kind of saw this earlier. This is kind of a strange one. So, first of all, she's wearing a weirdly form-fitting one-piece. It's actually it's everything that's black here. And then, like, over that, we've got the Inquisitor boots here. The Confessor's boots. We've got the split skirt, which is always good. The plate armor, which is kind of strange here. And then, like... I don't like the shoulders. I want to, but I don't. Something's just off about them. And the helmet is bizarre. Like, I once again, I want to like the helmet, but I don't. I think if the helmet didn't have the cloth, if it was literally just that giant steel spiked crown hovering above our heads, I think it would work better. But with the cloth, it just looks off. Hang on. Lord Modeler, you've been doing some good work. We're gonna switch here really quick. And by really quick, I mean in 20 seconds. I mean, if I ever actually get to work on my house, Mr. Road. What are you talking about, Chill Banglin? Alright, so. Let's try that again. Let's go back to Paladin. No, Priest. Excuse me. Priest. And... there it is. Nope, shoulders still look kind of weird. Even with the larger shoulders. I don't know. I don't like that. It's too much and too little at the same time. I think this is one of the first ones I'm just, on. Oops. Although, okay, real talk, those colors are badass. White, black, and gray. But, like, in really good contrast with itself. Look at that. That looks awesome. Colors. But the rest of it doesn't. Okay, moving on. Death Knight! This is... okay. So we've got the rib bone boots. We've got the tattered, rotting split skirt. We've got the skull, everything. Skull gauntlets. Skull belt. Skull shoulders. The exposed rib cage look. The exposed rib cage on the back. And then we've got, like, this double spiked helmet. I like the helmet. I'm not sure about the rest of it. Okay, that's better color usage, so that works a little bit better. I'm just... The screaming skulls. Why are they screaming? Why are your skulls screaming? So we got like a frosty look going on here. Okay. So this is Mr. Red. This is just what Mr. Red looks like in real life. This is why they call him that. Mr. just walks out. I would like a coffee, please. No, I mean, I wouldn't, Morganite. In fact, I don't. Well, I cannot deny it is on brand. Shaman. What? Okay, so this is air. This is one of the few air... What the hell? I was not expecting this for Shaman. Yeah, this is straight up Alakir inspired. This looks like something designed based on him. I like that. So we've obviously... It's doing this thing where there are... The curved spikes are accenting, right? So we've got that on the gauntlets, we've got it on the shoulders, we've got the helmet, and we've got the belt here. And each of them adds an accent to the curvature of the whole suit. Shoulders are a bit big. Well, that might be because I'm in a night elf. That's an interesting color combination. I don't know what to make of that color combination. It's like orange, and then dark gray, and then red, and then silver. Use your classic blue for the air. Oh, okay. Never mind. I take it back. There's your air look. I am a sucker for lightning. I always have been. That actually looks really, really good. Is this Shaman? Yes. Yeah. Mythic, that's my favorite of these ones. Easy answer. And not just because of the lightning. The color combos, that just screams air. It's like that light blues and whites, right? Looks like a storm cloud. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is one of the few that I actually saw before I did this. So yeah, this is the Dragon Ball Z suit. I don't even care. I like this. The fact that this is a mage suit is weird. But I still like it. So first of all, one of the weird things I like about this, the shoes. The boots just kind of look like they complement the whole thing. I also love the fact that the cloak, all of the cloth pieces look like there's bits and pieces of the energy just kind of seeping off of it. And the arms look like you see what I'm looking at, right? It looks like originally you just had the cloth there, and it's been slowly covered by the snow, which is crystallizing around it, and that's why your arm is completely covered in snow. Same thing with the shoulders up here, right? The shoulders clearly terminated right about there, and then the ice kept going. Yeah, exactly. This is a frost mage who has gone too far. And yeah, nowhere is that more obvious than on the helmet. Which leads us to some slightly different colors. Doesn't quite have the icy veins here, but those are really good color combos, so I'm not going to complain. What is that? Kind of like a dull amber plus red plus gray. That's much more frosty. I'm curious what heroic or mythic. Okay. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, and I'm not sure I want to. Good lord, look at that. That's like the freaking blood crystal, either from this very game or from Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah, exactly, Lord Emma. This is the Red Lyrium Mage. Look at that. That's horrifying in a good way. Warlock. Okay, so Warlock was our standout from Nerebar. Oh yeah, I've actually seen this one. So I hope, so we mentioned they're going to be edgy, gross, or both. I give to you a typical Warlock suit. So my favorite part is the fact that the teeth around the mouth periodically open and close. And, you know, we've got these things on the shoulders. Because of course we do. Offset spikes everywhere. Very asymmetrical spikes. And then just kind of, you know... There's actually not much going on other than the top. A lot of the detail was put into the shoulders and the helmet. Here's our... So, fell/toxic look. That kind of like got the caustic, poisonous, like that really vibrant green going on. Ooh, that's interesting. Not much going on, though, otherwise. And then Mythic is the Black Blood look, of course. Because, of course, a Warlock would be like, ooh, Black Blood. Let me feed it to my shoulders. Monk. Okay, so, alright, let's just do this. There we go. Okay. Once again, we've got an exposed midriff. Very important. Always a plus to gameplay to have an exposed midriff. Shoulders are fine. I like the scarf thing that's dangling behind there. Scooch that back up. Very draconic. We've got the dragon emblems on the shoulders and the dragon emblem on the necklace or the belt. Excuse me. Got a little. I forget what those are called. The sake bottle or whatever. It's that style of bottle. And then actually barefoot. Okay, and then there's the helmet. I don't know what to add to the helmet. This is instance number 757 of when the helmet just ruins it. Because I actually really unironically like this suit. Other than the helmet, which I would never ever wear. Like, you can show off the shoulder piece a little bit better there. Because that's bad. So here's the evil version, of course. Gotta be evil. The heroic version, which is... I don't know what to make of that, actually. And the mythic version, which is very jade. It's very appropriate since this is the Yu'lon suit. Yeah, okay, moving on. Druid. Oh yeah, I've seen a bit of this. In fact, I have a bit of this. Looks like a Digimon, yeah. So, I really like this. I'm just gonna say that simply. I like pretty much everything about this, actually. I like the layered cloak. I like the multiple bone fetishes thing going into fur. I like the bark that looks a little bit like bone. I like the wolf thing. It's very Drust, yeah. Roots of the Reclaiming Blight. Yeah. And I love that helmet. Look at that. It's the perfect combination of, like, ninja and antlers, I think is what I would call that, right? And that is just extremely cool looking. Normal colors, so a lot more earthy, a lot more autumny kind of look here. I'm not actually a huge fan of the shoulders. Now I'm double checking myself, but I love that helmet. Heroic, which is Mythic, which yeah, that is straight up Drust at that point. I like that. And then Demon Hunter. So yeah, I actually have a decent chunk of this suit, as you can see. So I already know what I'm getting into here. I don't like this suit. I've been wearing it for a while. I had been wearing it for a while. It's been replaced now. This is weird. I don't know what they're going for in this suit, and I don't know why. It's like we got leather. It's well designed. It's got the fur. It's got the spikes. It's got the weird giant gaping maw stylized shoulders. It's got the Cylon helmet. Yeah, it's a Gorothi. That's exactly what it is. And I mean, I feel like this might work better if we could play something other than a Night Elf or a Blood Elf while wearing it. Like, this feels like the kind of thing should be worn by someone big, like a Tauren. You know? I will admit, the mythic colors are extremely good. Like the shadow flame that's glowing off of really dark metal, metallics, like black. That's a really good contrast. And it actually kind of brings it into sharper relief, which works really well for me. So I might someday get the mythic suit. Yeah, this on a drink. You know what? I'm curious as I'm hang on. Let me do Evoker really quick. So as usual, Evoker has gear that's way too good for them. They just do. This is the Treasure Scale, aka I hope you like gold. This is Greedy Dragon Suit. Nice big glowing gems, big stylized draconic emblems everywhere, actually. Not a big fan of the helmet or the curved horns on the helmet. I do like the thing giving off little bits of gold on the helmet, though. Yeah, this is fine. Compared and contrast the Narrowbar suit, which just destroys that one. Whoops. Variety is good, but no. Now, this is a nice color combo. I'll give you that. The addition of pink is not something I thought would work, but here we are. And the red and the white and the gold, that's a really good color combo. This is fine. This is interesting. I really like that color combo, actually. Black, red, and, like, dark gold. The Druid suit without shoulders? Yeah, sure. Hang on. Let me go back to Druid for just a sec. Well, hang on. Let me reset. Oh, I've got shoulders on. I'm gonna have to take them off. Hang on. Take my shoulders off. There we go. Okay. No! Okay. There you go. So this is the Druid set without the shoulders. I actually do like that better. It makes the whole suit look kind of like a triangle, right? Like it's got flowing lines now. That, honestly, this would look great on a Demon Hunter. I would wear that as a Demon Hunter. Look at that. Like, with the glaives and everything. Anyways, I want to test something super quick. Get back on. Not you. You. I don't know, what do you think? I don't think it quite fits. Obviously, it's morphed, and indeed, you literally can't wear this. But there's the Gorothi suit on a Tauren. Eh. We also have the Lava Boar, the Horrific Vision, the Grandmaster. I like to play chess, is what I like to call that set. I like to play chess so much, I made a whole suit for it. The Draenei. I have Draenei. Give me a sec. I'm not sure where they are. No. There she is. You have unspent talent points. Not now. Ugh, yes, okay, fine. Here. Oh, yeah, look at all these talents. Oh, man, these talents are so great. Oh, yeah. Talents, 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 talents. Talents, talents. Okay, there. Now shut up about it. Okay, so as I was saying... Nope, you've sold me as Miristar. I think that looks a lot better on a Draenei. That is much better. Still looks badass. I am on fire! Alright. So let's scooch up. So yeah, there's the chess set. It's whatever. Then there's the Banshee set. This is the, we'll call this the Valentine's Day mixed with Halloween set, because I don't know what else to call this. So, I am a villager. This is the suit you get just by doing the quests in the last zone. I'm not a huge fan of any of these. They're not bad. Nothing's wrong with any of them. They're fine, you know? They're very stylized for what they're going for, and they accomplish their aesthetic very well. I'm just not into it. And then cloth. Cloth is probably the best of all of them, I would say. Especially because it's actually got that wrapped aesthetic again. So those are fine. But I suppose we should go ahead and do the final forge. So I haven't seen any of these at all, right? This is all going to be brand new to me. Okay. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. Okay, so here's Warrior. First of all, big old chunky boots. I don't need feet. Look, I got boots. You're right, though. I should probably get on into the class really quick. We'll get back on. Rip. She's good for showing this stuff off. Okay, so hang on. Put my shoulders back on before I forget and accidentally bender them. Okay, so Monoforge Omega, Warrior. Yeah, no, I extremely like this. I should mention I have seen one suit of Monoforge Omega, and you know which one it is. It's because I already have most of it. I'm actually wearing this on my main. Anyways, sorry, back to this. Okay, so, behold. No, I actually really like this. Like, the placement of the spikes, it feels like big plated heavy armor. giant plates on the shoulders, on the belts, on the hips. And I love these big chonky boots. These just look like boots that are a tank, right? But what really sells it, like the whole thing I like the helmet, I like the spikes, I like the layers of plate. I love the chain hair. I love the chain hair so much. Look at that. And so this is LFR, of course. Normal, I've always loved purple and green, just as a color combo. So that just looks amazing to me. Yeah, this looks like someone who just getting in melee range of them is going to hurt. Look at that, just high flunk. And then Mythic is purple. Eh. I think I actually like normal best here of the various colors. This is a suit I will probably farm someday right here. That is really good looking. I really like that helmet. Okay, so Paladin. Well, that's interesting. So this is straight up Paladin. Okay, so we're kind of horse themed. So my god, yeah, so we've got the horsehair helmet. Yeah, this is the Stormwind hat. Big ol' horse-themed shoulder pads. Just pretty much the classic Stormwind colors of the what is that, the royal blue? Evo, what blue is that? And gold. And like the blue gems accent, which is also a very Stormwindy thing. And we've got, yeah, and then we've got like that kind of ivory silver as well, and like the gold accents. So that's just straight up Stormwind suit. I don't think the lines work that well on it, but I kind of still like it in spite of itself. If I was to do this, I'd probably do it without the shoulders and or the helmet, one of the two. Let's see what the other colors look like. Oh, that's an interesting color combo. Look at that color combo. Green, bright silver, and dark purple. Yeah, it's very night elfy, right? That's I actually like that better than the Stormwind colors, than the human colors. That looks cool. I do like that. Yes, this is Paladin, Paladin Omega, Paladin Monoforge Omega. And yeah, someone pointed this out, these boots, these are meshed. You see that? They're not even that expansive. They're not too much of it. It's just they're meshed. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. And then heroic colors. Oh, Blood Elf. Did you? Oh my God, that's so cool. Okay, so right, Night Elf, human, Blood Elf. Okay, now I want this one too. God damn it. Yeah. And then Mythic? I don't know what this is. What the heck is... I mean, it's cool looking. What is this? It's cool. It's black and white. I love me some black and white. What is that? Void, I guess? I don't know. Wait, hang on. What's Uthor link in here? I mean... Oh, I get you, Uthor. Cool. Okay. So Paladin, big thumbs up on that. Hunter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this just a no asterisks good Hunter suit? Is it? Like, every other Hunter suit has an asterisk or two. Like, it's only good with one outfit. Or because we've only had one other one, which is Nighthold, right? This just looks good. Like, the head is kind of exposed, but it's okay. It's got kind of like that sloping look there. We've got the nice, cool beaded gem in the top. Do you notice the feather in just one side of them? I know my horns are kind of covering it, but do you see it over there? The shoulders Nice voidy shoulders here. Yeah, very sleek. We've got like that almost corset. What do you call that? Like the yarn? That's the wrong word. Tying that together there. And like hunting outfit, right? It looks like laces. Thank you. And I love the split skirt there too. And even the boots got this is good. Hang on, what other colors do we have? So we have LFR. That's fine. And of course, normal that's just straight up Illyria. Heroic. Oh, look at it. Look at that. I know. I'm a sucker for gold and purple, but that looks really good. Like very. Oh, yeah. No. Oh. Mythic. Yeah, once again, it's this black and white motif. That's kind of where they're going with it. I like the void. Naturally, it is sucking in, because of course it is on the shoulders there. Probably the same thing on the helmet. Yep, little black hole thing going on there. And yeah, that kind of really deep black and white look. Oh, that's actually good. My God, I am shocked. An unabashedly good hunter set. Will this look good on Swift Shot? I actually don't think it will, but I'm curious. Oh, that looks awful. No, it's ruined instantly. No, it looks terrible on him. It looks terrible on him. No. No, this is Swift Shot's outfit. Hey, guys. So I heard we gotta go hunt the last Titan, huh? Well, okay. Give me a minute, let me get my bow. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh my God. No. Alright. Who put the skull on the undead's head? Hands up, I'm not angry, I just want to know. Who put this stupid skull in my face? No, here we go. Perfect. Anyways, sorry. Oh yeah, because we're playing survivals. Let me get my stick. Hang on. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm not mad. I'm just a little disappointed, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who this Amanthul guy is, but he sounds kind of like a dick. Okay, so. Where were we? We had just done Hunter, so Rogue. Oh my God. We have become the Eclipse. Look at that. Oh, okay, this is what the Shredder wishes he looked like. I am dead serious. Look at that. Look at that. Really sharp, cold metal with, like, reflective midnight blue. And the death mask there. Got the grenades there. Of course we have grenades. Double shuriken on the belt. Extra blades down here, because what that's really nice. I'm usually pretty ambivalent about rogue suits, but that... Ignore the smoke. The smoke inhalation. Why do all the LFR colors suck? And here's the heroic version here. A little bit different vibe. Mythic... Oh my God, what the hell? I'm not sure what to make of that. It's purple and, like, gold again. This is almost, like, ritualistic. It's like, hey, what's going on? think normal wins this one. I think just that void look, that eclipse look, right? Yeah, I could see that, Papa Nakes. So that's solid. Priest. No, priest. Oh, I like that. Okay, let's start down here with this belt. Like, and the gauntlets. Oh my god, look at the gauntlets. Look at the bracers on the gauntlets. I like all of that. And then up here, this nice triangular shoulder pad thing. And the crown, the thorned crown. Yeah, and the thorned shoulder patch. By the way, the name of this suit is Eulogy to a Dying Star. That is exactly right. This is a suit of mourning. That's really good. That is very priest. LFR colors are fine. Why do the LFR colors suck in Monoforge America? Heroic is even better. Look at that. Once again, going with kind of the Arathi color scheme. What's mythic? Oh. So that's dull gold on light purple on very dark gray with void orbs and energy and crystals. That is legit. I'll actually give you that. That, yeah, I don't know, Magister. 2 more expansions and I can farm these suits. Let's see. Death Knight. What do we got? It sucks. No, I'm kidding. Actually, this is strange. What are we going for here? Oh, it's a gargoyle. It's a gargoyle suit. So we've got big old, like we've got the granite thing, right? Very rough carve, very, very sharp edges, very angular. And, like, yeah, we've actually got the bat shoulders there. And the ears on the helmet. Not great. Let's see what our other colors do. Normal is... That's better. Because, see, my problem with heroic, with normal, is all the colors kind of blend into each other here. Even though that's like this weird light green, it doesn't fit. But heroic, the bright green contrasts it much better. And so we've and also you notice the rest of the armor actually looks like stone here, which fits the aesthetic, right? So stone with gold highlights with green glow. Mythic is, once again, they really love this purple and gold thing, don't they? They just can't get away from it. I'm not even mad. Purple and gold is such a great combo. It's almost as good as purple and green. Oh, hey, look what I'm wearing. Anyways, I don't know. What are we feeling? We gave the other Death Knight a plus for the skull and for the screaming skulls. Do we give this Death Knight a plus for the gargoyle? It does feel like Shadowland's armor. Might literally have been Shadowland's armor. Yeah, I don't know. Let's move on. What are we at? Where are we at? Shaman. Oh, okay. We got that tail thing again going with the helmet. A little more wolfy this time. Well, like up here. Hello, Elizar. So we've got Very furry. Big, thick fur, obviously. Big ol', like, almost dwarven runes on the shoulders there. Yeah, this would fit an orc very well. I can tell just by looking at it. Yeah, I don't want to blind everyone. Let's go over here. Listen, Varian is our god king. All right. Yeah, no, it's Frostwolf. It's Frostwolf, exactly. I don't know. I'm not quite feeling the helmet, but I kind of also like the helmet the best. And I do like the shoulders, and I like the overall, like, wintry look, right? This is someone who is prepared for cold weather gear. Gotta do that. So, okay. For once the purple works. Purple has always been a shamany color, right? Going as far back as Warcraft 3. And so, like, that, like, really bright blow glue is a nice contrast to it here. And, of course, the fur is still white. So, white fur, purple leather, and then blow glue. That's actually a good color combo. Yes, blow glue. Blue glow. Thank you for the sub, Tomb Raider. Yeah, I have this feeling, and by feeling I mean I think we've actually confirmed this at this point, but I'm not sure about that, so don't quote me. Dragon Age 4, Stellaris, and Pokemon ZA. That their new approach to armor sets is to pretty much tell the art design team, if you have an idea, just sketch it. And if we approve it later, we'll workshop it into a full set, right? In other words, whatever idea you have for a suit, for a class, just do it, right? Because you notice a lot of these pull from a lot of different bits of inspiration, like the Gargoyle suit we just saw for the Death Knight, or this from the Frost Wolves. Like, this is from all over the place. I do like this, though. Whoops. Yeah, rule of cool, exactly. Mage. This is what I think is... Okay, so yeah, so this is, not what I was expecting? Oh my god. I like that way more than I thought I would. Look at that. Okay. So this is Kael'thas inspired. It might not be obvious from the colors. It looks like none of the colors are red, but yeah, that's... feathers. Like, that's what this is. This is magic feathers. You notice even the typical the black mage hat tapers off into feathers at the end there. Yeah, this reminds me of Black Mage, straight up. Hang on. Well, there's the Fell version. There we go. Yeah, there you go. There's your Kael'thas armor right there. I like that more than I thought I would. We've got little nodes of mana. We've got the feather attachments. We've got the fact that I had the sound on an accident. And, like I said, that hat. So, hang on. So, let's look at those other colors really quick. So, there's your classic. That is the Kirin Tor colors right there. Classic Kirin Tor. Apparently, I have one of these pieces. Interestingly enough. Heroic, there's your pretty typical voidy look. And, I mean, it's a good look. It is, again, purple and gold, plus the void, so that's awesome. And Mythic, yeah, we're going back to our black and white for Mythic, and that's a really good color combo for that. That's solid. That's what that is right there. Yep. Warlock. Okay. Creepy? Or excuse me, gross, edgy, both. It's always the rule with Warlocks. It's very rare that Warlock is anything that isn't one of those three. Dramatic pause. Behold, Warlock! No, okay. Oh my god. I don't know what I like best. The gigantic eyeball in the shoulders. The gigantic... That's part of the belt, by the way. The gigantic book with a belt. Look at that belt! Belts! Excuse me, belts! It's a double buckle belt. And yeah, of course, the pièce de résistance. Hello. Oh my god, look at that! What are you? I'm a black hole. What? I'm a black hole. Are you? No, I'm a black hole. Okay. Raid Finder colors suck as usual. It's very rare that Raid Finder colors have been good in Monoforge, I've noticed. That's interesting color usage. So there's the red eye of Sauron. Lidless and wreathed in flame. Very dark black mixed with bright gold. Mixed with kind of weird reds and oranges. This is just browns. Yellows. This is such a wild color combo here. Look at this thing. Hello. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know what else to add to this. Yeah, we have become a Void Lord. Congratulations. The end is nigh. Yeah, this is a Void Walker made manifest. Even the eyes look cooler. Good God. Look at that. Okay, Monk is kind of simple. I'm with it. Okay, this isn't working for me. I want to try and enunciate why. So you've got like this bandaged look, right? We've got the bandages down here, we've got the bandages up here, bandages on the arms, and then you've got a simple tunic. And that works, the humbleness works. What doesn't is then they clamp on that metal bracer thing, and it just doesn't fit. In fact, if I just scooch this to the left a little bit here, that arm looks better without the bracer thing, right? Like, it's not just me, right? Same thing with the shoulders. They don't fit the rest of it. Even the helmet, which has this, like, jaw thing in there, very Mogu kind of a thing, is fine and kind of fits the overall aesthetic. What's with these things? Okay, so hang on. Let's look at the other colors. That's some wild... Oh my god, look at that. Those are some colors right there. Why can't Pendarans be paladins? Oh, they can. Not in gameplay, of course, but they can in lore. Heroic colors are honestly kind of dull. And now we're just generating ki just wherever we go. Hang on. I need to see this. Why not in gameplay? I have no idea. There's not a lot of reason to disallow any race to be anything, to not be a Death Knight, or sorry, to not be any class other than Demon Hunter or Death Knight at this point. And even Death Knight we could swing if we wanted to. Yeah, the only real restriction is Demon Hunter. Yeah, we literally have a Night Elf Paladin in Legion. And Legion was a long time ago. Oh yeah, the new Heritage armor. We need to do that too. Okay, so it looks more natural on a Pendar. That's what I was suspecting. I still don't like it. But that does look much more natural on a Pendar. They look less like they're just jutting out and more like they're actually part of the suit. Oh my god, you can see way more of the jaw, too. Look at the jaw. Yeah. Still, not super impressed. Let's look. Hang on. Hang on, Poses now. Like this. Does still look better. Although I still have some issues with it. I'm with Dream Whisper. I wish it was just the wraps. I think the wraps are actually pretty legit. The rest is there. And yeah, the closest we get to wrap gear is most of the Ravel stuff. Which, yeah. Look into my eyes. Speaking of wraps, let's look at druids. Damn it. So, druids... It's total garbage, actually. I actually like this. I'll do a Tarn in a minute. In fact, I really like this. So, first of all, I love the bark. You can tell where there's just chunks of bark that have been attached to it, right? Yeah, it's Druid of the Talon. There's literally talons dangling from the shoulders, but also we've got this nice, the eagle motif going on the helmet there. Feathers everywhere, too. I like this, unironically. Whoops. In fact, I specifically think that looks good on a Night Elf female. What is with the heroic colors in Monoforge Omega? You know, unironically, I think I like LFR the best of these colors. That's a first. It's even got like this wonderful hair addition thing going on, with the fur coming down with beads in it. No, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so Demon Hunter. Alright, so spoilers, I have the Demon Hunter gear on my actual Demon Hunter, so I know exactly what this looks like. And let me tell you, I didn't think I'd like this until I ran around with it for a bit. I really like this. So it's supposed to be a Charhound, but what it looks like to me is an Amazonian, because I'm playing a Night Elf female. Right? Like, it's just got that Warrior of the Wilds vibe going. And I love the glowing gauntlets, too. The burning gauntlets. And the burning feet, because we're barefoot in this outfit. There's the Fell variant, because there's got to be a Fell variant. Of course there is. And then there's the Fire variant, because, duh, why would I need to explain this? Mythic, I'm actually not a huge fan of, as usual, I suppose. Purple's fine. But this actually right here, which is the suit I'm wearing, has quickly become one of my favorites. Because, again, it looks like a normal suit that is being pumped full of energy, which is the blue glow. Rexar is a Beastmaster hunter. I know they say he's a survival hunter. They are lying. But he's a hunter either way. So, last class, Evoker. Hit or miss, what do you think? Before I click it. I have not seen it. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Very angular. And it's got like the wing motif going. Yeah, it's literally the Spellweaver's design, so yeah, very Syndragosa. That's pretty solid. And yeah, there's our normal colors. Blue, blue. Whoops. Oh, whatever. As usual, not a big fan of heroics. I'm just going to move on. I really like that color combo too. Like the teal plus the silver plus the light purple plus the dark purple. That's way better than Evoker deserves. Alright, I was asked to do something, and this is it. No, I was asked to look at Tauren Druid. Hang on, let's go back up to Noxaith. Sorry, Noxaith. Noctis is like, what? I was in Ouroboros. What do you want from me? Nirabar Evoker is one of the best Evoker suits I've ever seen. Might be the best. Probably Elazar. There's thousands of references as well. Literal thousands. Oh my god. Look at the Headless Horseman's mask on a Tauren. Hello! Ahem. Okay, so here's Druid. That... I don't like that nearly as much. I still like the overall aesthetic of it. I still like that, the bark. But, It's fine. I think it looks better than Night Elf. That's all. It's still good. I still think Elefar is the best colors. Like, the Night Elf female looks like straight-up Amazonian, which is appropriate, considering Night Elf. On a Tauren, it's like, okay, that's cool. It's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're ready to murder everything. Murder colors. Okay. You know what? Actually, hang on. Yeah, let's try one other one with that. Real quick, real quick. I gotta find him. Nope, not him. There he is. By the way, rate my Mog. This is my Zandalari Paladin. I'm really proud of this. This is 6. Yeah, 7. Sorry. No, that can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not counting the weapon. This is 6 different sets combined to look like this. The helmet's from a different thing. The shoulders and boots are from the War Within pre-order. The belt is from the Throne of Thunder Paladin suit. The gauntlets are from Shadowlands, and the leggings is the recolor of the the Plunder Storm thing. Yeah, I am quite proud of how this one turned out. But anyways, oh, but if we were a druid, what would it look like? Do you know that housing exists now? Oh god, look. Paladin looks even better on its Zandalari. Look at that. Look at that. So there's your Stormwind Paladin. There's your Night Elf Paladin. There's your Blood Elf Paladin. And there's your, like, your Void Paladin. That looks so cool. Alright. Druid, 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 Druid. I don't know. What are we feeling? Of course, I also have the gold-plated teeth to go along with the rest of my suit. I like to think that in lore, he actually plated his teeth gold to fit the helmet. Yeah, I still think I like Night Elf Female best. This is good, it's just, I think Night Elf Female's better, that's all. Wait, what? Oh, god dang it. The Brutosaur's like, hello. I am a waste of money. Okay, so. So that's all the outfit. That honestly took a little longer than I thought it would. I blame War Within for having so many damn good transmogs. That might be the most good transmog. Like, highest quality and quantity I've ever seen. That's actually a little silly, to be honest with you. Yeah, like, and there's other stuff that I'm like deliberately not looking at because it would get ridiculous to check every single outfit in the game, right? I know we have an actually good hunter suit. I'm gobsmacked. In fact, hang on, where's Salona really quick? Yeah, nope, still looks badass. And let's just go and look at that void suit. There we go. Behold, as they say. In fact, here's me with my current rifle. Oh, nope, I missed one. There we go. There we go. There's me with the rifle. Oh my god, Mr. Red. I like it. Yeah, of course it works well on a Blood Elf. Why wouldn't it? Okay, so as I mentioned, no second shift today because we streamed very over the line, very over the budget. In fact, I didn't even have lunch. So I'm going to go have lunch and then, you know, do other stuff. Tomorrow, there was one other thing. Hang on. Someone help me. There was one other thing I wanted to do before we hit Undermine. We've done the Arathi chains. We did the catch-up. We did the sassy. Yeah, by the way, as a reminder, there'll be a late stream tomorrow because there's maintenance. There is the Harnir interlude, but that's leading up to Undermine, so that's basically part of Undermine. I swear there was one other little thing I wanted to do. Obviously, at some point we need to do delves. I'm content to wait on the weekend for that. Oh my god, this is going to bother me. Hang on 1 second. That was it. Pandaren Heritage. That was it. That's actually it. Let's go ahead and save that for last, I think. I was debating doing that first, but honestly, I'd rather just jump into the pre-Undermine, because before we even reach the Undermine, we have an entire quest chain. So, let's go ahead and start tomorrow, late, with the lead up to the Undermine, and then we'll kind of focus on Undermine, proper, and then just kind of focus on that for a while. And then we've got a new dungeon, then we've got new delves, and then we'll hit Koresh. And then there's the new stuff, which I haven't even seen yet, so that'll be a blind run for me. This stuff up right here. This should be fun. Either way,